They're concerned that they don't have the right guys on this defensive line.
No, I think they're going to be okay, and getting Hutch back is going to be good, and is being okay good enough.
That's why I made a face. I don't know if it is.
Right,
Not with the goals they have.
Well, because Pascal's not going to be there to start the season, and we've heard that his, rehab or whatever he's fighting through is going to take a little bit longer than they initially thought. So now you're looking at Marcus Davenport, and when healthy, sure, he could be a really good opposite edge of Aiden Hutchinson, but he just hasn't stayed healthy in any season that he's been in the NFL.
No, it's been years since he put together a healthy campaign. I mean, he played 2 games a year ago.
Right.
And he played 4 games the year before that as a starter.
Yeah, is this the year where he stays healthy? The tricep last year, it's unfortunate. And, he's had a whole lot of unfortunate injuries, but it just happens to certain guys.
I don't think there's really any other questions about the roster. Tesla's played himself, I would say, to wide receiver 3. And I know Dan Campbell said they think he could have a pretty significant role sooner rather than later in this offense, as John is going through the handshake line here. This is awesome. Got some buddies of yours?
Yeah, Dom Raiola, Jeff Backus, guys are chairless. Guys are kind of. It looks like he went on my weight loss plan. He's looking small again. So, I haven't seen Gaz since would have been this day back in 2010 when I was cut.
Yikes!
So
no hard feelings.
No, it wasn't his decision. So no, but it's great to see those guys. Yeah.
Well, cool.
So, any surprises for you?
No, like I was saying, the things I was going to look to was what would happen at the quarterback position. That settled itself on the field. Tesla, I think, has played himself into that receiver 3 spot. Martin probably not making the roster. Who knows? And the Za'Darius thing, I just don't think it's going to happen at this point. I'd be pleasantly surprised if it did. Other than that, there is no drama, and there's something to be said for reaching that point as an organization where you have so few needs. You and I were sitting here a year ago, same exact spot, going, do you trust the kicker? Right. That's the level of we had to get that low down the depth chart to find some source of drama. We can't even do that today, and that's a testament to where they are as a team.
Yeah, and the prospects of starting the season in Green Bay. And then the ever-anticipated return of Ben Johnson in week 2.
Week 2, baby.
It's going to be a fun season. It's going to be 6 games at the start of the season where we're really going to learn a lot about this team. We're not going to have to wait till week 8 or 9. We're going to know early on what this team is.
Karsch and Anderson are coming up next. Boys, we woke up, temps in the 50s, feeling like football.
Sure is. It really is. This whole weekend. I actually got on the golf course last night and got some late summer swings in, and there were leaves on the green, and I'm like, it seems a little early, but it's got that feel.
Yep.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
I'm not ready for
What's on the show today?
Well, we'll obviously talk some football with the Lions wrapping up the preseason. Dan Campbell just spoke with the media, had a couple of pretty interesting things to say that we'll get into. And today's the day. Cuts will start trickling out, so we find out the fate of one of the more the hot button story of the preseason, which is what's going to happen with Hendon Hooker.
Cool. All right. Karsch and Anderson are coming up next, guys. We'll look forward to it. It's 97.1.
Well, hello and welcome to the Karsh and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. I am Doug Karsh, and that is Scott Anderson.
I was just scrolling through Twitter, and I came across the tantrum that Medvedev was throwing.
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
No, I have not.
It's hysterical. Like, what a child. I mean, an absolute child.
Was he mad at himself, mad at the ref? I don't know.
I think both. Probably
Okay.
more not himself, blaming on somebody else.
Yeah.
But he absolutely destroys his racket.
Okay.
Beating the
Swine
hell out
racket.
of it. Yeah,
Stupid racket.
beats the hell out of the racket against his duffel bag of stuff. Hits it, I don't know, maybe 20 times, and the racket just kind of collapses on itself. He's got his head down. You're a child.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute child.
You ever slammed a golf club?
Yeah, when I was a child.
Oh, you haven't had a fit of rage on a golf course?
I've done it, but it's been a long, long time since I've done it, and I'm not a professional.
No, you're not.
This guy's a professional on TV all over the place, and this is how he's going to react.
Yeah.
No, I've never really been a throw the club kind of guy. I think I did early when I started playing the game because I thought it would. That's kind of cool. That's how you do it. And I'm like, this is so stupid.
Yeah.
Why would I damage my club or damage the course I'm on because of something that I just did? It's dumb.
Well, yeah, it's childish and it's momentary fits of rage, but it does happen. So, as a pro, yeah, that's another thing. So, how are you? What's up, man? It's a good weekend.
It was all right. I mean, I didn't do a ton.
No.
I got the chair delivered.
This is a huge story.
My new recliner got delivered on Saturday a lot earlier than it was supposed to.
So you had it for football.
I did, and it was fortunate that I was home because I'd gotten, they sent a text at like 6:30 in the morning, which is ridiculous. That's not appreciated. And I didn't hear it because I was asleep. So at some point I checked my text, and actually it was after I got a phone call at like 9:30, and they're like, "Hey, we'll be there in 45 minutes." I'm like, "Oh, well, okay." The window of opportunity they gave me was between 1 and 4 p.m., and here it is 9:30. Hey, we'll be there in 45 minutes. So again, fortunate that I was home, and I was glad to get it earlier, but it still kind of bothers me that, live by the window of opportunity, because I had to, turn things down that day that I didn't want to turn down, like golf. So that's kind of sucked. But anyway, the chair got there an hour and a half later, so it wasn't 45 minutes.
So this is big news.
Yeah.
Whenever a man gets a new chair for game watching and movie watching, stop what you're doing. You sit in the chair. You can't wait. You can't wait for that moment. And Gator, you got your chair. How do you feel about your chair?
It's great when you've got the legs up and all relaxed. And it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's hard to leave the chair when it's in that position.
Love it.
Yeah. No, it's
so
great.
Believe the hype.
Yeah, they can be great. Yeah. They can be great. Great lumbar support. It's awesome. So and the dog was happy. She jumped on my lap in the thing and was there for about a good hour straight before she had enough and wanted to venture outside. So
that's fantastic.
It passed, which is one of the reasons I didn't do too much this weekend, is probably because of the damn chair. I sat on it
You're
a lot.
You're homebound now? He's like on house arrest?
I mean, yeah, watched a lot of golf and the Tigers, and then I went out to meet a friend for dinner on Saturday night, and then I came home a little early, and then started watching late night TV on Saturday night. And Sunday I got up, and hey, here's more golf. Here's shows that I recorded over the weekend. Tigers on, more golf. I was lazy as could be. Yeah. Not proud of it.
Well, yeah, you should be, man. You got a chair.
Well, I got
dude.
a chair, but I'm not proud of how
it's-
lazy I was.
No, but look, it's I'm glad it worked out well. Good purchase, off to a good start. So, way to go.
Thank you.
So,
How'd you hit them yesterday?
how'd I hit them? Interesting. Here are my first 4 holes. Okay, so it was par 5, par 3, par 4, par 5. Okay, I went 7, 5, 8, 7.
That's not good at all.
Nope. And I went bogey, 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 bogey. Kept going, bogey, bogey, bogey. because we made the turn, played a few holes before.
Like legitimate bogeys, not
Yeah, legitimate bogeys. Not Doug
bogeys.
Karsh, but my goal is to play bogey golf, and I play bogey golf. The only thing that was frustrating about it is I 3-putted for about 4 of those bogeys. But yeah,
that sucks.
But I was playing with the boys, my sons and a friend of theirs, had a good time. So all in all, it was good to get out there. I don't get to play nearly as much as I'd like to, but maybe next summer. So, but the big, not the big news, but one of the things, we moved our daughter into her new college living situation, and
everybody's happy with it.
Yeah, there's challenges that come with, it's in a house, and so, it's not like an apartment where everything's ready for you. It was, oh wait, we need to get this, we need to get that, and she has a room in a basement, and the box spring wouldn't get down the stairs, so we had to go get what I guess is called a bunkie board, which is basically a thin box spring. It's not a box spring; it's just a board.
The box spring wouldn't get down the stairs?
Box spring wouldn't get down the stairs.
Isn't it the same dimensions as a mattress?
Yes, but it's not bendy.
Oh, gosh.
Yes. So, yeah, we could get the mattress down there. We could not get the box spring. You know what it's like. You're moving your kid in.
No, I don't know what it's like moving my kid in, but I do remember moving myself in. I'd lived in 3 different houses at Michigan State, so I do remember how fun moving day was. Literally, like you couldn't wait.
Yeah, well, it's exciting.
I bet she was all excited.
I'm sure she was.
And you're like, bit of a basket case, and your wife is probably worse.
Yeah, we're all good. The tough one's going to be next week when we take the little guy away, but we'll see.
He's not so little.
No, he's not. The young one, but. So anyway, and then there was football. There was college football Saturday, which I was all in for some pretty mid football games, but I couldn't care less how the quality of the games. It was just like, starving man sees saltine cracker, he eats it, and I was loving it. And of course, now we're into game week for Michigan and Michigan State. There was a moment, that momentary fear. One fan base had like one of the worst nightmares play itself out in a game. But we'll get to that because it's the kind of thing that Michigan State needs to be thinking about. Probably the biggest story today is the Lions' cuts. As Dan Campbell met with the media today, he hates today, says it sucks, but there's a couple things about it that you got to be leery of. One is he doesn't tell. Basically, the implication that he doesn't tell guys at like spot 51, 52, 53 that they've quote unquote made it. He just doesn't tell them they've been cut yet because they need to see who else is available, who gets cut from other teams that they might have say, we'd rather have this guy than number 53, and they make that change. So he doesn't want to say to somebody, hey, you made the roster. Oh, just kidding. But today sucks. He also mentioned for those that, because you can't, it's not like you set your practice squad today. You cut your guys, and then every team has accessibility to them, and then you set your practice squad. He just tells them all that, look, we're hoping to have you back. And if they're not hoping to have a guy back, they say, you never know. You never know that you might be a guy we bring back eventually. Because when practice squad guys get moved up, because of injuries, that opens up a spot on said practice squad. So a player that you cut could make a return. But it's got to suck, right? You're like firing 40 guys.
Oh, it's got to be the worst. And some of these guys are players that have been here for a couple of years, and guys you've seen grow. But unfortunately, for them, competition is so tough on a good team with a great roster. It's really tough to make that roster, and they know it. But the message to them will obviously be, hey, keep your head up because other teams are going to be interested. You put good film out there and keep in mind we're always going to keep an eye on you. It could be, flu season again with Fluellen, like what used to happen all the time with the Lions before.
Sure felt like it.
It could be, Tom Kennedy season or whatever the case is, Uku season.
Oh.
Not that they've been announced as cuts yet, but players like that might be on the other side of the bubble.
Anyway, as news starts to trickle out today, we'll make sure we share it with you. Mondays also mean Champ and Chump of the weekend. We'll have our nominations today at 10:35. We want yours. So get them in at 248-539-9797. Hope everybody had a great weekend. It's college football game week. We'll have some Michigan and Michigan State talk mixed in today. And another series win for our Detroit Tigers on Magnum PI Day yesterday at Comerica Park. And we'll have plenty of Tiger talk today, too. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. So Dan Campbell spoke this morning and said something that is in direct contrast to something that's going on in Vegas right now as it pertains to our Detroit Lions. In Vegas, right now, ESPN Bet reported over the weekend that the Lions are the most bet team to miss the playoffs this season. They are the most bet team to miss the playoffs this season. What do you make of that?
I don't know what to make of it. That bet how you will. I think the people will look at that and say, look at the Lions from outside Detroit and say, changing coordinators doesn't always work. They can look at Philadelphia and see what happened with them, even though the next year they did it, they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But if people, maybe that just tells you that people really think that the secret to the sauce was whatever Ben Johnson was cooking has nothing to do with the team. You know, that maybe they think that the injuries are still going to be a factor because they're not going to play with Lee McNeil and several other players for a while. I don't know. This just could be one of those things. I don't know what the margin is over the next team. I don't know if I care.
Yeah.
Bet at your own peril. I wouldn't bet against this team.
No, and look, this is just a product of where the money's at. And, you know, you mentioned the coordinators. There's a schedule. There's Bears hype. There's J.J. McCarthy hype. There's Packers. I mean, look.
Is this just based on, I'm sorry, is this just based on teams that made the playoffs last year?
It just says ESPN Bet says the most bet on team to not make the playoffs is the Lions. So more people are deciding that they want to make that bet. And, I mean, okay.
Maybe it's the payout.
Could be. That could be what's attracting people. So, so that team last year would have been San Francisco, right? San Francisco went to the Super Bowl and then went 6-11.
Yeah.
Now, that's not saying the Lions are going to go 6-11. If you think the Lions are going to go 6-11, then you can bet an under, right? But kind of interesting. So there's that. You have anything else to add or no?
I'm just looking at the records from last year, and I'm thinking people really would bet against the Lions. I mean, over I don't know teams that, like a team that made it last year that would maybe struggle to make it this year. It just seems like there might be better bets, like Pittsburgh. But with Aaron Rodgers, maybe people are feeling comfortable about that. You've got Tampa. I mean, Minnesota, Green Bay, and Detroit. Maybe this is why, because you got three teams that made it from the same division.
Mm-hmm.
3 of the 4. Someone's likely not to make it out of that group. And I guess you just pick the one that lost both of their coordinators. Maybe it's just that simple. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's not how I would be betting.
No, look, I mean, I guess as part of this is just getting into the mind of where some money is going in Vegas, why people would make that bet. And it doesn't have any impact on reality. It might just tell you there's a consensus is strong, that there is a decent portion of people that think this team is bound to take a not just a small step back, but probably a pretty big step back.
Does it say what the odds are in the ESPN piece?
It doesn't. But let me see if I can find them.
I'm just curious, because if like the odds for the Lions to make the playoffs are probably, minus 130 or something, like 150. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But if it's to miss the playoffs, it's got to be plus something, I would think.
Yeah, I'll take a look at what it is. But so there's that. And then there's also Dan Campbell speaking this morning. And Dan Campbell was asked how he felt about the talent on his roster. And here's what he had to say. It's the best he's felt about what's on their roster. It's the best he's felt about it. So there's this thing in Vegas that says they're going to miss the playoffs. People putting money on them missing the playoffs, and then you got the head coach saying it's the best he's ever felt. And let's be clear here. I think Dan Campbell's established himself as being a coach that doesn't sugarcoat things. You can kind of get a sense. He wears it on his sleeve. You can kind of get a sense how he feels. It's the best he's felt about this roster. So 248-539-9797. Are you in either camp? Are you in do you feel the best about this Lions team than any, or are you scared that they are due for a step back? They're kind of two extremes, but I want to know if you're in either camp. Let's get to your phone calls. We got Andrew. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I wanted to say that I think it's, as far as the betting goes, I think it's the national media kind of not giving Dan enough credit for being the head coach. They think he's just this motivational guy that gets like rah-rah, gets them going, compared to, he's like, they make it look like he's not a part of putting the scheme together. So losing the coordinators, they're just, a lot of people think it's going to be a bigger deal because they don't give Dan enough credit. Like he said before, that he's, very offensive minded. He always was working with Ben of putting the schemes together. And yeah, he didn't come up with the fumble play and things like that, but he's the guy that says, we want to run it this much. We want to throw it this much. He's the scheme. So I think it's a lot of just Dan. It's more so not giving Dan Campbell enough credit.
Okay, interesting. I mean, look, I think of many people when he took the job here in Detroit, there was heavy Lions skepticism from our own fan base. And I think they saw him as a rah-rah guy. I remember taking calls people saying early, like when he had gotten hired, who wins this way? Who wins this way? Nobody wins the way nobody does it this way. And who's a coach that's been successful that, is remember the biting kneecaps line. And we were like, well, there's not a long list, but that doesn't mean he won't be successful. And so maybe, you think people might still be hanging on to that it's all rah-rah stuff?
Yeah, and because he's an emotional guy. There are so many interviews out there that you see him, getting emotional, tearing up and things like that. But, Brad Holmes has said before that it's almost like he likes it that way because people just keep kind of undermining Dan, and then they're shocked of how these game plans he comes up with. And, you want to be so they just don't expect much, I guess, from
Okay, interesting. 248-539-9797.
I mean, I could see it. I mean, I think there's people here in Detroit, we live and die with the Lions on a daily basis, and we have for years and years and years. And what Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes have done has been nothing short of amazing, turning over the entire roster basically in just a matter of a few years. So I understand why Dan Campbell's chesty about his team, because they have lifted the floor so much, and the ceiling is very high. But not everybody sees that. Outside of Detroit, the perception is the motivational speaker, the guy who's talking about biting kneecaps, and is that a little bit of a joke? And the guy who got all the attention for the offense was Ben Johnson. Mm-hmm. So if people think that that's what it is, that's the guy who was the real reason behind the success of the Lions offense, okay, that's fine. You can have that opinion. It's uneducated because you don't know how this thing has been built. That Dan Campbell was the guy that built it. Dan Campbell's the guy that said, Anthony Lynn's not getting it done. I'm taking it over. And when I feel ready to hand it over to somebody else, I will. And that person he handed it over to eventually became Ben Johnson. But it was Dan Campbell's offense. And by the way, Johnny Morton was part of it.
The new offensive coordinator.
Yeah, who's now the guy who's taken over is the guy who was there from the beginning, which is another part that maybe the uneducated fan out there is not taking in consideration.
All right, I found the Vegas odds on the Lions not making the playoffs. Are you in either of these camps where you're worried they won't make the playoffs this year, which is the most bet on? They're the team that's most bet on to miss the playoffs, and I got the odds on it. Like I said, we'll get to those. Or are you with Dan Campbell? Hey, this is the best roster they've ever had, and you're chesty about it. 248-539-9797. Our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, is your garage door making some weird noises, or maybe it's just not moving as quickly as it used to when you got some real questions about it? Well, here's who you call. Precision Garage Door Service. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, and they'll come out right away to your house, check out the issue, they'll diagnose the problems, and then they're going to fix it right there on the spot because they've got expert technicians in the field that know exactly what they're doing. They got a truck that's just chock full of all the parts that they need and all the equipment they need to get the job done right. I know this firsthand. I called them years ago when I was having problems. They came out, fixed the problem, and then they said, look, years down the road, you're going to need new garage doors. Remember to call us. And I did, and they were amazing. Call Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online at a time that's convenient for you at precisiondoormi.com. That's precisiondoormi.com.
All right, so Dan Campbell spoke this morning, and he talked about how tough today is. Today's the day that they basically let the players know that they did not make the 53-man, and there'll be a few guys that get no news because they, at this point, they've got a spot, but they don't want to wait to see who else gets released, and there are going to be guys down at the bottom there that are going to get their the bad news after the Lions say, "Oh, we'd rather have him than you." Somebody who's released from the Ravens or whatever. But So here are a couple of talking points, though, about what we've just been discussing. ESPN Bet says the Lions are the most bet on team to miss the playoffs. Now, that means it doesn't mean it means people are betting that because of the return more so than, say, like a Carolina. A team that's not expected to be good. More people are saying, well, I can get a good return. And I think this team, and there's not a ton of teams that are plus for this, where you can get, like, for instance, the team that has the best odds, if you want to bet it, what's the biggest return? The Buffalo Bills are plus 475. If you bet $100 on the Bills to miss the playoffs and they miss the playoffs, you win $475. The number 2 team to bet on is the Baltimore Ravens. That if you want a good return, $100 gets you $360. They're plus 360. Kansas City is plus 340 to miss the playoffs. You bet $100, you win $340. Philadelphia is plus 290 to miss the playoffs. The Lions are plus 160. So I think now, okay, so why are the Lions getting all those bets? Well, something else to consider is their strength of schedule. Tankathon has the strength of schedule. The Lions have the second toughest strength of schedule behind the New York Giants. So that might have a lot to do with it as well.
It is a toughie. Mm-hmm. That's for sure. So I could see that, I guess, if that's what people are going to look at. Fair enough.
Yeah, and
I'll buy that as a reason. I wouldn't do it, but I can understand it.
When we were out there watching ones versus ones, I walked away feeling much better about the Lions, and just a reminder how good this offense can be and how dialed in guys like Amon-Ra and Jared Goff are, how much better Terry and Arnold looks. Like, there's a bunch of things that, having witnessed the ones versus ones out there in practice, I'm feeling chesty about, right? Now, do I think they're going to win 15 games again? No, I'd take the under on that. I mean, 15-2 is incredible. And 15-2 with this schedule looks almost impossible. And yet, every stinking year, can you remind us every year, don't do it. Don't base your expectation on strength of schedule, because it's an impossible metric to predict how tough a schedule will or won't be. You warn us every year, and we do it every year.
Yeah, because that's the data we have to work off of. And I get it. On paper, we think what we think, right? But reality hasn't happened yet. And reality was the Niners were a bad team last year. And how many times did people write that up as a tough game or a loss last year? And when actually they didn't even make the playoffs. And that was a team that went to the Super Bowl. Yep. And the bets about the Lions not making the playoffs is exactly right. It's all about the numbers. If you want to get any kind of return, any possible kind of return, you got to bet on a good team to not make the playoffs. You can't bet the Browns. You'd have to bet like $2,000 to win what,
right,
$20. You know what I mean? So they start going towards the good teams. And the Lions, one of the tier 1 teams, are, if you look at it, they are the ones that lost both coordinators.
Yep.
So I think that's why the money is going there. Doesn't mean it's smart money, but if you want any kind of return.
To answer your question that you're asking the people, Doug, I'm not in either camp.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But looking at what Dan Campbell had to say, I believe part of it. I think it may be the best roster in terms of the bottom man on the roster might be better than anybody they've had the bottom man on the roster in recent years. Maybe that part I'll buy. But overall, I can't say it's the best roster they've had because there's no Frank Ragnow on this team.
Interesting,
That's a big, big guy to replace. And also, you don't have a healthy Ali McNeil to start among some others. But those are the two big ones that I look at and go, nah, I can't go with him on that. I can agree that the bottom end is better than they've ever had before. And that might be enough.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing about it, too, is you mentioned Frank Ragnow. Other things I feel better about having seen it. Tate Ratledge. I feel better about Tate Ratledge now having seen him in the ones versus ones. I mean, how many times Goff had clean pockets a lot out there at Allen Park.
Well, it's nice to know that, because he's working on the right side, that he and Penei Sewell working together are formidable. And I love knowing that Ratledge is only going to get better. So where is he starting at right now? If you want to go from 1 to 100, I mean, and 100 being the best, where is he right now? Is he at 75? Is he at 85? I don't know where he's at, but I think it's he's starting off running rather than still trying to figure it out.
All right, time for our Champ and Chump nominations. Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. I will start. My Champ of the weekend is Riley Green. He had a home run Friday. He had a home run Saturday. He also had 3 walks. He did not.
And he doesn't walk.
He did not strike out Sunday. He did not strike out Saturday. He did not strike out Friday. And the previous game was Wednesday. He has not struck out in 4 consecutive games. That is his longest streak of the year. Riley Green, my Champ of the weekend.
I like it. I like the fact that he's been drawing walks, too. And he had been drawing walks last weekend as well, which is great because that's not been part of his game this year. My champ is the Friendship Circle and everyone who helped raise over $1 million for special needs children. It's a great organization. It was started years ago, and each year they have their annual walk for charity, and people responded. It's a great organization. Congratulations to them and all those special needs kids that are not forgotten.
Where was this? Where did they do this?
I think it was in West Bloomfield. I think they typically do it in West Bloomfield. That's where it was founded.
My Chump is a conspiracy theorist that are out there pushing the narrative that the Browns are trying to sabotage Shedeur Sanders' career.
What's going on?
Why would you believe that? What good does it do the Browns to sabotage his career? If they're trying to hide him from other teams, they just wouldn't play him in the preseason. But my Chump of the weekend.
My chump is Raja Jackson. He's the son of MMA legend Rampage Jackson. Now, he didn't appreciate a prank backstage. He was at a wrestling event, kind of outside hanging with the guys, and one of the wrestlers came up to him who didn't know him, just kind of came up to him and smashed him in the side of the head with an empty can, and it looked like he was going to start a fight. And the guy did it because this is what wrestlers do backstage, kind of joke around. This might be something they do in the ring, and he didn't take kindly to it. A lot of words exchanged. Eventually, calmer heads prevailed. And the guy apologized and shook his hand. They shook hands and it seemed like it was cool. And then the promoter or one of the other wrestlers said, hey, let's do an angle where Raja comes in the ring at the end of the match and kind of spoils it for you and get a little revenge on you. Like, oh, sounds good. Well, they do that. Raja goes into the ring, picks up this wrestler, slams him to the ground. And when he slams him to the ground, like his father used to do in the MMA, knocked the guy unconscious with the slam, then mounts him and starts raining down actual punches. I mean, MMA ground and pound punches to a guy who's unconscious and he hits him like 20 times before other wrestlers jump in the ring, grab him and take him into the corner. Eventually they get him out of the ring. He walks out of the ring. And meanwhile, he gets a phone call from the guy and says, dude, what the hell was that? I mean, the guy's he's in the ring. He's like flatlining, man. I mean, we don't know if he's going to make it. Almost killed the guy in the ring because he didn't like a prank that was played on him. Unbelievable. We haven't heard yet if there's any charges going to be filed. The police are looking into it, but it's just a horrible situation. If anybody saw the viral video over the weekend, it's sickening. Absolutely sickening.
Get your Champ and Chump votes in, 248-539-9797. We do it every Monday here at Carson Anderson and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. All right, so you got Dan Campbell saying this is the best roster they've had. And you've got the Lions also being a popular bet to miss the playoffs out in Vegas. Are you in either camp? Are you really gravely concerned about this season, or are you chesty about this season? And if you are in either camp, give us the reason why. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up, plus your Champ and Chump votes on a Monday edition of Karsh and Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, let me tell you about CGC Home Services, specializing in providing top-tier plumbing, air purification, and water treatment services. An authorized independent Connecticut dealer, CGC Home Services offers the best whole house and water treatment system. CGC Home Services, fully licensed plumbers, will handle all your plumbing needs. With all the air quality alerts in our area, your family needs Aris Active Pure technology. We've got one in our house, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. For water and air purification, plumbing too, call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242 today. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. You got Dan Campbell, super chesty about his roster, said this morning it's the best he's ever felt about it. And then you got in Vegas that the Lions are the most bet on team, according to ESPN Bet. I mean, look, this is not necessarily Vegas. We use the term Vegas to describe what trends in betting, but ESPN Bet is saying that the Lions are the most bet on team to miss the playoffs, which means people like the plus 160 more than really anything. They see a, although that doesn't feel like a good return, does it?
No, it doesn't. And I'm surprised that's what it is.
Yeah.
You got all these other teams are plus 3 something. The Lions are plus 160.
Yeah. Well, they're the fifth. Did I say 4 teams? Baltimore, Buffalo, Kansas City, and Philly have longer odds. But it must be schedule driven, and it must be they lost their coordinators. Part of the schedule is they play in the toughest division in football last year with 3 teams with double-digit wins was pretty damn impressive. 248-539-9797. Are you in either camp out there? Are you super chesty or are you gravely concerned?
I'm looking at Philadelphia's schedule. Not only do they play Washington twice within division, Dallas twice in division, they're at Kansas City this year. They play Denver. They play Detroit. Mm-hmm. They play the Chargers, and they play Buffalo. I mean, that's not exactly an easy schedule. And yet they're like plus 290 or something, I think you said.
Yeah.
You know what it is, Doug?
What?
No respect for the Lions.
No respect.
No respect.
They can play the no respect card if they so choose. Chip on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Prove everybody wrong. Feedback coming in. Chump, I actually hate saying this, but Jack Flaherty, he just can't string starts together. Champ, Tommy Fleetwood, what a moment for that guy. I thought about Fleetwood.
Yeah, it was a great moment for Tommy Fleetwood. Not a great moment for Jack Flaherty there when things fell apart.
All with 2 outs.
In the 6th inning. Yeah, it was just so strange.
It was really weird. There's 2 outs, nobody on. And then it's like base knock, double, home run.
Getting the job done until he wasn't getting the job done. That was really unfortunate.
6? He gave up 6 runs with 2 outs. Jonathan India opened the inning striking out and closed it by popping out and made 2 outs in an inning. But in between, a lot of damage done. 6 runs. It was 2 outs, nobody on.
Strikeout, ground out, and then you had things started getting weird. A base hit, and then Yastrzemski hit the double that just found a right spot in the outfield. Another base hit, and then the home run. And you're like, all right, well, the home run's legit. Yeah, that's a problem. Then he settles down.
Pasquantino, who is he's
destroying the Tigers.
What is it? 6 of the last 7 games. He's hit a bomb.
He's become the new Tiger killer, right? So whatever, but
killing everybody.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because I thought, watching the game, Flaherty was pitching well, and until he wasn't. And that's just how it kind of is with Jack Flaherty. And then you look back, okay, it's Kansas City. Better than 500 team, Kansas City. So I guess, does this qualify as a good team that he finally breaks that streak where he was pitching really well against good teams? I don't give up on him. I still think there's a lot there with Jack Flaherty. I was surprised at how things unfolded, like you said, with 2 outs in that inning to start it off.
Champ Kyle Allen, 3 straight preseason games where he looks great, and that TD pass to Tesla was beautiful. Chump, Jack Flaherty, he's so inconsistent. How do you trust him in the postseason? That's from Ja.
That pass was amazing. Just perfectly in stride. Just it was like that's a practice pass. They run those routes all the time in practice when there's nobody covering. It's just a drill. Hey, receiver's going to sprint down the side, or not even sprint. He's just running, and the quarterback just kind of lobs it up in the air, a 30-yard pass. They do it every day. They got to do it in the game, and it worked because Tesla was just wide open.
Let's get to your phone calls. Chuck on a cell. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Chuck.
Hi, guys. My champ is Zach McKinstry. I think he's back, and when he's on, the Tigers go. And my chump is like Gator. I don't know if he said it was his chump. That Medvedev thing is just stupid, that tantrum he threw. And on the Lions, I think that bet is a wrong bet. Well, it's not a wrong bet. It's just I wouldn't bet it. I don't think anybody's going to stop our offense. We still have an elite offense. And on defense, we have Hutchback, and that's going to make a huge difference.
it's going to make a huge difference. I mean, it's it's amazing. Like, you forget how much one player matters. Ask the Tigers how much Kerry Carpenter matters. Like, through that whole losing streak, he wasn't there, and then he's back. Ask, Hutch. Hutch was a problem in the ones versus ones. They have Hutch rules in practice, and Goff says he wrecks practice the way Aaron Donald used to. Like, it is a big deal getting him back.
Oh, yeah. I think he's going to disrupt every quarterback that we face. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Hopefully he does that. McKinstry, by the way, is 6 for his last 12. Mm-hmm. He has raised his OPS during that time from 768 to 794 because he's got a home run and a couple of triples in that, out of those 6 hits. Good to see him get back to the all-star level play that he was in the first half. I don't know. Again, I never know if it's sustainable with Zach McKinstry, but they've been giving him this opportunity all season long, and he's run with it.
How about Andy Dirks, too, calling out 2 outs here. He could score on a single.
Yeah.
And then what happens? They get a single, and he scores.
They really push it with him.
Well, I mean, instead of going first to third, they went first to fourth. And, he also Dirks also had a great call yesterday about Wenzel Perez. Just keep fouling off pitches, wasting good pitches, and then pounce on a mistake. Pitch, crack, like that. And Wenzel went deep. Dirks is really good.
I think he's great.
Yeah, but McKinstry going first to third and first to home on a single, like, he really is just squeezing the most out of every opportunity, and he's such an asset to this team. And, yeah, he went through a cold slump as well, but he's back helping.
Andy Dirks made a comment yesterday about McKinstry, and at the time I'm like, that's a little bit of hyperbole, but then you start thinking about it, because maybe not. Saying that he's the best runner, the best base runner once he's on base. Because he's always being aggressive and pushing it to go to first to third, and to your point of getting home on that play. I mean, he's forcing things to happen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he started a rally the other game with going first to third, and the throw comes in, hits him in the helmet, and he scores, and it's a lead run. Like, ooh, that just happened? Yep. He just manufactured that all on his own because he's paying attention. And Dirks was talking about how he takes the right route to the bases. Hits it on the inside of the base when he's supposed to, and he's just cutting the angles perfectly, and he is. He's not the fastest guy. He's fast, but he's not the fastest guy. And yet you look at him, and all he does is steal bases and score. He's been great.
Been really, really good of late. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Tony next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Tony?
Hey, man, listen. They're going to make the playoffs. They're going to get 11 wins. And I think they'll make it to the big dance. I really do. I think they had a good personnel group. I think they got good people at every position. So it doesn't matter what the national media says. They can go suck it, but I think they're going to make it.
Well, Tony, just
they're
to be clear,
going to make it. Say it with me, you guys. They're going to make it.
They're going to make it. And it's not the national media, of course. It's just a bet. And apparently it is the most popular team to bet.
Well, they're following it. They're following it, man. They're sucking it up like dummies. They're sucking it up. Listen, they're going to make it to the playoffs. I'm a Michigan transplant stuck in Wisconsin. It sucks over here. I hate the Packers and I hate the Bears, and I definitely hate Ben Johnson. See you guys later.
Take care, Tony. I had my finger on the trigger there that whole time with that guy. I thought he was going to cross a line.
He kept it fair.
Yeah, he did. He stayed in bounds.
He did.
Alan in Bloomfield, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Alan.
Hey, you guys. Really enjoy the show. Tommy Fleetwood definitely is the champ, and maybe Live Golf Tour might be the chump, although I wasn't there, but there is some bad press on it. But I wanted to get to Tesla. And on another, yesterday on one of your programs, they were talking about predictions on this kid. And to me, he's the Zach McKinstry. You just covered McKinstry. 6'4", runs a 4.45, catches the ball with his hands, prerequisite number 1, and he can block. So now, even though we've got concerns the offensive line, the playbook for Mr. Morton gets a little bit wider. He's going to challenge vertically, going to throw the ball longer to Williams, and they've already said they're going to spread Gibbs out. You've got a rookie guard that runs a 4.940, and you're going to have Tesla, and he's going to use plays on the outside. So running the ball up the middle is a concern, but they were probably going to move the ball outside and down the field more anyway. So this offense is tight. Last year, 564 points. If you can't win 11, 12 games scoring 500 points in this league, then your defense is a sieve, and this defense just got better. So I think they're going to have a very successful year. And like the other caller, by the end of the year with McNeil back and if everybody stays healthy, they're definitely in there for the dance.
So
They could go all the way
Tesla
this year.
is a really interesting prospect because Brad Holmes helped build draft boards that landed Cooper Kupp. And Brad Holmes drafted Amon-Ra. And Brad Holmes now has another mid-round receiver here that could be a real find. And I'm glad they have him. And he is a depth piece. They didn't need a great like fourth or fifth wide receiver. I want to have a great player every backup to be great. It's really hard to predict what impact he will have on this season if everyone else stays healthy. If they don't, and invariably there are injuries, just are they going to come at the wide receiver spot? Because I don't want to take away targets to Amon-Ra, J-Mo, Gibbs, Laporta. And maybe not even Khalif and Tim Patrick, but, I could see him pushing for – he's going to get on the field. Is he going to break in like those top four? I want them all – getting the bulk of the targets, but you want a great player everywhere, but it's really hard to predict what kind of impact he's going to have.
Yeah, I mean that's the competition right there. It's that with the wide receiver spot, he's not competing with J-Mo and Amon-Ra or Laporta or Gibbs. He's competing with Patrick and Khalif Raymond, and I'm not, Raymond is always listed as number 3 receiver.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's just because it's no question he's on the roster because of his return capabilities and also he's a competent receiver. But I'm not sure if that necessarily means he's third in the pecking order of wide receivers to get footballs thrown to him. Isaac Tesla has done a great job in his training camp to let everybody know that he's a guy, he's a force to be reckoned with. But I'm like you. I think people might be building up the expectations way too high for a guy who probably won't get that many targets because he is a rookie.
If everyone stays
and
healthy.
everybody else that's ahead of him.
Yeah, if everyone stays healthy. I don't want this to be misinterpreted. I love that they went out and found another player that looks like he can help. And when we saw him go against the ones, he made some catches in practice in the scrimmages, the joint practices. So, it's an awesome asset to have. That's more of a on standby asset than a immediate impact asset. 248-539-9797. Now, others might disagree with that. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Unnamed texter, champ, Tommy Fleetwood, chump, Shiloh Sanders. Fight got cut. Champ Tommy Fleetwood he kept his head up and continued the process. Chump Shiloh Sanders, one punch that likely cost him a spot in Tampa Bay. It's from Todd in Ann Arbor. Champ the Tigers for winning another series on their way to the World Series. Chump, any chumps betting the Lions to not make the playoffs. The house always wins. Bet against the trend. That's from Dante in Royal Oak. So there you go. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Scott. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Scott.
Hey, good morning, boys. How are you?
All right.
Good. Hey, so my champ of the weekend is Live Golf Tour. Don't know what that guy was talking about. Didn't even go. He's chumping it. But we went, my wife and my son, 9. We had a blast. Absolute blast. Golf was great. Crowd was electric. Just people everywhere. Tens of thousands of people probably. We stayed for the concert, Imagine Dragons, afterwards. That was awesome. They played for like an hour and 40 minutes, which was crazy for just like a show after a golf.
I'll say this, I'm not a fan of the Live Tour at all, but I was curious to see what it looked like, and I haven't played that golf course, and I wanted to see. It looked on TV absolutely immaculate. The course looked amazing, and to hear the players talk about it after the players love the course. The only thing a reason I can think of why somebody's going to chump it for the weekend is it might be because the bad publicity they got with the Bill Hobson situation, the guy from Michigan Golf
Live,
who they revoked his credential because he didn't like a podcast that he did with Pat Perez. And which is ridiculous to revoke his credential because Bill Hobson's like harmless. And it's unfortunate. But otherwise, for the golf, I made it a point to try to watch it this weekend. I don't really love the format that they have. It's interesting, but I hate the fact that they're taking great golfers away from the PGA Tour for their own good. But it looked like it was so well received. It was well attended. People had fun, and the golf was great.
It absolutely was. We followed Bryson for a few holes. We followed Rahm for a few holes, Nicholson for a few holes, and just the amount of people that just went to them. It was nuts. And when those dudes hit the ball, it is different from anything you ever hear from us just, slumming it around on the course. Those things sound like gunshots when they go off. It was awesome. My boy had a blast.
From a fan standpoint, like parking and getting a shuttle bus and all that, I assume that was part of it. Did that work smoothly?
That was super smooth. They had Greyhound buses lined up 15, 20 deep, shoving 50 people on, getting to the course. It was a 5-minute ride, air-conditioned bus. Parking was free off of, I think it was Ridge Road, and like this. I don't know. I'm not from that area, so I'm not really for sure. But it was super simple to get to. It was, everything was easy, and that was great.
Who's your chump?
It was so much fun. My chump is for personal reasons. It's also at the Live Tour. It's a former Michigan basketball player, now ESPN analyst. I'll let you guys guess. He had his little group with him, and he was, they have stuff for kids to do, chips and putts and stuff like that. And he was right in front of us, like 6 people behind us, and he just kind of got to the front of the line and just did his thing. And I'm like, dude, you could have waited, took some pictures. He had Isaiah Thomas with him and John Sally, and they took pictures with everybody, which was really cool. But I'm like, man, just wait a minute, take some pictures with the people, man. You're millionaires. It's a chipping thing for kids. What are you doing?
So I struggle with Live. I can't stand its existence.
I know you do.
And like my man wanted to go and have fun, and anybody that went to have fun, I think you've watered down professional golf. And I can't bring myself to care about their events. I just don't care. I give 0 Fs. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry to those that love it. And, last week it was going on, and I am thinking, okay, this is weird because we are so pro Detroit, supporting Detroit events. I can't stand Liv's existence. I wish it was never a thing.
I've spent less than 20 minutes of my life watching Live Golf prior to this event because, like you, I'm very much the same thoughts about it. I can't stand it. I can't stand that they went and rated some of the best talent that the PGA Tour had. And really, when it comes down to it, it's they didn't raid a ton because some of these guys just haven't panned out to be great golfers anymore. I mean, they're still good, but Bryson's great, John Rahm is great, and then there's some other contenders there. Otherwise, they just have some names. And I don't like that. I don't like that they robbed that from the PGA Tour. I wish that it was adjacent. Like this was something that would happen in between events of the PGA Tour if they wanted to do some sort of team concept, because I don't mind the team concept. Love the Ryder Cup. Or maybe this is something that happens after the PGA Tour is done, like it's basically done now after the Tour Championship. They'll have events the rest of the year, but they're just different. But they didn't do that. They decided they wanted to compete with the PGA Tour and take the golfers, and I hate that. That being said, I probably spent a couple hours over the weekend watching this event, and it was only because it was in Plymouth at a course that anybody can play, and I wanted to see what the course looked like, and it looked phenomenal, and I can't wait to play on that golf course because it looks amazing. And it did look like it was extremely well attended, and people had a great time, despite the fact that, like you, I don't like its existence.
I don't like it. And, it's contradictory how I normally feel. Let's support all Detroit area events, but
yeah, you're not really treating it with respect.
I'm not. I was happy to see a golf reporter for Sports Business Journal reported that the Tour Championship had its most watched first round in 22 years on Thursday. The Golf Channel averaged 816,000 viewers, up 80% year over year. It's the best since 2003 when it was on ESPN in November. Thursday peaked at more than 1.1 million. That's from the regular old PJ. I'm good for them.
Imagine when the numbers come in for yesterday.
Here's the thing. It's clearly hostility on my part because we talk about Detroit events that I also don't love, but we support them. And I'm not.
This is close to you.
I know. I don't care. I do not care about. I don't even know who won. Do you?
Well, it was a team event, and I do know who won. The John Rahm's team won.
Okay. Cool. 248.
Well, actually, I hate to say it, it was cool. They went to a playoff, and his team, they took the top two golfers from his team against the top two golfers from Bryson's team, and they beat them out in the second playoff hole. You can, I get
know,
it. You're tuning it out,
huh?
which is unfortunate because I think you're missing out on something. I
don't feel.
Cool.
I got to tell you, I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. I just don't care. But
it was in our backyard.
Yeah. Are you gonna watch? Are you gonna watch Live now?
Not even a minute.
Okay.
But if it comes back to Detroit or comes back to Plymouth, I will, because I thought it was great for here.
And dude took his kid and had a good time. No hostility towards him. But I think what they did with Bill Hobson was.
You sure you don't hate him and his kid?
No, I don't hate him and his kid.
What they did to Hobson was ridiculous.
It was just absurd.
It's stupid. It's very short-sighted and sophomoric.
Guys, we're a little over a week away from the pro football season. It's time to get your fantasy football draft party completed, right? Lucky for you, Twin Peaks is ready to host your group. They're ordering up special perks to league commissioners as well as special treats for the rest of the league. You won't find a better place to have a draft than with 50-plus TVs, their famous 29-degree draft beer, extensive bar featuring all your favorite high-end bourbons and tequilas, and a scratch kitchen serving up the best bar food you've ever had. Twin Peaks should be your football destination all season long, boasting the best game day atmosphere apart from being at an actual game. Got a taste of it this weekend, college football action. You got the Friday night game here in state. You got a full slate Saturday. And, of course, the opener in Ann Arbor at 7:30 on Saturday night. You won't want to be anywhere else. It is Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. We got open lines. It is game week for Michigan and Michigan State. Both coaches. Jonathan Smith speaks today, right? He usually speaks on Tuesday of game week, but since they play on Friday, I suspect he'll speak today. Sharon Moore will speak amongst reports that they've named Bryce Underwood their starting quarterback in a game Saturday night against the New Mexico Lobos. Getting some Lobo intel.
Taking on the Wolves, huh?
Taking on the, the Lobos. So they've come out with a really cool new home uniform, like this turquoise old throwback from a 70s uniform they used to wear. That I don't suspect I don't know if they have a road version. I didn't see. But their home uniform looks sick. I like it a lot. But 248-539-9797. Bucket is filling up, Scott.
Yeah?
Bucket is filling up.
Is Michigan still going to go with a winged helmet?
They are.
Still going on?
Yeah. Sounds like they've made that decision, yeah. Let's go to your phone calls. John is next on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Before I get started, my neighbor keeps parking in front of my house, and I talked to him about it. Now his mother's doing it, so I'm going to have to go over there and sweep the leg, I think.
Maybe not
But
sweep the
anyway,
leg. Maybe just
she's
go
like
over
an
there and try to treat him with kindness and say, hey, do me a favor, pretty
I
please.
tried that. She's 85. I'm going to sweep the leg. That's it. Anyway, she could take it.
We recommend
So
against
anyway, the Lions. People talk about the coordinators and all that stuff about the Lions didn't do offense with gadgets. They have talented people at all positions. They have talented people. When you got like minimal talent or above average talent a little bit, you want to do trick plays because you have to compensate. But these guys are all like talented people. So people quit worrying about the offense. It's going to be fine. The defense, Hudson's coming back. What don't people understand? Half the team, the defense was out last year. What is going on? People are slow. I don't know what's happening. They don't understand this. People think the Lions are going to they're going to win 14 games, I think, again. 13 games, 14 games again. I don't see why they would not. And they're putting so much emphasis on J.J. McCarthy. I love Michigan. I'm a Michigan man. But no, the Lions are going to win the division again, probably going away. Green Bay, Love is overrated. He's a clown. He can't stay healthy. Hurt his pinky, his finger, whatever's going on with him. So anyway, all you fans out there for the Lions, don't worry about it. And all the Detroit fans, I'm getting sick of the national media and people dogging Detroit out. We got 3 teams on the uprise. 2 teams can win championships. Another team on the uprise. And the Red Wings, if they get their doodle together, they can do something too. That's all I got to say.
Well, look, I mean, John, there's a lot to like with Detroit sports right now, and I agree with you. And it's a very exciting time. And quite frankly, the climb to the top is really, really, it's a fun ride for fans, provided you get to the top. You just don't know if you're going to get there. Let's keep in mind that this is a bet in Vegas that's apparently very, very popular. According to ESPN Bet, the Lions are the most bet on team to miss the playoffs. It's schedule driven. It's tough. And look, you think Jordan Love can't stay healthy? Do you think Marcus Davenport can? Like, they're relying on him a lot, and I hope he does. But Hutch's return is massive. It is a huge deal. They've got one of those guys now, right?
They do. And, one of the concerns that you might have over a player coming back from injury is, are they going to be tentative? Mm-hmm. He's not. Don't have to worry about that at all.
Practice.
Not only that, but, he revealed last week that there was a play that happened about 3 weeks ago where he got leg whipped in practice, and same type of play that broke his leg last year that, he kind of went down and went, oh, all right. Oh, this is good. He's got a titanium rod in here. I'm good. Mm-hmm. No worries. Which is huge because you can understand that if you get into this similar situation, how's that going to be? Are you going to freak out by that? Is it going to be weighing on your mind? And it's not. It's not on his mind at all. He knows he can go.
248-539-9797. Mondays mean champ and chump. Get your votes in. Of course, we do have open lines. We go to Art, who's next. Hello, Art.
Hey, always a pleasure to talk with you guys. Guys, I got to get this off my chest and help me out.
Okay.
As excited as I am about the Lions, it's just ticking me off that they haven't signed Hutch to an extension. And it's starting to irritate me because I know the implications, and I keep wanting him to get signed before Dallas signs Parsons. We got all kind of rookie contracts coming to an end, so anything we can save as far as maybe getting a hometown discount or doing something to get Hutch signed before the season starts would be helpful, because I'll guarantee you, if he signs after Parsons, he's going to break the bank. And then the other thing I had for you guys is, I'm just curious, if you ask me who is more important to their defense, Hutch to the Lions or Parsons to Dallas, I'd say Hutch all day long, man. So I don't get why they haven't signed him yet.
Well, it takes two sides. One of the reasons is because he still has 2 years left on his contract, and typically these things get done 1 year out. If you can get it done 2 years out, you can save some money. I would wonder if maybe Hutch's camp made a little unnerved by the injury last year, might be quicker on the trigger finger to sign a contract a year early. But that's part of the business. You got to keep in mind that they can talk to Hutch all they want. It sounds like they are talking, and it might get done.
Yeah, we talked to Rod Wood last week when we were at the Lions training camp, and I did not get the impression they were concerned at all about getting a deal done. I think they're going to get a deal done when a deal gets done, whether it's during the course of the season or after the season or in the next 24 hours. It doesn't matter. I had the impression they're going to get a deal done. Now, will it end up costing him more based on the Parsons situation? It might, but the Parsons situation is interesting because it looks like that's a real problem in Dallas, that they're not meeting the parameters of what's respectable to Micah Parsons, and there's the owners said some things he probably shouldn't say in public. Yeah, and I'm curious to see what ends up happening there. Is he actually going to get traded or not? I doubt he gets traded. He's too valuable. As far as who's more valuable to each team's defense, I mean, I don't know. I'm not paying too much. I'm paying attention to the Lions. We know Hutch is vitally important to the Detroit Lions defense. I suspect that Micah Parsons is vitally important to Dallas's defense.
I think the odds of a Hutch contract getting done are so high, I don't worry about it. I think they're going to get it done.
Yeah, this is not like an Ndamukong Suh situation.
No. And they've also been exceptionally good at signing guys at the appropriate time. I mean, you're going to make some mistakes because it's an unforgiving game and unpredictable futures, and injuries play a role. That's just life of the life in the NFL. But they're going to get the Hutch deal done. 248-539-9797. DJ in Detroit, you're next. Hello, DJ.
Gentlemen, what's happening with you? All right.
Hey, good. How you doing, DJ?
I'm cool, man. I'm just sitting digesting this betting stuff and all this stuff, and I'm just standing back looking at this like, I don't understand why they just first of all, I had us going 10-7, but going to the Super Bowl this year. That's number one. Number two, didn't the Eagles lose both their coordinators and still go and win the Super Bowl or something like that? I think I'm pretty sure that they did, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so with that being said, with our Lions, the biggest concern with our Lions, believe it or not, man, is not the obvious, which is Jared Goff. If he goes down, you ain't got to be an astrophysicist to know the season is over. The biggest concern and reason why we're going to win or lose games, in my mind, is Ratliff, Mahogany, and Hutchinson. Those three players right there are going to be the determining factors of how our season goes, because if Ratliff and Mahogany come in and can be 70 to 80% of what Zeitler and Ragnar was, the ship is going to keep sailing. Like, we keep hearing all this Isaac Tesla, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he's an addition. We scored like 500 points last year, guys. So how much more is Tesla going to give us? That's not the priority. Dan Campbell and that staff know, because I've heard him say it, that offensive line is the bread and butter. So if Ratliff and Mahogany is good, we'll be fine, fellas. That's going to determine this season in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's an area that looked good in practice. It looked good in the joint practices. We really won't know until they take the field, and all eyes will be on the center of that offensive line to make sure that they can get the job done. I mean, Dan Campbell caught himself a little bit last week and just saying that Ratliff looked like a seasoned vet, and they said, I don't want to get too carried away, but he really passed the test in the combined practices. So, I don't think you're off. I think you're right on.
I'll just leave you guys with this, and this is just me watching this over the last. We all know when that offensive line is humming, we get good Jared Goff. When the line is not humming, we get bad Jared Goff. We can't get running lanes for Jahmyr Gibbs and Montgomery. So that offensive line is the key to all this. So let's relax and wait and see how those kids do. Then we'll have a better assessment by week 8, in my opinion.
And you're probably right about Tesla, who has stolen the headlines. He's been great. He's been exciting. Probably the third most important rookie.
Probably, yeah. I would agree with you.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback, more of your champ and chump votes. We'll talk some college football, Michigan and Michigan State. Expect to hear both coaches today. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. So Mondays mean champ and chump. Get your champ and chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? College football game week. All right, so if you watched week 0, something happened on week 0. Two things happened on week 0, but one of them, it's kind of like your worst nightmare. That's not your worst nightmare, but it's one of the things you fear as a fan.
Street sweeper coming and chasing after you?
No, that and the falling in an elevator, the recurring nightmares that I actually have. But yes, Kansas State's playing Iowa State. And Kansas State has a great running back named Dylan Edwards. He is electric. And Kansas State's defense gives up a first down and forces a punt. Iowa State punts. Kansas State, their punt returner is Dylan Edwards. punts back in, backs him up inside the 10. He's at about the 5-yard line. The ball hits him right as one of the gunners gets down there, and Dylan Edwards fumbles. Okay, so you've got your best player back there on punt return, and he fumbled the punt, and Iowa State recovered. Now, Kansas State's defense held and actually got a turnover themselves. But Dylan Edwards on punt return hurt his ankle and was out for the game. And so, Michigan State, you start thinking about like your most critical player, your best player getting hurt in the first couple of minutes of the opener. And it quite frankly, I thought really impacted Kansas State. And, I mean, that's their best player. Losing your best player, their first touch, is like a nightmare scenario for fans.
Yeah, well, it's no different. We've seen it before. Ohio State against LSU in the national championship game years ago. Was it Ted Ginn Jr. returned a kick for a touchdown, and during the celebration got hurt? He was their best player.
Yep.
He was done. Colt McCoy leading Texas against Alabama in the national championship game, getting down, I think it was the first drive, down around the goal line, and then gets hit and knocked out of the game for the rest of the game, and it's not competitive because they had to go their backup.
Yeah. So those were huge moments in big games. This isn't, this is the opener, and who knows I don't know how long Dylan Edwards is out. You wait all summer, you can't wait, and then bang, your best player's out the first time they touch the ball. So a couple things about that. I mean, look, as fans of Michigan State, do you get worried about your best players playing special teams? Because I remember years ago, Tyrone Wheatley got hurt in punt coverage, but they said, look, we put our best guys out there. We take special teams very seriously. And so,
I mean,
that wasn't
ways.
Punt return. That was punt coverage.
Yeah, I mean, it goes both ways. Sometimes you want to highlight that player because they're special. Tim Brown was returning punts for Notre Dame and won the Heisman Trophy because of his effort on a Friday night or Saturday night game against Michigan State, returned 2 for touchdowns. Your best player, he's awesome.
Desmond Howard
did the same thing. Michigan State with Charles Rogers. Charles was a huge piece of their team on special teams. So I think you'd love to have enough depth where you don't have to do that. But in the end, you're trying to win games, and your best players sometimes have to be counted on to do a little bit more, and coaches really value special teams. It matters. We hear them talking today in the NFL. One of the talking points about the new kickoff rules and all that is that maybe because of if you fair catch a ball, it's at the 35-yard line now. Does this mean that more teams are going to be kicking the ball so that they get the return? And if that's the case, then why not put more of your starters out there and get your best guys out there to have the best opportunity for a big return? There's risk and reward, obviously.
So there is breaking news this morning in Ann Arbor and East Lansing. At this hour, Sherrell Moore meeting with the media and has made it official. Bryce Underwood will start at quarterback for Michigan on Saturday night. True freshman gets that call. Gator, I've seen a little bit in practice, and I will tell you that there are wow moments and then there's whoa moments. And expect it during the year is what I tell fans. Freshmen, you just don't know until you get under the bright lights, and everything speeds up. And so there'll be some growing pains with him, but he's an incredibly talented kid. I will say this. I remember years ago when I was working sidelines, and I used to be the guy that, and I think a lot of fans get really excited about the freshman. Why isn't he playing? Why isn't that?
Right.
Yeah. And I realized being down there when the freshman came running down that tunnel for the first time, and I'd see him, and I'm like, oh, because he's a child. That's why he looked. The seniors look like men.
That's what 6'3", 175 looks like.
And Dylan McCaffrey is the one I remember, the quarterback, where I was like, he really needs to hit the training table and hit the weight room,
like his brother.
Yeah, and so Bryce Underwood does not look that way. He looks like he's 22, 23.
There are guys that step in and do that. Lamar Woodley.
Yep. Well, the Duckett.
TJ Duckett was an absolute man.
Yeah.
When he came to Michigan State. Josh Thornhill was like that as well. But yeah, I think the first two that come to mind are Duckett and Lamar Woodley for me. Both of those guys were just massive individuals and made immediate impacts.
So Bryce Underwood's getting a call. The other thing is Michigan State announced this hour that they're bringing back tailgating at MUN.
Yes.
Did you see this?
I did, and I was starting to do a little bit of research on it. So they have something that's called the MUN tailgate.
Didn't that get canceled like in the 90s?
I don't know if it was the 90s or it was the 2000s, but they're taking advantage of the space now, and they have like an actual, I think there's an actual parking lot, but it's passes only. It's probably, I'm sure it's sold out at this point, but there's an area, I guess, of MUN where you can bring your tailgate to the tailgate area. Not the parking lot, but the actual field where they can have the tailgating at. And they're also having a beer garden out there and food options too, so that anybody can go there and if you didn't bring your stuff for a tailgate, that you can go out there and partake as well. So
from the official release, the 517 Beer Garden, located directly across from the south entrance to MUN Ice Arena at the north end of MUN Field, will feature multiple bars and food service areas. A variety of food options will be available for purchase, including entrees, snacks, and desserts. The bars are slated to serve beer, seltzer, and craft cocktails. Non-alcoholic drinks are available. Patrons are required to show ID at time of purchase. To streamline service and reduce wait times, the 517 Beer Garden will operate a fully cashless experience. Credit cards, debit cards, and mobile payment methods will be accepted.
So that's cool. They're bringing back an area that was of massive appeal to Spartan fans, being able to tailgate at MUN, but beware that the parking isn't a guarantee. You have to have a pass, and I don't know how many parking passes they have available, but the tailgate area itself, that's accessible, and it sounds like a great idea.
Game week.
It is game week, man. I was at my mom's last night, and I was talking to her, and she said, "So what'd you do this weekend?" I was telling her, week 0 in college football. She goes, "Well, when did they start?" I said, "Well, they actually technically started this weekend, but Michigan State get going this upcoming weekend. Michigan State plays Friday night, and Michigan is on Saturday. So this it gets real. It gets real, and it's starting to sink in. It's getting real."
Yep. Coaches' press conferences, one of my favorite things. Depth charts, although Michigan eliminated theirs.
I don't know if State does a depth chart anymore either.
Depth chart, God, I just love a good depth chart, a fresh depth chart. Give me a depth chart. Let me take a look.
Depth charts and artist renderings.
Yeah, I've cooled on artist renderings because I figure I'm struggling with artist renderings because artist renderings I have discovered oversell the actual what it looks like. And the one I'll never forget, the one that really tilted me in that direction after seeing it happen on a number of occasions, was the Detroit sign that they put on 94. And there were people complaining because it wasn't as big as the artist renderings made it look. And I'm like, well, yeah, but it's something, it's a beautification project and there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, but it's not as big as the artist renderings. I'm like, well, the artist renderings were inaccurate. But anyway.
Yeah, you don't always see a guy with an acoustic guitar playing to his girlfriend.
Yeah,
you don't always see that.
Kids with cotton candy and ice rinks. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Demetrius in Flint. You're on 97.1. What's up, Demetrius?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Somebody's walking a dog in the artist rendering all the time, too.
That's
always.
true.
It's got to be that.
Always.
Right?
There are always dog-friendly parks. Yep.
Exactly. So if I can circle back to the Lions a little bit, I struggle with this idea that they're going to fall off. The Frank thing, I get it. That's my only slight concern. But and I'm not objective, right? My whole thing is always silver cornbread, blue Kool-Aid, me and Doug Karsh at Atwood Stadium with WEYI jackets on.
There you
That's
go.
my life every day. Right?
Let's go.
So if we're talking about coordinators, I think about it and I say, okay, I get it. People love Ben Johnson, but if you really think about this, the triangle of Ben Johnson, Declan Doyle, and Dennis Allen, do we think they're better than Dan Campbell, John Morton, and Kelvin Shepard? Because by far, the best of the six is Dan Campbell. So if you're telling me my roster is better in the Bears example, which I'm hearing people say the Bears might win the division, and it drives me insane. I don't know where the fall off is. The culture's the same. We have all pro to Pro Bowl level talent at every position group with the possible exception of linebacker, but I think Jack Campbell's going to fix that for me this year. What am I missing? Where's this fall off?
I guess the fall off could be in the O line, and that could be devastating for the offense. And yet, there's reason to like this group that they've put together. And in terms of Mahogany last year, was what do you have, mono and missed the preseason.
Yeah.
And by the time he got out there, he eventually got out there and he looked great. And you mix in a rookie that they're trying to temper their excitement about. That's the biggest question in terms of personnel offensively. And then defensively, we have yet to see it. Until we see it, I kind of get it. So
My short answer to your question, though, is I think this is the best roster I've seen in my life. And I fully expect them to be in the NFC Championship game. No matter where it's played, I like our chances.
It's one game, one and done. And, I like their chances, too. It is a talented group. And if people are out there for the joint practices, way more reassuring than any preseason game. I will tell you that. 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Champ and Chump every Monday. We'll talk some Tigers afternoon as we barely touched on our first place baseball team who won another series over Kansas City and created a wider gulf between themselves and the rest of the division and that first round bye. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and many law firms don't specialize. They focus on many different areas of the law. Because of specialization, well, it shouldn't be a surprise. They have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan, largest truck accident settlement as well. So check them out for yourself. Go to the website, autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. And remember that Michigan Auto Law puts people over everything. Autolaw.com. You know, it's funny. Kang told people don't do it, and then he did it himself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that story today at 12:20. He warned people, then he did it himself. So again, 12:20 for that. 248-539-9797. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson. If you're just joining us, a couple of announcements. One is tailgating is back at Munn in East Lansing, and Bryce Underwood will start at quarterback for Michigan. Those two things announced today. Lions, today is likely the day that many of the players that are going to get cut get informed. I got to tell you, I am starting to think, Scott, that it is possible that the Detroit Lions are not going to sign Zadarius Smith. I'm starting to think it's possible.
You starting to think it's possible?
I'm starting to wonder. This is a player who has actively, publicly recruited the Lions. This is a player who made some plays for him last year. This is a player who's out there on the market. This is also a player that nobody has signed.
Yeah, I think he'll be a Lion tomorrow night.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the roster deadline is tomorrow at 4:00, I believe. So I think we'll find out at some point afterwards that he's been signed. And look at it this way: as much as we love the roster and love some of these guys, and you're trying to figure out who's going to be that 9th guy on the defensive line that makes it, 9th or 10th guy, however many they handle. Would you rather have that person or Zadarius Smith?
Well,
on the roster?
you're basically saying Nate Lynn or Zadarius Smith or Isaac Uku or Zadarius Smith.
Right. Or who's the other guy that you like that is getting the defensive tackle end?
Oh, Keith Cooper.
Keith Cooper.
Yeah.
Or Zadarius Smith. And the answer is Zadarius Smith.
And there's also money considerations.
Ish.
Well, it doesn't seem like a ton of money.
Right. It really doesn't. It doesn't seem like that should be an issue for a 1-year deal unless Zadarius Smith wants longer than a 1-year deal. And if that's the holdup, I understand the holdup. I would imagine that a lot of this is he's a veteran player, doesn't want to go through training camp, doesn't need to go through training camp. Well, preseason's over with. So now it's about getting ready for the season. He's probably in great shape, but not football shape. But now you've got enough time. You've got less than 2 weeks to do it, and let's get it done.
Kang, do you agree with Gator? Zadarius Smith will be a Lion tomorrow night?
I don't.
Okay.
But although I would not mind that at all, though. I like Zadarius Smith. I want him to be on the team, but I just think that this thing has been played out too long. I think he was just in like Cabo or something like last weekend, so I don't think they're close, man. I don't think it's going to happen, Gator.
Got to sweat it out.
In Cabo or
in
wherever
Cabo,
he was. I think St. Lucia or somewhere where he was at.
Oh, well, those are two different places.
Well, whatever. Not Detroit, I'll tell you that much.
What? St. Lucia's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Wow.
So, what the hell's going on there? And I usually, when people say, I don't understand, that guy's out there, why didn't they sign him? One of my responses typically is, why didn't anybody sign him? So why hasn't anybody snatched up Zadarius Smith?
Well, maybe they couldn't offer all that much, and then he's like, yeah, you know what, I'm just going to sit out for a little bit longer, and I'll let you know. Maybe he's the one that's slow playing it.
Okay. Could be.
I think a lot of teams, they want to see what they have. And everyone kind of knows what Zadarius Smith is at this point in his career. He's not going to change too much. You know, he's an edge guy, doesn't really play the run that well anymore, doesn't set the edge for as far as stopping the run, but get to the quarterback, that's what he does. Third down, passing downs, things like that. If you draft a 6th-round guy or you have a guy that you put a couple years into, you want to see where he's at. And so I think that's why he hasn't signed anywhere, Doug.
Yeah.
And then when you know what you have and you know what you need, I think that's when teams make a play for the veterans.
248-539-9797. All right, let's get to some feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Champ, the volunteer organizers at the Live event in St. John's will for sure be back next year if they return to Michigan. Chump, summer's ending. It was a good run, fellas. That's from Will.
Well, the weather is certainly changing this week to make you feel like that's the case. It's not. It's not the case. It's not over with. We're going to get back. We're going to have more 80-degree temperature days. I don't know if we're going to see the 90s anymore, but I'm not ready to say goodbye, dog.
I'm always ready to say goodbye, and it's because it signifies the beginning of football. It's my favorite time of year.
Enjoy football if it's 80 degrees out. I don't mind that.
Yeah, it's like Pavlov's dog, though. When the temperature gets cold, starts to cool off a little bit, and the leaves start to turn, I start to salivate. It's totally ringing the bell. It's football season, and so I've come to love the changing of the seasons. But
hey, this is how you know. By the way, Doug, Kenny turned to me and said we are quickly approaching pants territory.
Yeah, is Kenny still in shorts today?
Yeah, he's in shorts today.
I wore pants today.
But this morning it was brisk. It was like the coldest morning I felt in a while.
I remember I had the air conditioning set way high so it wouldn't go on. I opened up all the windows in the house, and it was great. And then I woke up this morning, looked at the weather on my phone to see what it was going to be like. Ooh, it's going to be a little chilly.
Gator, have you noticed it's also first day of school Facebook posters time? For some school districts.
No, I mean, I get it. I haven't seen, I haven't really looked at Facebook yet today. I did get a message last night from Sky the DJ saying, hey, happy eve of the the Facebook post for back to school. Great. All you kids stay in school, do well, and, stay out of trouble.
Well, I think next Tuesday is where it really kicks in, but this is a time of year. I want to get your favorites.
I remember when I was in high school, it was did the week before Labor Day.
Did you?
Yeah.
We were always, I'm almost sure. It's really weird. We don't have kids in high school anymore, so it applies to everybody else. But when we've always been the day after Labor Day school starts. So anyway. 248-539-9797. Let's see, what else do we got here? Champ A.J. Hinch for keeping everything steady while the Tigers are really struggling and coming out the other end. Chump, Rajah Jackson, he should be in jail. Well, he might be, right?
Yeah, I think, and Rajah Jackson was my chump of the week as well. For those that didn't see it, there's a viral video going on. There was a professional wrestling event that took place, and he had gotten into an argument with one of the professional wrestlers before the event started. The guy one of the wrestlers was, doing a wrestling prank on him, hitting that side of the head with a can. I don't know if it was a gimmicked can or not.
That sounds painful.
Well, but that's what the wrestlers do, and they hit each other with chairs and stuff, right? So that was kind of the same thinking. And Jackson didn't just go ahead and hit him, right away. They started. He was like, that's not even cool, man. What are you doing that? And they just had this in a standoff, and it was caught on a cell phone camera, and then it became apparent that Jackson didn't understand that that's just how the wrestlers joke around backstage. The wrestler apologized to him. They shook hands, and then they said, hey, why don't we get you in the ring? You can do a run-in at the end of the match, and you could take the guy down, and you could have some revenge on him. He's like, yeah, that sounds cool. So when the match happened, he jumps into the ring, grabs the guy, picks him up over his shoulders and slams him to the ground and knocks him unconscious as he hits his head on the mat, then mounts him and does the ground and pound from MMA, because Jackson's an MMA fighter, and hit him, legitimately punched him as hard as he could, probably 20 times. And that's not an exaggeration. Before other wrestlers jumped into the ring, grabbed him, forced him into the corner to hold him back. The wrestler who he hit was lying unconscious on the mat, bleeding, and apparently was fighting for his life. That was at least one of the reports. Hopefully he's going to be okay. I haven't seen a report since then.
Terrible.
But yeah, in the meantime, what the hell was he? What are you thinking? Okay, I get it, man. You want to protect your rep. You didn't like somebody showing you up beforehand, but you could have let it go real quick.
Funny. I don't get it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just too much. It was ridiculous what happened there, and it's sickening when you watch the video. If you've seen the video, and why isn't he in jail? I don't know, unless because they agreed beforehand, and it's on videotape. Where hey, no, you can go in the ring and you can get at him a little bit. So they kind of they were going to allow for that to happen. So I guess that's it, because you were given permission ahead of time, and then this happens. Sickening.
248-539-9797. Champ is Tommy Fleetwood. Chump is Jack Flaherty. He lost 3 miles per hour on his average fastball, 5 miles per hour off his high-end fastball since the beginning of last year. It's from an unnamed texter. We'll get to some Tiger stuff. Kang also warned people don't do it, and then he did it himself. We'll get to that today at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. You know what's funny? We were talking about the Lions and the fact that they're the most bet on team to not make the playoffs, according to ESPN Bet. And when people talk about real concerns they have for the Lions, it's the offensive line. I think in some ways you could argue that it's the same question in Ann Arbor and the same question in East Lansing.
Probably, yeah. I think it's well, like I always say, it's the key to everything.
Yeah.
With football, I think Michigan State's feeling a lot better about their offensive line situation than they did last year. Seems like they've got some good players there and a transfer from Wake Forest at center who's really good. That should help things out. They've got a tight end group that they like. They love their wide receivers. They've got a veteran quarterback coming back, and big question mark about the running backs, but there's a lot to be liked there. So I'm excited for Michigan State's offense. Defense, I don't know what to expect.
248-539-9797.
You mentioned the Facebook post. I haven't looked yet to see the back to school stuff.
Yeah, I know some schools start today, others next week.
What do you think the over-under is on the first 20 posts? If I put it at 6.5.
I'll go over.
Over 6.5?
Yeah, but not by much. But I'll go over. I guess we'll find out how many local school districts actually open school today. I guess they don't have to be local because you got friends. You've got quite a wide diaspora.
Well, there's one. One with 3 kids. Yep. So far, it's the only one. Oh, well, there's no one. 2.
Right, 2.
Oh, there's 3. First day of college. Come on. Now we're going to college, too?
Sure.
I mean, congratulations.
People proud of their
kids.
kids.
I'd like to see that, but yeah, there you go. 2 more.
What's that, 5?
Yeah.
And are we going to get there?
I'm trying to ignore the posts that come from stuff that I just kind of follow as opposed to people.
Okay. And anything?
I think the under hit.
Okay.
So maybe it's not until next week, maybe.
Well, I'm guessing there'll be more next week. So.
I think you're probably right.
248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Let's get back to your phone calls. Ryan's in Detroit, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, so I wanted to speak to the Raja Jackson situation. I just saw an in-depth video on what fully transpired there. And it is it's entirely an indictment on how experiencing reality through a digital interface makes you lose touch with reality. And so what happened there was the guy he attacked, his stage name was Psycho Steve. And this Raja Jackson shows up to this event based on the request of a buddy, and he met the wrestlers backstage. But he's streaming the whole thing on Kick. And so he's interacting with the chat, meeting the wrestlers backstage. And this Psycho Steve thought that this was a promotional situation, and that Raja.
Yeah, he thought he was just part of the group there. So he was doing what wrestlers do backstage, kind of screw around and hit him with the can, and that's not what Raja was there for. What I found unusual, Ryan, is that there's video of the entire thing. That his buddy kept filming, even when this is going on in the ring, he's filming it. And that my first thought was, is this a work? Is this fake? But you watch him; those punches were not fake. That was the real deal. And even the guy with the camera follows him the entire time as he's leaving the ring, walking out of the arena, getting all the way back to his car. You can see that Raja Jackson is he's winded because he's so amped up about it. And he's like, no, get into the passenger seat of the car. Then he gets a phone call from one of the wrestlers who's also the promoter. He's like, what the hell was that? And it's also very strange. I don't understand it, man.
Well, what happened, you know what? The two variables here are the chat essentially calling him out, saying, how would you let a guy just hit you? So he's basically calling him a you-know-what. I'll just say the word sissy. And then his dad calls him and says, what are you doing letting men in tights manhandle you like that? Which horrible fathering points there. Just gets in this kid's head to where he feels like he's got to prove something, and his adrenaline took over. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, and then Rampage Jackson, who's the MMA legend, who's the kid's father, or the guy's father. He's not a kid. The guy's father. Afterwards, when he sees how serious it was, you could see there was immediate remorse. Oh, I yeah, sorry that this happened the way that it happened. And it takes a totally different tone on the thing because it went way out of hand. That is not how you problem solve.
No. But, I mean, look, this is not my world. So I appreciate everybody's analysis and insight, but, it makes you wonder about other issues that might have led to this.
Well, and that's one of the things that he's apparently Raja Jackson suffered a concussion a few days before. I don't know if CT sets in like that, but and that's what people are saying, that he had no business even engaging in anything physical that he shouldn't have in the first place. Okay, fair enough, but I don't know. It just took it way too far. Had he gone into the ring to get his revenge like they had planned on it with the promoter ahead of time, and he had just grabbed the Psycho Steve or whatever his name was and slammed him to the ground, and if Steve was unconscious, if he had just left it at that, it's still awful, but hey, that happens in wrestling anyway. If he had slammed him on the ground and legitimately hit him once or twice, that stuff happens in professional wrestling too. You know, it's guys getting their receipts, as they say in the wrestling business, when something happens that shouldn't have happened. Braun Strowman famously accidentally kneed Brock Lesnar in the head. Lesnar immediately punched him twice, like legitimately punched him twice. Like, okay, all right. He cashed his receipts right away. This was 20-something punches thrown at an unconscious man while he's fully mounting him with nobody coming in to stop it until after like 20, 25 punches had rained down. It's disgusting.
So I think what happened was real. With that being said, I'm sorry. I cannot completely dismiss this is part of wrestling in general, that there was a wrestler involved, right?
Yep.
So there's that part of me in the back of my mind. First of all, I don't believe anything on the internet, right, Doug? I tell you that all the time. Yep. So when I saw this, I had to watch. It would not leave my algorithm. Like, I just kept seeing video and video and video of this over and over. I'm like, geez, why is this so much? That we're not getting put on, are we, Gator? Like, this is, I mean,
you watch the guy get hit.
Of course, but I'm not a.
No, I'm with
breaking
you. I
it down.
understand.
Yeah, like,
I understand. It like my first thought went there too. I'm like, I mean, it's wrestling, right? And they had the camera on the whole time.
I saw the punches land too, and I'm like, dude, he's really hitting him.
He's really hitting. Like it didn't go take time to grab a razor blade and cut himself. I mean, you can see the guy's bleeding from the face. I understand. Like, there's that skepticism because it's the world of professional wrestling. I get that. But this was one of those instances where it went too far. And I've seen plenty of videos where real pro wrestlers take things and they go way too far to try to make it look real or whatever. Like, guys had a legitimate beef with each other. Next thing you know, it turns into, as they call it, it's a shoot fight, right?
Yeah, me too.
But it's happened. There's videos out there of Eddie Kingston and somebody who got into a fight. I mean, Kenny's a big wrestling fan. He knows what I'm talking about. Evan told me beforehand, he said that this wrestling promotion is questionable to begin with. This isn't one of the big ones. It's not WWE. It's not AEW or any of the other ones. But he said that somebody actually went in and pinned the wrestler while he's unconscious to finish up after he'd already gotten knocked the F out by this guy. Like, what? You pinned him? It's crazy.
Yeah, I just know that all these people want to be famous doing live streams now. Like, he's not the only one. And he's living the shadow of his father, and he's been publicly
100%.
said it, that he has been trying to find his own way and trying to be a way to be famous. And so, you know what I mean? This stuff, I just don't know what's real and not real anymore, unfortunately. And it's terrible. Because for the sake of the wrestler that got hit, I hope it is fake, because that guy, he was knocked out unconscious from what I saw.
I mean, the guy who was at the end of the video, you can see that Raja Jackson's on the phone with that wrestler who would kind of called him ahead of time, and whether he's a promoter or not, I don't know. But he's on the phone with the guy, and the guy, you can hear him say, "Hey, man, he's effing flatlined in the ring." Now, I guess he's not dead, but this is a story that's gained tons of steam. It's all over the place now, and because it's gotten all this mainstream attention, you know, that 1% of me that kind of agrees with you, like there's that 1% is like, is this just wrestling? It dwindles. So I haven't heard an update on what happened there, but not good.
McKinstry scored from first on a single, man. On a single. It was awesome. Champ and Chump, get your votes in, 248-539-9797. We will get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, Kang warned people don't do it, and then he did it himself. He did it himself. Did not expect that. So, nonetheless, we will get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champion Chump of the Weekend. Look, there's a lot of discussion about the Tigers, how they've sort of turned it around after a historically bad stretch, and there were some metrics out there that pointed out how bad the Tigers were playing, and it was bad. But, we kind of pointed out that it wasn't enough of a sample size to give up on the season. Trade deadline came and went, and the moves were met with, I thought the range of reactions ranged from disappointment to hostile outrage. And, in that time, they have turned it around. And I think now people are warming up to the moves that they made with Kyle Finnegan and Chuck Money being so good for this team. But, could they have done more? Sure. I mean, they could have done more, and they might have tapped into the elite minor league talent that they have. But looking pretty good right now, as they have the best record in the American League, 1.5 games ahead of the Toronto Blue Jays, and now 5.5 games ahead of the Astros for the first round bye, and 10.5 up in the division after a successful taking 2 of 3 from Kansas City. And look, these games were fun, man. I mean, it was come from behind varieties. There was Riley Green, who was my champ of the weekend, hit a couple of home runs. Torque had a home run. I mean,
Torque had a couple.
Yeah, Torque had a couple. They poured it on Friday night. It felt like after they were down 3-1 and Riley Green hit the game-tying home run, and then it was like everybody hits.
That's when McKinstry had his play, and getting the extra base, getting hit in the head on the throw, and then scoring the lead run, and things got way out of hand. Opened up the floodgates. It was great, and that's what we saw in the first half of the season with this team. It's just what they did. So when they got into that stretch of losing 12 out of 13 games, like, that's not normal for this team.
No.
That's not who this team is. And if you take away their best stretch of games, you can say maybe that's not what this team is either. So look at the rest of it. The rest of it, pretty damn good. This is a team that just keeps going out there and winning series, doing it in convincing fashion. And here they go against Sacramento starting tonight for 3 games. Then they travel to Kansas City for some more games. And by the time they face the Royals again, like, if they take care of business against Sacramento, if they take care of business against the Athletics, what happens this weekend against Kansas City may not even matter. And Kansas City could be, a lot of people think they're done with already. It's 10.5 games. We're getting ready to enter September.
30 games left for the Tigers.
There's not much left. And we're looking at this magic number dwindling well below 30 at this point.
I'm still excited about the prospect that we're going to get to see some postseason baseball. Like, last year was incredibly we didn't see that coming. It was zero suspicion of them actually messing around and making the playoffs. And I don't even know when Detroit got on board. I feel like it was a couple weeks into September before people this team, I guess they're for real here trying to make the playoffs. And then they did, and then they won a series, and then they took a series lead, and they came dangerously close to qualifying for the American League Championship Series. Postseason baseball is so freaking intense. The pitch in, pitch out tension, coupled with the pitch clock now, and the you remember, you go back to extra innings where you don't get a runner on second base. Like, everything the intensity gets cranked up. It feels like there's so much more riding on every single moment, because it is. I mean, I'm reinventing analysis here, but we were so foreign. Like, we go a decade without it. I'm still pretty hungry for it. Still pretty damn hungry for it.
Can't wait.
All right, so, Kang, it's time for you to confess something. What happened?
Well, Doug, Gator, you guys know I try to be measured, consistent, just level-headed and not overreact one way or the other, right?
Usually that is the case, yes. You're an anti-hype, but you don't fall for hype typically.
Yeah, I just, like I said, measured. Keep your expectations, and realistic expectations, I guess. And last week there was a lot of hype. It's been going on for a while, but last week I think it came to like almost a peak with wide receiver Isaac Tesla, right? And I feel like I'm the first person who even said his name on these airwaves, right? No one even knew who he was. So I'm like, but with that being said, I'm still like, hey, calm it down. This is ridiculous. I heard the comps of like Puka and Cooper Kupp and.
Hey, hang on a second. Just let the adults talk for a second. He didn't do this. Did he do it?
Just let him keep going.
All right, go ahead, Kang.
So I feel like I can say something about Isaac Tesla because I brought him up first.
You did.
All right.
You did.
Yeah,
You
fair
were.
enough.
Yeah.
So I can say, hey, calm it down, people.
Right, sure.
Relax.
Yeah.
He's good, but he's still like the 4th receiver, maybe 5th, right, on the depth chart. Enough of the, a combination of, like I said, Puka and Cooper Kupp, I heard.
Right.
Fergie and Jesus.
Yeah. Well, voice of Fergie and Jesus.
Yeah.
That's the only Vaki, by the way. But we were talking, Gator, like, hey, what are his expectations? Just yardage-wise, reception-wise, touchdown-wise.
Yeah, targets. We were just talking targets.
Exactly. So fantasy drafts are coming around, and we ask people, dude, where are you taking him? Don't reach for him. It was to be a mistake. It's just hype right now. My fantasy draft was Saturday. I took Isaac Tesla.
Come on, man. No. What round?
The 9th.
What?
So here, first, a couple things I want to defend myself on this.
Yeah.
One, it's a keeper league. So there's 12 guys. There's 12 teams in the league. So 12 guys are already off the board. So that's, wherever you drafted that person last year is the round that you don't have a pick. So, for example, if you took Brock Bowers in the 8th round last year, he would be your 8th pick this year if you kept him.
So there might be, let's see, you got 32 teams, 2 receivers each team, 64 receivers, and you knocked out how many? 12 already keepers?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So 64 minus 12, it's 52. So 52 receivers.
No, but it didn't have
you
to be
didn't
a
have to
receiver.
keep a receiver.
No, it's a 50.
You're right. You're right. It's not even. You took Tesla. How many receivers have been drafted at this point?
I don't even remember. So
Oh
what
my
happened was, see what had happened. So what had happened was, dude, he just scored another touchdown right during the day because our draft was at night, Saturday night. So he only played like 2 series or something, like 2 or 3 series Saturday night, and he scored a touchdown, of course. And I got to the point where, first of all, you can keep a player. Any player drafted after the 5th round is keeper eligible. So we're already in keeper territory. So even if he doesn't, quote unquote, pan out the entire year, as long as the end of the year he shows promise and he could be something next year, I could keep him. That's the second thing, because like I said, first thing was I saw him score another touchdown. The third thing is I had the 2nd overall pick. This was the 9th round. So you snake it back and forth. So this is the beginning of the 9th round. The guy who had the first pick just took Ollie Gordon. I don't even know if you guys know who Ollie Gordon is. I asked Doug. He had no idea who Ollie Gordon is. Do you know who Ollie Gordon is?
Running back?
Yeah, he's a running back for the Dolphins. He's like 3rd string, maybe 2nd, depending, right? But he's been rising up boards, and some would consider that's a reach. Once my buddy took that reach, I'm like, well, I'm just going to go back-to-back reaches here. We started calling that round the reach around. Because Ollie Gordon went first and Tesla went second. Yeah. I'm like, just let it open up the floodgates, guys. Go for it. Whoever you wanted, take them now. So yeah, I did it. I told everyone not to do it, and I went on and I did it. I don't care, baby. Coleslaw, here we go. Mailtron.
Right. So here it is, the Monday after.
Yeah.
How much regret?
None.
None?
None, because then, you know what the Lions posted last night?
What's that?
All of 10 Tesla catches this preseason, and damn it, they look good. Damn it, they look good.
Yeah, they look good. You know what else looks good? Amon-Ra catches, Jamison Williams catches. Now, maybe are you now? I got to put you on the spot because I know you love Jamison Williams. Is he on your team?
No, I mean, I don't have every pick.
I don't know. I'm just asking. And so, but now looking at real football and how it translates to fantasy, do you think the Lions are going to re-sign Jamison Williams?
I really hope so.
So
but that doesn't matter, though.
But if they do, and then you have J-Mo and Amon-Ra for the next several years,
is Tesla going to be worth
Tesla
having?
even worth having?
Well, he'll have that
on your fantasy team.
Well, the future years, I don't know. I mean, it's a flyer. I can keep somebody else
It's
instead
a
of him.
9th round flyer.
Yeah, but he could be what's more important to me is, honestly, is the factor this year that he could play.
Who is the player you were considering taking, if not Tesla?
Oh, at the time I looked around, it was like Jawan Jennings. Like the receiver core was not, to me, the upside with Tesla was way higher than these other guys that were available. I just, listen.
I can't believe you fell for it. Good God, man.
You know what? Homer pick, sure. You can say all that. Everything's true. I'm not going to deny it, man.
Such a homer pick.
I did everything I told you not to do. I
You're
did it.
unbelievable.
I can't be the only one, though.
No, you're not the only one. We already know that people were tired. I took him in. Remember when somebody said they took him in the 6th round? We're like, what?
Hey, this is the 9th.
Just to be clear, Juwan Jennings last year had 77 catches and 6 touchdowns.
Yeah, who would want that? Although, is he hurt right now?
Yeah, that's why. So he's hurt. So
He's
but they don't
questionable
have
for
any
the opener.
receivers. Yeah, Ayuk is out. I think Ricky Pearsall might be the one over there. But whatever, man. Go Tesla, baby. Woo!
He did it.
Electric.
Hysterical. 248-539-9797.
After all that.
Hey, then Campbell said there's a good chance he works his way up early in the season to help
just
us.
stop. Just stop.
What?
You know what's funny is you were ahead of the curve with the Tesla pick
That's
in
why
the
I feel like
draft.
this is like
then
a
you were
Doug-
ahead of the curve on the calm down with the hype, and then you fell for it anyway.
Doug, this is like
And
if
you
you
lost all
drafted
credibility.
You know what
Jack Campbell. I'd be like, you know what? Doug deserves Jack Campbell.
That's a little different.
I mean, you called
Jack
that
Campbell,
one. You
yeah,
nailed
that was
that one.
Jack Campbell,
And
yeah.
so I would say, you know, Doug deserves it. You
Yeah.
could do it.
All right, well, you know what's great is you literally, I think you fell for your own hype. You warned everyone else not to fall for your hype, and then you fell for your own hype.
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster of emotions the last 48 hours.
Champa Chub, get your votes in. It's Carson Anderson. It's 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, let me tell you about the summer savings right now at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. You can lease a 2026 model year Equinox LT for just $359 per month for 36 months with zero money down. $359. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount finance through Ally Financial, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends September 2nd.
So it has been confirmed. Sharon Moore let everybody know that Babalola, the offensive lineman,
freshman tackle,
season-ending knee surgery.
Yep.
That's too bad for him.
Yep. Apparently, Brady Norton has been named the other guard, who is a transfer from Cal Poly. The Afobe kid was working in there. He will play, but Brady Norton's going to start. And trying to confirm some other stuff. Jaden Davis apparently was named the number 2 quarterback behind Bryce Underwood. We wait to hear word out of East Lansing as well, as they play Friday. Michigan plays Saturday night. In the meantime, you got number 1 versus number 2, big noon kickoff. Texas versus Ohio State. That is quite a way to start the season.
Oh, boy.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Champ and Chump every Monday as well. Brandon is next in Novi. Hello, Brandon.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're good, thank you.
Good. I was calling about the Tesla hype. I got a friend of mine in a Dynasty fantasy league. He traded for Tesla, and for all the preseason games, every time something happens with Tesla, he's like bragging about it and stuff. Well, then he just posted he bet on DraftKings $20 for Offensive Rookie of the Year. It's plus 10,000. So I'm like, okay, that's a little nuts, but hey, plus 10,000.
It's the kind of thing that it's wonderful. He's probably their third most important rookie. He's been a ton of fun to watch. But if you're going to tell me I can pick 2 rookies out of the top 3 to be a dominant player, I would pick Tyleik Williams and Tate Ratledge first, given the positions that they play. The wide receiver spot with the Lions is loaded. If he can work his way into the rotation, it speaks to how incredible he is. He looks like he could be a red zone threat. He gets open. The numbers he put up in the preseason, I got to see if I can find him here. I at one point had him. He was Richard Silva, the Detroit News, says he was targeted 13 times. He caught 10 passes for 146 yards and 3 touchdowns. That is a healthy total in a preseason. But what opportunities will present himself? You want to have great players everywhere, great players on the depth chart. If somebody goes down with an injury, he'll get more of an opportunity, and we don't want to see that. We don't want to see anybody go down with an injury.
I put $1 in, so I'm in for it.
For Offensive Rookie of the Year?
Yeah.
Yeah. We got a text here from a listener. I passed on Tesla because Kang told us not to. I will be pulling the knife out of my back.
Oh.
I have no regrets.
But look at you, this young listener. What happened, man?
I started this off by saying I did what I told everyone not to do. I admit this. This was not my finest moment. Or is it?
It could be.
I mean, you don't seem very apologetic.
Hey, man.
No, you actually seem proud.
Yeah. I mean, and now you feel like maybe you pulled one over on everybody. I don't think that's the right attitude.
Yeah, Brad Holmes ain't the only one that can play this game.
From an unnamed texter, the Lions game around halftime, because we were down 16-7, I told my wife I could not believe the amount of Tesla jerseys I saw on Saturday. The hype is so real.
Oh, there's a ton of hype, and he's been fantastic in the preseason. He has caught every pass thrown to him. He's done everything you want to see in a receiver. Does he get separation? Yep. Does he catch the ball with his hands as opposed to against his body? Yep. Does he go up and get the 50-50 ball and win? Yep. He does it all. And he had 3 touchdowns in the preseason. He was fantastic. And yet I don't expect to see him playing a ton. At least them throwing to him a ton.
You see the vision, though.
Yeah, sure. Just not enough where I would draft him in the 9th round of my fantasy
Would you
league.
take him earlier? Yeah, I know. I waited. I took a risk.
Unnamed texter, can't believe you guys are calling Tesla a combination of Nakua and Cup. That's insulting. He's closer to a combination of Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens. Next text, Champ is Kang for drafting Tesla. Chump is Kang for not drafting him sooner and risking losing him.
I did take a chance by waiting that long.
I like the kid, but I don't think he's going to get as many looks that a lot of people think he's going to get. That's from Keith in Dearborn Heights.
All right, let me ask this question, King. Your draft, was it just done online, or were you in a location?
No, we always do in person.
Great.
It's out of my house.
What was the reaction when you took Tesla?
Well, okay, so mostly everyone in the room laughed and like, dude, you could have had him way later, right? But there was one team that didn't, and you know why? They were going to take him that round. I mean, that's what they say at least, and they showed up in Lions jerseys, and so they're huge Lions fans. But yeah, they said that they were eyeing Tesla that round, so you can't wait, man.
No, it's like
you got to know. I had intel.
You channeled your inner Brad Holmes.
Yeah,
you're like, I can't wait to take Jahmyr Gibbs. I got to take him here now. Somebody
Whoever
else is going to take him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can't wait for it to come back.
Oh, Kang. 248-539-9797. You know what's weird? Because I don't want this to be worth it for you. I want Amon-Ra and J-Mo and Laporta and Gibbs to go off.
I'll be fine. My whole draft wasn't based on getting Tesla. So, I mean, was it earlier than I personally advised people? Yes. But in the end, you know what? I got a guy that, yeah, you're right, Doug. Actually, if I'm a Lions fan, right? So if St. Brown and J-Mo are killing it and Tesla doesn't get on the field, I'll be okay. I'm okay with that, even though I have Tesla.
Right. 248-539-9797. Gator, did I see this correctly that the Powerball is up to $750 million?
Yes.
And the money is being collected here at the station to go in again?
Yeah.
The last drawing, was there any return?
I don't think there was any return, and I have to, but it reminds me that I need to give Cheryl $5. I did buy tickets on the way in today.
Did you?
Yeah, for tonight's drawing. Yeah.
Do you care to share how many or no?
No.
Okay.
It's none of your business.
No, it's not. Kang, are you going all in here?
I'm getting more value with my Tesla picks than those lottery tickets. Am I going? Yeah, I'm going to buy some.
Okay.
I bought some before Saturday. Obviously, I didn't win, but I'm back at it.
Well, we got another edition of Would You Buy coming up.
Yes.
If you guys hit, would you buy these things? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Champ and Chump. Get your votes in. 97.1.
Look, I know that you see them. I know I do every time I drive around. The red, white, and blue trucks, they're everywhere. And do you know if your furnace or your boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air? Well, start and get some of that right now, right? Well, the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. Don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau or some of their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 to Ticket Open Lines, 248-539-9797. So good to be with you on a Monday. It is game week for Michigan and Michigan State. Wolverines holding a news conference this morning, and Sharon Moore confirming Bryce Underwood will be the starting quarterback. Brady Norton, the transfer from Cal Poly, will start at right guard opposite of Gio El-Hadi, although Nathan Afobe will play. And Jaden Davis is the number 2 quarterback for Michigan. And he confirmed that Andrew Babaloa is out for the season. The 5-star offensive tackle has a season-ending injury that will require surgery. John Smith will speak at some point.
He's speaking now.
Is he? Okay, great. Yeah. And
he says the returning starting safety, Nikai Martinez, will be a game-time decision on Friday, as will one of the kicking candidates, is according to Jim Comparoni of Spartan Mag.
Do they have a kicker?
It's a great question, Doug.
Yeah.
They have several, but none of them are really proven. So, when you lose, Jonathan Kim was so good for them last year. Unbelievable kicker. It hurts when you're going to have that kind of competition, figure out who the next guy is going to be. But, Jonathan Kim kind of came out of nowhere too, so that helps.
Yep. And they did announce that tailgating is back at Munn. The Munn Field, just south of the hockey rink. Tailgating returning. Is this a Jay Batt? Isn't that the new? Is this a Jay Batt decision?
Well, he's the one who announced it, so yeah. I'm sure it's something that's been discussed for a long time since they shut it down. I mean, everybody complained about that. It's a great field to have tailgating at. And,
were you there near the end? Did you ever go? Was it getting out of control?
What I remember getting out of control wasn't Munn necessarily, but it was the tennis courts back before that changed.
Okay.
And that's the part I remember. It was a little more than a little iffy.
Yeah.
But I remember being at a tailgate by the, I sort of remember, because I got a little out of hand at Munn Field. But good times, and they're going to monetize it, right? They've got this 517 pub set up with a number of different beer vendors going to be there. They've got
beer garden, yeah.
Yeah, they've got food out there as well for purchase, and there's no cash exchange. Everything's done digitally with a debit card or with your phone or whatever, so that it speeds things up. It sounds like a great idea, great opportunity. There'll be some parking, but it's going to be limited to people that have passes.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to have a pass specifically for that lot. There's no I've got a universal pass, gets me anywhere. Nope, that's not the case. So I hope it works out. I hope people behave responsibly. But it's another option for Spartan fans on a Saturday when they're looking to tailgate.
248-539-9797. All right, we mentioned that the Powerball's up to $750 million. Gator has his own tickets. He's in here on the station drawing as well. So it's time for another edition of Would You Buy? Okay, so if you win, would you buy? Gator, if you win, would you open up a business of any kind?
Business, no. But charitable donations, absolutely. And, I've got a couple things that I would love to do to help some people out.
Kang, if you win, would you open up a business of any kind? I could see you opening up a card shop.
Actually, yeah. I mean, that would sound fun, but then, you don't want to, your fun to be work, right? So I would not do that. But I might invest in, a friend or family's business. Get their dream started. Hey, I will fund yours. I will be a silent investor. So in that way, start a business, Doug, but not really handle anything, but, help. Like I said, it's like funding someone else's dream.
I just feel like businesses, people want to go into business for stuff that they love to do instead of things that are boring but are necessary, like opening up storage units or something. Who wants to? I would love to have my own storage facility.
No, but those make money, man.
But they probably do. And that's the thing is, you can just try and start a business because it's something that you think's fun, and in the end of the day, that's probably why so many bars get open and go out of business. Next up, Gator, would you purchase any kind of collectible or art?
Oh yeah, 100%. I enjoy art. I've actually gone to several galleries over the last couple of years.
Really?
Yeah.
Expanding its horizon.
There's stuff I like. It just doesn't necessarily fit in my house. It's funny. My house, there's not a ton of like usable wall space for art in my house because there's more of an open concept in the living area. But yeah, if I win, of course, I'll have a different home, and I will love to get art. As far as collectibles concerned, there's some things I'd love to have just to have in an office. Maybe a couple different like autographed football helmets from heroes of mine.
Okay.
There is
Football helmets are just awesome. They just
There's a guitar I saw that was coming up for auction real soon. It's one of Eddie Van Halen's original guitars.
Oh, yeah?
That'd be a high price item.
Okay.
But if you win this, if you're the sole winner of this lottery of the Powerball, I think after taxes and everything is all done, it's around $200 million take home. What difference is $200 million or $197 million? It's still a lot.
Yeah.
So if it means that I lose $2 million or $3 million to buy this guitar, it might be worth it.
All right, Kang, would you buy any collectible or art?
Well, obviously the collectibles, you guys know I'm into that. And to me, like basketball cards, football cards, baseball cards, hockey cards, to me that is art. I feel like you're just an art dealer at this point. You're buying and selling or keeping, investing. As far as fine art, no, because I just don't appreciate it. Maybe I'm not educated enough into it. I don't get fine art and how expensive it is. I understand there's like rarity and these famous artists make it more valuable. To me, it doesn't bring me any joy to have this, Picasso in my house. Like I'm not going to enjoy it. It's just an investment piece at that point.
Yeah, I'm not investing in like a Picasso or something like that. It's just stuff that I like at an art gallery that might cost $1,000 or could cost $20,000, but I'm not buying $1 million art. That's not going to happen.
All right, next up, would you get in on the space tourism industry? Would you jump on one of those Blue Origin or SpaceX rides and go to space?
No, sir. No? Absolutely not. No desire. Anybody else want to go? You go ahead. That's not going to happen. And no, I'm not going to fund your trip. It's not happening.
What if his kids want to go instead of college?
Then that's too bad for them. That's not what the money's there for.
Okay.
Absolutely not. I'd like to enjoy my money. I don't want the risk of not enjoying that money because I was stupid to go on one of these expeditions. Not going to happen.
Right.
What about you, Kang?
No, I agree. This is the juice isn't worth the squeeze at all for me. Like I feel like people, they do dumb stuff and for no reason, like I think this is one of those things I don't need to do this, especially if I have so much to live for with all this money now.
All right, next up, would you go to Sweden? You hit the lottery, would you go to Sweden?
This is so odd. The answer is yes, I would. My relatives in Sweden, yeah, I would love to go. My brother took the family, it was last year, a couple years ago. They had an awesome trip, a great time. I've always wanted to go. I almost went like 15 years ago because I had a friend of mine that was working there. And a couple of my buddies went over there to see him, and I didn't make it work, and I could have made it work, and I've kind of regretted that.
Okay.
Wish that I had. I would love to go out there and spend like a week and just check it out because it's the geography of Sweden is phenomenal. I mean, the whole southern area is like island after island after island. It's kind of crazy. Stockholm, being kind of by the bay there, and just the whole country. I'm very interested.
Kang, would you go to Sweden?
Dude, I might end up in Sweden at some point. Yeah,
right.
For sure. I mean, that's definitely higher on the list than a lot of other countries. Like, there's parts of this world I don't care to go to at all. But Sweden, I might end up in Sweden. That sounds like it might be a good time.
Nice.
Yeah, I hear great things. I think Gator has roots there, so.
The IKEA out there is tremendous.
The OG.
So much more authentic.
Yeah, it's the original.
Now it all makes sense.
All right, this is great. All you got to do is go out and win the Powerball.
That's the plan. That's the plan.
And these dreams, too, can be yours. 248-539-9796.
Yours, too. You know what I've said. If I win it big, help you guys out.
Yes. An incredibly generous offer made by Gator. He's offered that if he hits...
Pay for your kids' education.
He will pay for our kids' education.
And Kang's kids, too.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
if all my kids are done with school, will you reimburse me?
There's a possibility you could benefit from me winning.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a strong possibility.
Doug's going to grad school?
No. Reimburse me for what we paid for our kids.
I thought it was only a school thing.
It's not a reimbursement so much as it's just a gift from one friend to another.
That adds up to the total we paid in tuition?
Probably. I mean, you're in the top 10, Doug.
Yeah.
Don't
10. It was 5 at one point, I thought.
No, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's top 10. Don't jeopardize it.
I won't push it. Okay, so coming up next hour, Dan Campbell spoke this morning, and he talked about how much he hated today. Today is the day that they are letting some players know that they're not going to make the 53-man roster. There are others that they are planning on keeping, depending upon who else gets released. But he did have some stuff to say about the defense, which was obviously was pretty stressful last year, watching that defense, trying to get stops, and all the players that got injured. Hear what Dan Campbell had to say about their defense heading into their opener. The next time we see him play will be regular season at Green Bay. We'll get to that today at 1:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. FanDuel Futures Day is tomorrow. A new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your favorite season football predictions. So if you've been looking to make a future bet on like an MVP, a Super Bowl champion, college football champion, whoever you like, tomorrow is the day for your parlays, your division winners, your dark horses. It's a day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. You've been saving them up. Tomorrow is the day. So make sure you have the FanDuel app on your phone or your mobile device and start planning your futures bets now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only, and that day is tomorrow. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Have you been to the men's room here at the station recently?
About an hour ago.
Okay.
Why, does it smell like a farm animal?
No.
Oh.
No, but I'm wondering if you noticed something is malfunctioning in there.
Uh-oh.
Kang, have you been to the restroom lately?
I was this morning. I didn't notice anything.
I didn't notice anything either.
Okay. So there are there's 5 stalls, 4
Yes.
urinals, right?
There's 2 handicrappers and then 3 stalls.
Yeah.
And then
4
five urinals.
Is there 5? I thought there was 4.
I think there's 3 on the one side and then 2 in the front.
Okay. Whatever. And there are 3 sinks.
Yes.
Next to one of the sinks is a towel dispenser that you wave your hand and it dispenses.
Yeah.
It is apparently set to high sensitivity. Any movement in the bathroom, anywhere, and you hear it. Yeah, it dispenses some more of the towel roll. It is currently all over the floor. It went off 3 times when I was just in the bathroom. The sensitivity is way too high, and it's accumulating on the floor.
Did you rip it or let anybody know?
No, I didn't, because I heard the update when we were in the bathroom with the
makes sense,
delay.
yeah.
I had to
Go.
hustle back here and figured we got to let somebody know. But it's a super sensitive.
Or there's a ghost in the bathroom.
Could be a ghost in the bathroom. It's also a possibility as well.
You're not alone in there, Gator.
Uh-oh. The ghost knows.
Yeah, be careful. All right. Anyway, Dan Campbell spoke today. He said today's one of his least favorite days. He hates. Do we have that cut, by the way, Kang? We do, don't we? Him talking about how much, because we haven't seen any reports of anybody cut. But here's what he had to say about how much it sucks today to just tell all these people they're being let go.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, the cut about cutting. Did you
vetting
get that
other
one?
teams' cuts?
Is that the one? Okay. Never. My apologies. That's him talking about scouring other teams' cuts and what they're looking for. But today we have yet to see. I'm a little surprised that we have yet to see any news on who they're letting go. Of course, they have till tomorrow at 4.
Yeah, I imagine that from what we understand, I think what he said, that they'll let the people know that they know aren't going to make the roster. So they can maybe get a head start in trying to get in somebody else's practice squad or active squad, probably more accurately. But they got the bubble players. They may wait all the way up until 4:00 to do that, because they are waiting to see if there's anybody else in other teams that they would prefer to have on their active roster. I can't believe there's a ton of those players, just because the floor has been raised so high on this team with this roster. I mean, when you think about who they're deciding between, and we talk about the defensive line, like, hey, what about Zadarius Smith? Are they going to sign him as a free agent? I mean, I already went out there on a limb and said, I think they're going to sign him tomorrow night. I think he's going to be a Lion tomorrow night, because they're going to realize that Zadarius Smith is better than keeping the 9th defensive lineman on this roster. And he's going to cost a little bit, but it's not going to be prohibitive for any move they need to make at a trade deadline if it happens. I imagine it would just be a one-year deal anyway, so don't have to worry about next year with that because it's a one-and-done thing. So I fully expect that he's going to be a Detroit Lion. But I don't know if there are that many players throughout the league that are expected to be cut.
Right.
That would
It's just
that they would jump
harder
at.
to make this team.
Yeah, it's really hard to make this team.
All right, so last year we all know the defense was the issue. Here is what he had to say today about how he feels about his defense after the postseason, and they start preparations for Green Bay. So defensively, why do I think they're going to be better? Well, there's the obvious. Aiden Hutchinson's back. And then the less obvious, Marcus Davenport's back for now. Like, Marcus Davenport is sort of a forgotten addition to this team because people are, well, we never really saw him, A, and B, people are skeptical that he's going to be able to stay healthy. But as long as he's healthy, he's healthy. So you roll with it while you can. It's August 25th. You know, having him contributing on this defensive line could be a very big deal, and he's been a guy who at times in his career has been extraordinarily productive. I understand the skepticism, not mad at you if you're saying, I don't expect anything out of Marcus Davenport, but he is healthy for now. Why else are they going to be better? Well, I think you got some young defensive players with all seriousness. I think Jack Campbell's going to be better. I'm almost like ready to say, I know Terrion Arnold's going to be better. I think Terrion Arnold is poised to have a breakout season. The way he came along last year and then watching a little bit in practice, like that's a big deal. I think DJ Reed is an upgrade at the other corner. You know, there's a lot of reason to believe in them. And as a general rule, they're healthier than they were a year ago. Not having Lee McNeil, not having Levi Onwuzurike, not having Josh Paschal, not having Rodrigo already, not having Ennis Rakestraw. I mean, that's 5 guys already that are expected to play that are out already. But that's still healthier than they were at the end of last year.
It is, and I think we forget how young this team can be. I mean, I expect major things out of Jack Campbell, major things out of Brian Branch. These guys are entering just their 3rd season in the National Football League.
Yep.
3rd season. And they're already big-time contributors. So, yeah, I expect big things out of that class as they enter their junior year, so to speak.
248-539-9797. Are you feeling better about the Lions? If you missed it, we started the show. We played that soundbite for you from Dan Campbell talking about the overall talent. It's as big as it's ever been here in Detroit. But, interestingly, the fact that ESPN Bet reported this weekend that the most bet-on team to miss the playoffs is the Lions at plus 160. 4 teams have longer odds to miss the playoffs. Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City, and Philly. I believe it's in that order. Then Detroit's plus 160. More people have bet on the Lions to miss the playoffs than any other team, which is intriguing. It's got to be part schedule. It's got to be part division. It's got to be part losing the coordinators. Are you in either camp? Are you chesty like Dan Campbell, or are you gravely concerned about them even making the postseason, which apparently is a popular bet in Vegas? 248-539-9797. Open lines, champ and chump. We got some college football stuff presented today because it is indeed game week in East Lansing and Ann Arbor. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is it time for you to get a brand new garage door and you're just not sure who to call? Let me help you out. The folks over at Precision Garage Door Service, they're amazing. They've got a ton of garage doors in a storage warehouse they have. So if you're in need of a brand new garage door, they could be installed in as little as 24 hours. They're going to come out, meet with you, and they'll figure out what the perfect doors are for you and your house. you want to just change the style, or maybe your garage doors are just, they've had it and they need to be fixed and replaced. Here you go. Call them up today. They can have, like I said, they can have a new garage door installed in as little as 24 hours. And take my word for it, they came out to my house a few years ago, went through the entire process, went through all the different options I had, and I couldn't be happier with what I selected. These guys are great, the professionals, and I love them. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit them online and schedule an appointment at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com. Again, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or go to precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, Champ of Chump. Get those votes in, 248-539-9797. My champ of the weekend was Riley Green. He hit 2 home runs this weekend. He had 3 walks. Gator, he did not strike out Sunday, Saturday, or Friday. He also didn't strike out Wednesday, which was their previous game. That's 4 consecutive games Riley Green has not struck out. That is a season-long streak. 4 games. Riley Green, my champ of the weekend.
My champ was the Friendship Circle and everyone who helped to raise over $1 million for special needs children. It's a great organization, did a great job.
My chump of the weekend is people who are forwarding this conspiracy theory that believe the Browns were trying to sabotage Shedeur Sanders. What would motivate the Browns to want to sabotage him? Why would they have taken him in the first place? Crazy.
My chump is Raja Jackson. He's the son of MMA legend Rampage Jackson. Like, if you don't know what happened, just do a Google search of it. Raja Jackson, R-A-J-A. It's awful. Was involved in a professional wrestling match. Did a run-in late in the match and beat the hell out of the guy. Beat him senseless, knocked him unconscious, and then hit him with at least 20 punches after that in a ground and pound. Like legitimate punches. This wasn't, wrestling where you pull the punches. This is real stuff. Nearly killed the guy in the ring.
248-539-9797. Who are your champ and chump of the weekend? In the meantime, we've been talking about everything, but back to some Lions stuff, because this morning Dan Campbell spoke, and there was this report over the weekend that ESPN Bet had taken more bets on the Lions to miss the playoffs than any other team, which I thought was a little interesting. But I do know that there are people that are very much concerned about things like no Ben Johnson, no Aaron Glenn, things like the schedule, things like the Bears, things like the Packers, things like the Vikings. It is a tough schedule. Certainly would prefer to have their coordinators back. But as it stands right now, are you in that camp? Do you have grave fears of them not making the postseason? Or, like Dan Campbell is chesty about the group of players they're going to put on the field this year. Okay, that's Dan Campbell today. They went 15-2 last year, and they've, quote, taken it to another level. So are you in either of these camps where you are just as chesty as you can be about the Lions, or do you have real concerns? And as he said, everybody's got concerns and everybody's got holes, but 248-539-9797. Where are you?
I'm chesty about the floor of this team.
Yeah.
But I'm not as confident as Dan Campbell is about the roster as a whole, because I think there's a big hole with Frank Ragnow not being on this team, with Aleem McNeil and others not being healthy to start the season. That I have concerns with. But I do think that they have raised the floor on this team significantly over the just a very short 4 or 5 years that they've had the opportunity to. I think it's that part of it's been great.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. I'm not a Lions fan, and so I predict that they will be a game over 500 this year. I don't trust Dan Campbell. He shows a penchant for making bad calls, and I don't trust Jared Goff. And all the time he's been here, he's done the same old thing he does. Turnovers. I don't understand why people have such a positive outlook for Jared Goff. He's done the same thing with the Rams. He's been doing the same thing with the Lions.
So you had 12 interceptions last year against 37 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Is that a big problem?
Well, I mean,
you also lost no fumbles last year.
I would like to see the interception numbers be less than 10, but he had 12. It's not like those 2 interceptions make him a liability.
Here's what he did his last 3 years interception-wise with the Rams. In 2018, he had 32 touchdowns, 12 picks.
Yep.
2019, 22 touchdowns, 16 picks. 2020, 20 touchdowns, 13 picks.
How many times has he had more than that here
So
in Detroit?
with the Lions, it's 19-8. Then he jumped up to 29-7.
8 interceptions, 7 interceptions.
And then it was 30-12.
Yep.
And last year, 37-12. His quarterback rating last year was 111.8, the highest it's ever been in his career by 10 points. Don't worry about Jared Goff being a turnover guy. I get it. There was a couple games last year, untimely. One during the regular season where he threw 5 interceptions against the Houston Texans. And you know what they did? They won.
They won the game, yeah.
The other one, he threw 5 interceptions against the Commanders, and they lost in the playoffs, and that sucked.
He threw 5 interceptions?
I think there were 5 turnovers.
Okay, I was about to say.
Maybe it wasn't 5 picks, but there were 5 turnovers there, and that sucks. But
and one of them was Jamon, a pass.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not concerned about him. He threw 3 interceptions in the game.
So he had 12 turnovers, and 8 of them came in 2 games.
Well, this was a playoff game, so I didn't include the postseason game last year.
Oh, with his total turnovers. Yeah, okay. I mean, look, they went 15-2. If it were a chronic issue, they wouldn't have gone 15-2. A team with a quarterback with turnover problems doesn't go 15-2, do they?
No, they don't. Sorry, it took me so long to answer the question. No, Doug.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Pete in Detroit. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Pete.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to say that, Dan Campbell loves the underdog. And I think that, with Vegas saying that we're not going to make the playoffs, it rolls right into his mandate on the team, and he can really get that going. But I think we're going to scratch into the playoffs, and I think that's okay. I think that we're going to take our hit.
All right, we got to take off speaker, or I don't know if you're done, but the speaker connection's pretty bad here, Pete.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that, Dan Campbell does do the underdog thing, and he's going to work that to his advantage with the Vegas thing. I'm sure they put that on the wall and say, hey, this is what everybody's talking about. But as far as, scratching in the playoffs, I'm okay with that. I'm okay. I don't need to have these, incredible wins. I just want to have solid team play that, you're building each week, and you're going to take your losses, and your chips on the shoulder is going to be there. And, as long as we get in the playoffs, I think that's the main thing.
Dude, it was awesome to be the number 1 seed last year, but it's not a prerequisite to going to and winning the Super Bowl, as we saw. And, this year the schedule's tougher. They have the second toughest schedule in the NFL, according to Tankathon. But, Pete, I'll tell you, he is a master motivator. And I don't think what the bets are in Vegas, or the fact that ESPN Bet said this, doesn't change reality. It doesn't mean that they have no shot. It doesn't mean that they're not going to make the playoffs. In fact, if anything, it's something that Dan Campbell can put in his back pocket and use when necessary. In fact, we talk to Jared Goff every week, right? And when we bring up the Lions, something that's said about the Lions, negative, he almost gets excited. In fact, we brought something up in camp that, calls that we had gotten. He said, who said that? Like, he was all excited to have an individual. We said, well, some fans have said it. He was like, oh, okay. He wanted some expert. He wanted us to quote him, some expert that said what he or this team couldn't get done. He was excited to get that information. And then we said, well, it's just what some fans say. And he was like, oh, all right. And he wasn't being dismissive of fans' opinions. He just was looking for,
he wants to know the source, and then he can, attack the source or not. Like last year, who was it that brought up something?
Skip Bayless.
Skip Bayless. And who said that? Skip Bayless. He's like, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, that's something that they can use. So 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback to Champ and Chump votes coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
So you guys know which car dealership I love? It's Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. And it's because they give you real, honest pricing and the best deals around. And I'm not talking about, the things, the hidden surprises and gimmicks, because there are no gimmicks. There are no surprises. It's just straight up amazing offers. And right now, these are the current unbelievable specials. A 2025 Equinox EV for only $999 down and just $159 a month. Or if you're more of a truck person, you can get behind the wheel of a 2025 Silverado 2FL for only $999 down and $229 a month. That's right, $229 a month for a truck. And here's the best part. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield is giving employee pricing for everyone on select demo Equinox, Silverado, and Trax models. And you heard that right. It's employee pricing for everyone. So whether you're upgrading to a sleek new electric ride with Equinox or grabbing that tough Silverado for work or play, or looking for a solid SUV, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has got you covered. These deals aren't going to last long, so head over to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield and see why they're the best. And trust me, you're not going to find a better deal anywhere else. That's the Sarah difference.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797.
Are you surprised at how teams – I'm sorry. Are
It's
you
okay.
surprised at how NFL teams handle when they decide to release names of players that are getting released?
Dude, names are getting released like Friday.
Yeah.
And we haven't heard anything out of the Lions yet. Am I surprised? No. It's clear that everybody does it their own way. I'm really interested to see who the Lions guys have. Dan Campbell made it kind of clear today, or the implication was, hey, we don't want to tell people they made it because we want to see who everybody releases first. And if there's a player from another roster, and that was the one soundbite that I accidentally played a while ago about him, saying we have a vetting process that usually starts in college. So if we like the guy out of college and he gets released, there's a good chance that we are going to we would be interested in said player. And if we didn't like you out of college, we're probably not going to go after you. And a lot of it has to do with, they're the same vetting process they use for who they draft. So their eyes are, they're going to be wandering. So we'll see. Am I surprised? Why? Are you surprised?
I'm intrigued by it. I don't know, surprised is the right word. I find it interesting, because we've seen a lot of teams already announce players they've released, and it doesn't matter if it's a franchise that's been bad or a franchise that's been very good. You see different teams doing it different ways.
I would probably wait till the last possible moment as well. And the reason is people can then look at your cuts. Like if somebody got cut on Saturday, they can compare that to their own cuts and say, actually, I'd rather have that guy. And so they might start making out their rosters based on who's out there on the open market. I'd wait till the last possible moment before I announce my cuts.
I think I would, but there's also got to be that sweet spot where word gets around from the players in the league of how an organization has treated them. And in some respects, if you release players early so that they get out there and other teams can take a look at them and continue their NFL careers, that could go a long way because it's goodwill with the players and the team that they were released by.
Right.
But it might be a really small thing.
Might be. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Greg is in Detroit and he's on 97.1. Hello, Greg.
Hey, guys. Love you guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
I'm telling you, man, I'm feeling gorilla chesty. And I'm going to tell you why. Well, and it all started 3 years ago when we opened up the season against Philadelphia, and Philadelphia just lost in the Super Bowl but played a great game. But the Lions took them to like 30 points, and if you watch the game, the Lions could have took them to 50 points. And so I went on a limb. I said, man, the Lions have the ability to score at least 35 to 40 points a game. I said that. Now this year, fellas, with everything happening last year, and I said this every time I call, that we were 14 points away from going undefeated with the team we had, where in this case with the team that we didn't have. And so, fellas, and I'm going to be the first to say it, I'm going to just go out there. I think we can actually have an undefeated season. And when we lost in the playoffs to Washington, no team should ever still lose scoring 31 points. So I just want to make that point. And also, I believe Jared Goff is a top 2 quarterback in the top 3, and Old Spice agrees with me.
Old Spice. Here's the thing. The reason why I'm not as chesty about them going undefeated is they were healthy last year when they lost in week 2 to Tampa. You can lose even when you're healthy and you have the best team potentially in the league. They obviously had the best regular season. Didn't Kansas City also go 15-2? I think they did. But when they were healthy last year when they lost to Tampa. It's incredibly hard, incredibly difficult. That's why we haven't seen anybody do it since
the Patriots
what's his
did
face?
it.
And they didn't win the Super Bowl. I meant the whole way through. I guess he didn't say that.
72 Dolphins.
Yeah. He didn't. To be fair, you're right. He didn't say go undefeated and win the Super Bowl, but
I assume that's what he meant.
I did. Yeah, I guess. But bottom line is, it's going to be fascinating to see if the defense could actually be a strength. Can the defense be a strength? Because I'm not convinced it can't be this year. I absolutely believe the defense can be a strength. Do they have playmakers at all 3 levels? Because I remember when we were talking about the best playmaker on the Lions defense being DeAndre Levy. Now they have Aiden Hutchinson. They've got Jack Campbell. They've got Kirby Joseph. They got Brian Branch. I think they've upgraded at corner. I think they've got good run stuffers in DJ Reader and Aleem McNeil, who will be back. They really seem to love Tyleek. I mean, there's so much to like about this defense. Yeah, I think this could be. I think this could be something. I think this group could be an asset.
You know what's funny is there is, and yet we've seen none of them other than Tyleek in the preseason, right?
Well, we've seen him in practice. Right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, in terms of games,
nope.
And we've seen Tate Ratledge on offense. I think Christian Mahogany on offense. I think he got some plays in the preseason as well. But that's really kind of it on defensive side of the ball. It's just Tyleek Williams. I don't think we've seen any of the other guys. So it is putting our faith in something we haven't seen. However, you and I have been privy to 3 workouts in joint practices against other teams with the ones went versus the ones.
Yep.
The Miami practices were, that was just, it was absolutely reaffirming what we're hopeful of, which is that the defense can be really good. The Houston practice that we saw was a lot more evenly matched, and yet still a lot to like.
Feedback coming in. My personal skepticism about the Lions is 1, although a healthy Hutch and Davenport will improve the edge, it's the inside of the D-line and O-line I'm very concerned about. And 2, the Bears and Vikings added proven vets to their D-line and O-line, which were holes for them. The Vikings D is even better this year, and the Bears' recipe to protect their quarterback combined with offensive weapons equals scary. I've thought for years that the Bears are going to be a problem. They keep winning the offseason, and it doesn't translate onto the field. They've changed the coach, and we'll see about that. The Vikings, look, I like JJ, but he is a rookie. It's tough, man. He's not technically. I guess he's technically in his second year, but he didn't play last year.
Yeah, hasn't run a single play.
That's a big ask of a rookie.
It is a big ask of a rookie. And yet I was very dismissive of the guy that was playing quarterback for him last year in Sam Darnold. But Sam Darnold had a heck of a season playing with the Vikings and parlayed that into a nice contract. For a guy who was a complete bust through the first, 6 years of his career, complete bust, and has a great year. If he had a great year, why shouldn't I think that J.J. McCarthy could do something similar and get off to a good start? He can. They've got weapons.
Of course he can, but it's not easy for rookies.
It's not. And that's the difference, is the lack of experience that he's got.
Patrick is next on 97.1. Hello, Patrick.
Gentlemen, good day to you.
What's up?
Born and raised in Saginaw, Michigan, lived out west, moved back to Michigan, moved down to Ohio. I'm traveling back to Ohio right now. Every time I'm traveling through, I'm listening to you guys. Anyway, Vegas and the odds of Detroit not making the playoffs. I don't care what their odds are. I'm just glad that they are a good team now and they can contend. That's all I'm happy about. I have no control over the play calling, the coaches, anything. I just sit back and cross my fingers and hope for the best, man. That's all I can do.
The one thing about sports that is so difficult is that everybody, you don't have the same performance and output every week. You can prepare as best you can. You can be, total great scouting reports. Everybody's dialed in, great week of practice, and the weekend rolls around and you poop the bed. It just happens in sports. It makes it really, really difficult. You go through stretches and periods of time where you look like you're never going to win again, and you go through stretches and periods of time where you look like you're never going to lose again. There's an up and down nature to it. It's very difficult to predict. There's
and the one thing I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just going to say, the better you are, the more likely you are going to play well on a given Sunday, but there's no guarantees.
This is my first time ever calling, so I got to get this in. What really cracks me up, and it kind of makes my blood boil sometimes, about how these people have never played sports can talk about what teams are supposed to do. When I trust more of the players that play the game describing what's going on and what to expect.
Well, it's fun to talk about it's fun to make predictions. It's fun to make calls. These are all just opinions. Everybody's got them. You're allowed to have them. We respect our listeners and love to get varying opinions on things. But yeah, you go back to these. Does it have an impact on reality? Not really. You could play the underdog card. Or you can get a little too chesty when everybody's telling you how great you are. I'm not mad at people for having opinions.
No, not at all. And people are chesty. That's fine. It's the time of the year you get chesty. Right before the season begins.
Our guy, you pick out your favorites and you listen to what they have to say and you roll with them. But
yeah, we can agree to disagree.
Nobody sits around the sports bar going, I don't have anything to say. I have no opinion.
What do you think?
It's fun, man. It's just fun. 248-539-9797. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1.
Make Builder's First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installations, window and door installation services. You can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then you have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert Builder's First Source installation team. Done right with quality products and services. You can visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com.
Open lines here on Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. Let's get right back to your phone calls. We go to Al in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hello, Al.
Oh, hey, how you doing, man?
What's up, Al?
Favorite show. Great show, by the way.
Thank you.
Let me put the TV on pause.
Al, do you got us on a headset or speaker or something?
TV.
All right, Al.
What was going on there?
I don't know, but we prefer when we start to talk to you that you end all the rest of your conversations and talk back.
Right. Hey, guys, how you doing?
Well,
Anyway, I was thinking about ordering a burger for lunch today, but I'm not sure.
I think I was like, will you guys wait a second? I got another conversation going. Al, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay.
All
right, there you go.
That's all right. What's up?
Man, you guys are my favorite show. I make sure I watch you, and not the Valente show. I can't stand those guys. Love you all.
Well, don't.
Sorry.
They do a fine job.
Yeah. We'll stay politically correct there. Yes, sir.
All right, what's on your mind?
Anyways,
Yep.
yes, sir. So this is why, and I love the Lions. I hope we make it to the playoffs. Let me preface this whole statement before I say this. But they're going to be playing 7 playoff teams on the road. Plus, our division is no joke. So I can see why people may, and then I'm going to put on top of the fact that we lost both coordinators. People don't know the Lions like we know the Lions. I'm confident, but it's going to be a dogfight, I believe, every game, and we're built for it.
So the good news is that schedule stuff, it is a very real thing, but everybody else in the NFC North has a tough schedule. Like looking at the strength of schedule rankings, Detroit is 2, Minnesota's 4, Chicago's 5, Green Bay is 7. And that has everything to do with the crossover games and who they got to play on the other side, the AFC North. And so, there's tough games for everybody. Lions is a little bit slightly tougher, so we believe. But yeah, it's not going to be easy. But I'm not, the first round bye thing might not be in the cards this year. But we just saw a team that didn't get a first round bye win the Super Bowl. I mean, it happens.
Right. So that's how I think they're looking at it. But yeah.
All right, Al, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797.
All right.
Let's go to Jake on a cellular next on 97.1. Hello, Jake.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Great,
right,
thank
Jake.
you.
Hey, Gator, congrats on the purchase on the recliner there, bud.
Thanks, man.
Big
I appreciate it.
No problem. I'm going to go to the Tigers here. I had a question about so it's kind of like a two-part question. So if the playoffs were to start today, who would you put in your starting rotation and who would you put in the bullpen? And would you trust them?
Well, who are they playing?
Yeah, like how many is it a first round series? Is this a best of 7 series? What are we talking about?
Well, it's going to be the best
of 5. It'll be a best of 5. And to me, it depends a large part who they're playing. And I'd have to sit down and take a look at, starts against those teams. But I mean, look, my guess is it's still the veterans. It's still Skubal and Flaherty in spite of what happened yesterday. And it might be Charlie Morton ahead of Casey Mize, given A.J. Hinch's track record with him. But
is that based on his performance yesterday?
Who?
Mize.
Well, Mize didn't pitch yesterday. Mize pitched the other day. Actually, was pretty good.
Yeah, he was pretty good. But I know A.J. Hinch has his guys he trusts. But the bottom line is the first thing I'd want to know is who they're playing, and then I'd look at track records against those teams.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fair.
So,
but yes, I mean, obviously, Skubal is going to be our number 1, Flaherty number 2, and then Mize number 3, maybe.
I don't know if anything's obvious.
Yeah, I was going to say the only thing that's obvious is Skubal's your number 1, and beyond that, I mean, this is what's interesting about setting up your rotation for the playoffs. Do you go with a 3-man rotation or a 4-man rotation? If it's a 3-man rotation, it sets up interesting matchups coming out of the bullpen. Let's say, just for the sake of argument, you go with Skubal, Mize, and Morton. John Flaherty coming out of the bullpen, throwing 96, 97, and knowing that he can give you a couple strong innings is
well. And then you got Best in there too.
Yeah, well, I mean, the back end of the bullpen is different, but yeah,
absolutely.
And Paddock pitched really well over the weekend as well. Was in 5 shutout innings from Paddock. Not that I expect him to be in the rotation.
That's one scenario I can't see.
No, but it's another guy out of the bullpen. I guess is.
So, Doug, are you saying you can't see Paddock making the bullpen this year?
I would bet. I would bet against it, but they're using Toledo like man 26, man 27, and man 28 right now on the roster. They keep going down to Toledo and pulling guys up. I think it's too early. I think this whole thing is a work in progress. and it's probably specific to the matchup.
And I have said for a while, I think the roster you see in the playoffs is going to be totally different than what we've seen over the last couple of weeks. I think with they're doing a lot of matchup stuff with guys that they brought up from Toledo, where they're bringing up another left-handed arm out of the bullpen because they're going to face more lefties in the lineup in the matchups to come. I totally understand why they do what they've done and why they're going to do what they're going to do.
Dan in Westland is next. Hello, Dan.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Hey, now what I wanted to talk about was just I've been listening to the radio for a while, and one of the things that I keep hearing from all the Lions fans is that the schedule's tough, and we have to play this guy, and we have to go there and play these guys. I think it's a little tired. I think that one of the big things is, when are we going to start saying they have to play the Lions? We've had one of the best teams in the NFL for the last 3 years, one of the best rosters in the NFL, proven now, going on 3 years. Thinking that we're going to be 15-2 again? No, I don't think so. I think we're going to lose some games here and there, but just the idea that that's the reason why we're going to have this huge regression and this isn't going to be the best team in the NFL anymore because we have a tough schedule. I think the people that have to play us should be more scared of the people that we have to play.
Well, there's some truth in that. Dan, the one thing that's really weird is we all know better than to do this. The schedules never go exactly the way you think they're going to. And the odds are, because everybody thinks the schedule's so daunting, that there's going to be some teams on here that really underachieve in the eyes of what people think they're going to do. And so we do this every single year, and we know better, and I can't help it. And Gator can't help it, and Kang can't help it, and nobody can help it. You look at a schedule, you go, that looks impossible, and then it turns out it's not. Happens all the time.
Exactly. I mean, teams change every year. Parity is a thing, and it's one of those things.
All right, we're kind of losing you, Dan. Appreciate the phone call, but I don't think anything's a certainty. What is a certainty? It's Mike Valeni.
Oh dear, what's a certainty?
Oh, look at that old school.
You like the hat?
Yeah.
Have you went to Olympic Stadium? He's wearing an Expos hat.
Yeah.
You been up there?
Quite the dump.
It is so fascinating because I think they built it in the early 70s going, this is what everything's going to look like.
For the World Expo. And it was the first retractable roof. One problem. It's stuck on the guy wires, so it's stuck there now forever. It can't move. But yeah, like the botanical gardens are around there. Like, it's a beautiful city. It's in a beautiful area, but that stadium that was a hellhole.
But that hat is fire because it's all blue.
It's a good one. It's not the multicolor.
Yeah,
exactly.
With the red, white, and blue logo is fantastic.
People can see his hat on the stream.
Sure.
Watching YouTube.
It's just attached to my bulbous head. What were you talking about schedule-wise? Whose schedule are we predicting?
This guy said that we were just talking about the Lions schedule, and we do it every year.
Oh, yeah.
It looks impossible, or this schedule looks easy, that schedule looks tough, and it turns out it's an inexact science.
It's a week-to-week league.
Yep.
I mean, like, we all thought the Dallas game was going to be a showdown or the Niner game last year.
Yep.
Games were useless.
Yeah.
There's 2 games on your schedule where you go, all right, just roll the ball out there. It's the Browns and the Giants. Other than that, I don't know.
I want to get your reaction to the news that Michigan State is reopening Munn Field with a beer garden.
It's a really positive step. It shows they don't loathe their fans in the way that they so routinely act. Like, I think it's great.
Do you remember, were you ever in Munn Field in its heyday?
Unfortunately, I arrived the year after Munn Field was closed.
Okay.
But look, they just need to value the 7 Saturdays a year that are special and actually welcome people there versus make them feel like you're crossing the Korean DMZ. Like, try to take care of your people. Like, I mean, I understand, like, we're not good, but our fans still do show up. Like, it's a big stadium. It's too big. Like Michigan or Ohio State or Texas, you can support 100,000. And you're good. Like, MSU Stadium is still 80. Like, look around the SEC. Most of them are in the 60s. Ford Field is substantially smaller. And our fans show up. Like, just take care of them. And power wash the stadium. Can you do that for me?
Add some more bathrooms.
Okay. But yes, it's a good step.
Yeah.
But man, they need several more steps.
Yeah. Well, first steps.
Your donation is welcomed.
Well, you know what? Here's what I'd like to see. Yeah. Show me a plan. You ever notice how nothing is planned out? So you show me a comprehensive plan. This is a conversation for another day, but like Jay Batt, like, put it together, man. Give us a flashy video. Show us like a dome stadium or something.
You want renderings?
Yes, we love renderings here in Detroit, don't we?
Project 2029. What we want it to look like in 2029.
I think the thing Haller was working on was Project 2050. I'm like, great. We'll all be the Golden Girls by the time this is done. It's ridiculous.
What do you got planned coming up next?
We're going to do a little college football.
Yep.
I do. I want to kind of do kickoff week where the Bryce Underwood news, I've got an Aiden Childs thing, and it's not pitting guys against each other, nothing to do with the rivalry, but expectations. And then I do want to bring up Micah Parsons' nap time. And I wanted to ask people if it was here, what your reaction would be. Is like, would you be as supportive of the player? Would you be pummeling the team? You know, because it's easy for us. It's not our problem.
Yep.
So we get to sit there and be like, just pay the guy. Can you imagine if it was, I'm not even going to put a single player's name to it. It was a star Lion taking a nap on the medical table.
It's nice to not have problems like
Got to
this.
rest.
Noted.
Very
But
nice.
you get my point is,
Yes.
if it were here, what would your reaction be to it?
Have a great show.
All right. And we have Who Am I, including a Doug Carr selection.
Great. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Michigan football coach Sherrone Moore confirmed the reports that leaked last night that freshman Bryce Underwood would serve as their starting quarterback. Moore says that he told the team yesterday. He also confirmed that 5-star offensive lineman Andrew Babalola has a knee injury and is out for the year. MSU coach Jonathan Smith said that starting safety Nakai Martinez will be a game-time decision in their opener on Friday as well. Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown was named as the 20th best player in the NFL, according to League's Top 100. Dan Campbell was back at the podium today and said he and Brad Holmes are trying to have all the cuts done by today as well. He also said they'll know more about injured edge rusher Ahmed Hassanin's future by the time Holmes speaks to the media later this week. In other NFL news, the Terry McLaurin and Commanders hold-in is over. They inked the receiver to a 3-year, $96 million extension. The Tigers face the Athletics tonight in Sacramento. The A's have played decent ball lately, holding a 6-3 record in the last 3 series. Tonight, they face Detroit A's Tarek Skubal. Here how that goes right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 10:05. I didn't make one mistake. How about that? At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Shirt on.
What is wrong with this? Is a great shirt. What's your hat is so random. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thanks, Kenny. All right, let's get to business. You hear the drum line. It is college football time. We are going to provide you. I want to show you that I am selfless, not selfish. Just because I'm not personally excited because the sport is in a garbage heap, it doesn't mean you're not. So what we plan on doing this week, or at least I plan on doing, I don't know if Rico comes to work anymore. The point is, we are going to do a college football kickoff celebration all week. Now, that's not going to be wall-to-wall college football. Friday will. But who am I? Every day. Big Ten edition. Why? Because the people like it, and it's fun, and I don't mind setting them up. I don't know why. It's like an idiot skill I have that I can do them very quickly. 2, we're going to have some fun with the blitzes. Baked in college football. And as luck would have it, there's really not a huge storyline with the Tigers or Lions right now. Cut down day, we'll get to that tomorrow. There is college football news. So we're going to have some fun. And I want to kind of line up a few things. And we will get to some NFL later in the day with this Micah Parsons thing and trying to localize it. No, not trade offer. No, I don't mean localize it that way. It's about localizing a reaction, but we'll get to it. I wanted to start with the news, and I'm going to try to do this, and I really hope it doesn't go the wrong direction. I want to invite Michigan and Michigan State fans in on this because they are unrelated questions. They're unrelated. We're not debating these two players. We're not comparing these two players. We're not saying one's better than. We're not doing any of it. There's nothing with the rivalry. I just want to see if people can participate without blowing their diaper. Okay? So let's start out with news item A. And it is the announcement that Bryce Underwood is the starting quarterback at the University of Michigan. Okay. Now, surprising? No. You pay a kid $15 million in 2025. He's starting. I mean, for Sharon to get up there and say he had to compete for the job, it's nice to see the lying didn't end with the COI. Just stop. Every other quarterback was dead and or garbage. Like, you paid him $15 million. He's the starter. He's the number 1 quarterback in America out of high school. And is it a good idea? Well, that doesn't matter. Because the way it works now is you start. You'll have once in a great while, you'll have the Arch Manning thing. But here's my question. Now that Bryce Underwood is the starter, let's talk about expectation. Not hopes and dreams, expectation. This is something David and I talked about a lot, and I also put another Cash the Ticket in the can today, talked about it with Jim. It's the idea of we conflate the things we want a player to be or hope a player is, and we combine that with an expectation. Those are not the same things. You can hope to have like the best day of your life today, but you can't have that expectation.
Like, Bryce Underwood has a very bright future. I'm as excited as any of you to just see, okay, what is this guy? But I don't expect a lot. Because if history, and again, I value history. If I give you the last 20 years of the number one player in America at the quarterback position and what they did as a freshman, history tells you it's going to be a rough ride. Now, that doesn't mean Bryce Underwood is doomed or that he can't be an outlier to the trend. Trevor Lawrence was an outlier. He had a rock star freshman year, but it is rare. And by the way, you don't have to ask the question about the last 20 years. We did the work. Evan was kind enough to help me with that while I was taping the podcast. I have the last 20 number one quarterbacks in America. I'm asking you what your expectation is, though, not the hope. And David, you were very upset before the show. So and again, you're also timeout. Nope. That was the wrong button. I want to congratulate Kaz Tech on their newest football commit.
No.
David Hull Jr. The conversations about, hey, everybody down at Kaz Tech, if you would call David, he is about to send you a Division I athlete.
There is no conversation happening right now.
Somebody, listen to me. Somebody called Thomas Wilcher or whoever's coaching down there now. I'm kidding. I know he left 10 years ago. David's kid is coming down. We need a locker. What jersey number does he wear?
We don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, Mike.
He wants the number 1 or he's not transferring.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Mike.
Okay, all I know is David and his wife had the convo. We've got a Kaz Tech commit. I'm trying to deliver someone to the green and white. Now, we need an NIL package. Need $10,000 a month, or he's not sending his kid down there.
I have no idea what he's talking about, people. If you're listening from the Canton High School, I don't know what he's talking about.
Canton, he's leaving. More, he wants to rock more, or he's out.
Well, we're talking expectations for Bryce Underwood here. And I want to throw some numbers out here because this is a stat line that I think I would be okay with here. Just over 2,400 yards, 13 touchdowns, and yes, there were 11 interceptions. That is one Aiden Childs from last year. And I know he wasn't a true freshman last year, but the reason why I bring him up as an example is because the question marks for Michigan are offensive line. Mike, would you say that Aiden Childs and Michigan State had offensive line issues last year?
That was their general viewpoint.
Exactly. So while Michigan's offensive line issues may not be that, we don't know what they are yet. So I would be just fine if Bryce Underwood as a true freshman came out with similar numbers as that. I would be just fine. He's a true freshman. I'm not going crazy. He is not Cam Newton. He is not Trevor Lawrence, who you mentioned. He had a wonderful year as a freshman quarterback. Trevor Lawrence threw for over 3,200 yards and 30 touchdowns. That's amazing, but that's an outlier. That does not happen to true freshmen. So I am going to go with, if he's just 2,500 yards, maybe 15 touchdowns, good enough for me.
Okay, and again, I think your fan base will laugh at you for that, but I don't think you're crazy. I mean, look, here's some of the number one QBs in years past. Start with DJ Lagway last year. Lagway wasn't the starter. Graham Mertz died. Lagway showed some serious talent, but it was 12 touchdowns, 9 picks, and about 1,900 yards. Okay, Arch Manning didn't play. Drew Aller barely played. Quinn Ewers didn't play. Bryce Young, 13 pass attempts. Spencer Rattler, 11 pass attempts. The Trevor Lawrence here is this complete outlier. Davis Mills didn't play. Shea Patterson, 6 touchdowns, 3 picks, 800 yards. Jared Stidham, 12 touchdowns, 2 picks, 1,200 yards, and 100 pass attempts. Like, you got to go all the way to what? Christian Hackenberg in 2013 for another guy that threw north of 200 passes, 20 touchdowns, 10 picks, 2,900 yards. Before that, there is none. It goes all the way back to 2010 in our research. So look, I just, the idea to expect certain things is different. I think the hope is you hope he's Trevor Lawrence. You hope he's advanced. You hope he's a unicorn. Those are all more than rational thoughts. Hope is all we got as fans. But the expectation, I have very little. I think anytime you play a true freshman quarterback, it's insanely unfair to the kid. 99 out of 100 times. And if Bryce is the outlier, it'll work out just fine. And look, let's say he had a DJ Lagway type year. Do you know what I'm saying about Lagway this year? He has potential to be the best quarterback in America year 2. Not year 1. In no way, shape, or form did I think that last year. That's what I want to know from you guys. All jokes aside about, he earned it. The minute you paid him $15 million, he was the starter. Especially when the only guy you brought in to compete with him is Mikey Keene.
Who was hurt most of camp.
Exactly. David, stop letting facts get in the way of a good narrative. The point I'm making is, what are your expectations? Hey, Cat got your tongue, Wolverines? Or you don't want to talk because this isn't one of your little culty safe spaces? No, you can call in, and I'm not mad if you say, hey, I expect 30 touches. Just tell me what you're expecting. For me, just stay afloat. Look, Dylan Raiola was a very similar to Underwood type guy as far as huge NIL, huge reputation, huge programs after him. I watched Dylan Raiola last year, and I walked away unimpressed.
He struggled a lot last year.
Because it's really difficult. It's really difficult. The position is difficult if you've been at the school for 2 years. Hell, 3 years. You're a redshirt sophomore. To walk in, and here's the other problem I have in all of this, and I'm not being slanderous, but where'd this kid play high school?
In Michigan.
Yeah, which has never been worse. And by the way, Belleville's got a little bit of a rep. All show, no go. Lot of high-rated recruits, very little performance. Go look, don't be mad at me. Again, could Bryce be the outlier? Absolutely. Could Bryce be Trevor Lawrence? Sure, why not? But I can't expect it. I want to know what you expect. Now this is your quarterback. So what, is there a win total? And how much of that win total is tied to defense carrying the day and limiting how often Bryce even throws the ball? Remember that winning model when you had a young quarterback? JJ wasn't any good. JJ got carried by this team. Then in his last season, after multiple years in the program, he started to gain a little bit more trust. No? That's the whole point. The formula would be your success or failure is about how little Bryce Underwood needs to do, not how much. But again, the one player in 20 years I have. If you want Hackenberg, that's fine. 2 players in 20 years. 18 players go one way, the other 2 go the other. Well, why would I have expectations that are not in line with historical context? Let's hear from you guys. Go ahead. And again, you're not guilty. There's no yelling. If you call up and say 40 touchdowns, I'm just going to tell you you're probably going to be disappointed.
And please call up and tell me that I'm not a real Michigan fan. If you think that I'm being wrong here, please call up and tell me.
Can we not? Why do we have to do that?
Okay.
Why are you not allowed to have an opinion as a Michigan fan?
What I'm supposed to get on here and say is he's going to be amazing. We're going to the national title again because of him this year.
I mean, okay, if that's their belief, but that's a hope. I think if you're expecting that, that's something altogether different. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of the people, get some of the ticket texts as well, 97.1. All right, Northville Lumber, talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, you count on Northville, they'll have all the decking you need when you need it. Call Northville today or stop by the showroom. Yes, everything's in stock. Take home some samples and go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. David, your fan base is awfully quiet. Why is it a problem to put your expectations out there in the public discourse instead of one of your little culty chat rooms? Just tell me what you expect out of Bryce Underwood. He's your starter now. If it's greatness, say it with your chest. Or God forbid you bring a realistic viewpoint. True freshmen have a god-awful history of performing right off the rip. Why? Because it's really effing hard. And Bryce is an incredibly talented young man. He's got a real big future. But I'm keeping, like when David brought up Aiden Child's stat line from last year, about 60%, 13 TDs, 11 picks, and 2,300 yards, yeah, I'd probably sign up for that. Why? Because it's a lot better than most of these outcomes. I mean, would it make you feel better if I said, fine, it's DJ Lagway last year, 12 touchdowns, 9 picks, 1,900 yards, albeit only played in, I think, 8 games. Yeah, I would take that. It has nothing to do with what we view the player as down the line. If Bryce shows what Lagway showed last year, I have no problem telling you he could break out and be a top 5 QB nationally next year. But when you pay a kid $15 million, I think it forces you to do some things that you don't want to do. And to be honest, I think it puts programs in a hard spot that nobody was going to transfer here. No legitimate transfer was coming here because they knew it was Underwood's gig. So you basically pigeonhole yourself into having to start a freshman. And no, I don't believe you have Alabama's offensive line. You don't. I don't love your wide receivers. You don't have Loveland anymore. I think you absolutely have talent in the running back room with Justice Haynes, but like, it's not like I'm dropping Bryce Underwood in the middle of pick who you respect offensively. Ole Miss, right? Like that's a different situation. I actually think for Michigan to be their best self, he probably has to be asked to do very little. Sure, you want to use his legs a little bit. You want to use some physicality. You absolutely want to curate and give him 35% play action. But no, I'm keeping my expectations in check. That doesn't take away the excitement of you have this unicorn type player locally sourced, right? Like, yeah, I want to see him play. But David, what are people saying on the ticket text?
Underwood expectations are simple. Get better throughout the year, compete, don't look lost. That is Sam stuck on Orchard Lake.
Respect. I mean, my expectations are similar to that. A little bit higher, probably. I think don't get lost is probably a low bar to clear.
I would say so. Bryce Underwood freshman season, 2,500 yards passing, 20 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, 4 rushing touchdowns, 9-3 team record.
I mean, would you sign a piece of paper for that right now?
For that, yes, I would.
I would sign it all day, every day, and twice on Sunday. If that's what I was getting, and I'm a Michigan fan, where do I sign that check?
Mike, I expect a Chad Henne freshman year. That will be awesome. That is Mark from calling from a cell phone. Michigan online is still a question. They are still going to run the ball, have 2 good running backs to do it. Bryce can be 2,300, 17 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. He has a pulse, so it's better than anything we had last year. Oh, man.
Look, clearly, if the measuring stick is last year, where you had a quarterback that could not throw a forward pass, I'm here to tell you it'll look better than that. What I'm doing is I'm not going to the opposite end of the spectrum and predicting 3,000 yards and 30 touchdowns and greatness. I have a hard time believing at the end of this year he'll be a top 3-4 guy in the conference. I think that's going to be very difficult. If he does that, you've got every right to believe you've got a first-round draft pick on your team. If he's able to do that year one.
Yeah, like this text. I expect no less than 32 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, 10 wins, and a Heisman consideration. I've seen this kid play. He's the next Brady.
I have nothing for you.
That's extreme. That's
fine.
extreme.
There's no yelling. I have nothing for you. That's insane. I've seen this kid play. Play who? Play who? The state of Michigan, high school football's never been worse. Play who? Like, no offense, but like, come on, what are we doing? Strength of schedule ratings now in high school football?
No, you're right, because I also have text on the other side, which I'm also not going to do. Oh, well, he lost to Howell last year. Well, that's high school ball.
Right, like I'm going to hold that against him.
What are we doing?
Yeah, that's it, Kenny. He's a bust.
From a Michigan fan, I am hoping he can be a game manager. That is Brian from Northville.
I think game manager with flashes of brilliance, I'd sign up for it right now. I have a hard time believing not only with the freshman angle, but also through the construct of what's made your program successful outside of the cheating, has been you run the football, you play defense. You don't make mistakes. We're going to hand select some throws for you. We're going to make it easier. That's game management. I mean, I'd feel a whole hell of a lot better if you had Colston Loveland back on this team as a big-time security blanket. Or if you had the O-line from 2023. Oh, then I'm like, okay, look, he could game manage his way to 10-2. The schedule is easy. It's not a difficult schedule. You know, you don't play Oregon. You don't play Penn State, et cetera, et cetera. You get Ohio State at the end of the year. You got Oklahoma in a non-conference. It doesn't matter if you lose by 50. Who else is on that schedule? At Nebraska is going to be tricky, right? Freshman, road start. Okay. I think the game against Michigan State will be tricky. Not like you were impressive last year against us. I'd like to think State would be better. And yeah, other than that, what? I mean, you should go out and win 8 games, right? Maybe 9. Does that feel...
It feels about right. One note, though, you will not have your coach when you go against Nebraska.
Again.
So for a freshman quarterback, that could matter.
I can't keep up with the pick your own suspension, spin a wheel, whatever. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. They won without Harbaugh. They can win without Sharon. I mean, who are we kidding? It's not like Sharon's over there with a play sheet and he's Lane Kiffin. No?
No, that's fair.
I don't want to sound harsh. I didn't mean it to be harsh. We'll get to the callers next. 248-539-9797. Bryce Underwood's the starter at U of M. What are your expectations for it? And I want to throw an Aiden Childs thing out there that we test ran last week quickly. I want to see if people react to that. I'm sure it'll be nuanced and well thought out. 97.1. All right, let's get to the people. Just doing a little college football kickoff this week, Friday for State, Saturday for U of M. And it just felt like, look, the news was Bryce Underwood getting named starter. Let's just roll with it. Seeing what your expectation is, not your hope. D is in Southfield. He leads off today. D, how you been?
Man, Mike B, you knew I was going to call, brother. What's happening?
What's going on? It's good to hear from you again.
Hey, man, blessings on top of blessings. Man, look, dude, David got his calculator with him. That's all we need.
Okay, go ahead.
You got Tuttle, you got Orgy, you got Warren, you got Denegal. Add all their numbers up together. And if Bryce can be better than that, that's a pretty doggone good season. Here's the one thing I don't want us to do. I don't want us to do what we got a bad habit of doing, Mike. We give up on our quarterbacks. You gave up on Devin Gardner. You give up on Tate Forcier. You gave up on McNamara, but you gave up on him for JJ, even though JJ really wasn't ready. You gave up on Joe Milton. Do not give up on this kid. If he gets me 2,200 yards, 14 touchdowns, 7 picks, with that defense that we bringing back,
yep,
I'll take it all day.
I'd sign the paper right now.
I'll take it all day.
Yeah, D, you
I'm
know
signing
I'm sitting in the pew at your church. I would sign it today.
I'm telling you. They gave up on Joe Milton, and I know he couldn't make a 10-yard pass, but he could throw it 90. But look at him now. He's starting to come around. He's going to make Dallas' squad, and I kind of see some of the similarities with this kid. I've seen him up close.
I just
throw it 100.
I really hope, D, I really hope there are no similarities to Joe Milton. Okay. I just can't with the Milton thing. Remember, that preseason we were told he was a combination of Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, and Cam Newton. Okay, then. Look, I want Bryce Underwood to be Bryce Underwood. If I'm a Michigan fan, I don't want comps to anybody. I don't want a standard held. Like what D called up and said, David, if he's giving you about 190 to 200 yards passing a game and you play complementary football with 150 on the ground and a solid defense, you're going to win 8-9 games. I'd have no problem with that. You got to remember in college, like what 3,000 yards is, what 2,800, 2,700. Guys, it's not easy. And let's be clear about something. Like you're playing New Mexico this weekend. You're 37-point favorites. Like some of these games, I highly doubt they're going to let you throw it a whole lot. So I always temper my expectations with numbers. It's more stylistically, can you limit the mistakes? Like unlike DJ Lagway, who played for Florida last year, they had the hardest schedule in America. You have an Indiana schedule. You're going to have way more ability to get this kid comfortable. Lagway's out there making his debut, like, oh, look, we're at Auburn. Oh, look, we're playing Texas A&M. We're in Tennessee. Those are nightmare scenarios. Nightmare. You don't have that outside of the Oklahoma game. And let's not get carried away. Oklahoma's win total over under in Vegas is 7.5. This isn't like you're going on the road to Texas. Yes, you'll be an underdog in that game, but I'm not going to turn Oklahoma into something, indomitable. Do I believe you're winning that game? No. But it doesn't mean you're going to get rolled either. I mean, I can joke about it, but I just think these numbers are kind of where I'm at. 2,200 yards, 14 TDs. I'd be happy with it. And sure, can the number go crazy if he throws 4 touchdowns against New Mexico Military Academy? Sure. But in general, that's kind of where I'm at with D. Let's go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, pal?
Yeah, I was talking about, I'd like to see Bryce be more like JJ was in his freshman year. Just pound the rock. That's what we got. Use that offensive line and count on that defense. So probably like 15 touchdowns, 8 picks.
I'd sign up today. A 2-to-1 touchdown to INT ratio for a true freshman at a big program, I'd be good with it. I mean, Jay, when you read all the hype and stuff, what's your viewpoint as a Michigan fan? Do you look at it and go, "What the hell planet am I on?" or are your friends buying into it?
some of my friends are like, oh, it's the next Trevor Lawrence. I mean, like, let's pump the brakes on that. Let's let the kid play a couple of games. Let's see after week 2 what he looks like after Oklahoma, and then we can start comparing him to Trevor Lawrence or whoever. Right?
Yeah, no, Jay, I'm with you. And for me, that's part of the fun of sports is I don't like putting an expectation on a kid who's never played. If it happens and he's marvelous, that's the fun. I mean, I can't tell you he will or won't. When David gave me numbers, I said I would sign up for that right now. History tells me he won't be Trevor Lawrence year 1. But that doesn't mean he can't be year 2, or it doesn't mean he's without hope or whatever. That's why I hate when people put that expectation on a guy who's never played college football. Now, did Bryce help himself with his comment? No, he didn't. But that's par for the course for U of M. Well, they've never seen a freshman like me. Okay. All right. I sure. I mean, it's just, that's not my deal. That's not my style.
And I hear that. A lot of people are making that comment. I want the kid to be confident. I do.
He can think it. Just don't say it.
I'm fine with him saying it.
I know you are.
I am. So.
And also, congratulations.
Stop it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Where can the fans watch the commitment video of your son?
I have no idea what you're referring to.
Did he do the hat dance?
I don't know.
Did he have on like a Catholic Central hat and then a Caz Tech hat?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Whee!
Now I'm going to get texts from my friends now.
Does he know how many yards are on the field? Is it the right number?
That's for you, Kenny.
I'm sorry.
I'm just telling you down there in Canton, you guys better get this kid to rock or he's gone.
I don't know what he's referring to, people.
Uncle Mike said so.
He's hitting the portal, people.
I'm David's kid's agent. I'm leaving. Let's go to Walt, 97.1. Walt, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, enjoying your show.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, I'm a Michigan fan, but I'm an older man, and I've seen a lot of quarterbacks come and go. And there's been too much written so far on this guy. There's a lot of difference between playing on Friday night in Belleville Stadium and there is walking out that tunnel at nighttime now. Just add these up. Let's all kind of get real here. Nationally televised game, 100 and some thousand people yelling and screaming. I don't care how mature you are. That'll make anybody's nads get tight. And don't tell me he's going to just come out there and be smooth as a gravy sandwich. It's not going to happen. But if I see a few bright spots over the first 4 to 6 games, you know what? I'm delighted, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. If we got 8 wins out of this year, and he gets some great experience, and we can see him developing, it's a win-win as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and I think it sets you up to return to a national championship playoff conversation next year where, the leap from year 1 to year 2 for a young QB is often huge. But, Walt, I think it's a year early, but, Walt, you know the problem. I went to the wrong school, so I can't possibly just talk about the team without, my opinion being wavered? No, it's just
reality.
Not with me. No,
not
I
with
won't,
me.
because, Walt, you're a gentleman. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Enjoy your show. No, hey, what's better? College football, buddy. It starts Thursday, and we're on our way.
Yeah, I know. I wish I held the enthusiasm I used to have for it. But, yes, we'll figure it all out together. I am interested, by the way. What was it, Thursday night? Is it Nebraska's at Cincy, but it's at Arrowhead?
I think so, yep.
Can we just play these games on campus? Why do we have to keep doing this? Why was Iowa State, Kansas State, and Dublin?
Made no sense.
None of these neutral site games make a lot of sense. Just play them on campus. Whatever happened to that? Especially, it's Nebraska. It's technically a road game.
Correct. It is there at Cincinnati.
Historic Nippert Stadium.
A 9 p.m. kick.
In Arrowhead.
Yes.
It's just nice sport. Let me go to John and we'll move on. Johnny, you get the last word. What's going on, buddy?
Thank God. Good afternoon. So, I don't know about the numbers, what he's going to throw, touchdown, interception, but my expectation for him, a lot of freshmen, when they first start, they get nervous and make bad decisions and they rush everything. my expectation for him is to have some patience, take your time, and read everything before you make a choice. That way, you can limit the number of interceptions, fumbles, turnovers, whatever. Just have some patience and take your time. The first year should be about building yourself up. Try not to do anything like super flashy. You don't need to. Just patience is a virtue.
No, and John, they've got smart people around them, and Chip Lindsey, and you've got an archetype. You have this offensive system. You know what you guys are. You know the identity. Run the ball, set up some play action pass. I'm sure they're going to use his legs a little bit, but you're right. Like, you don't need to. That's where, John, I get so confused, is because you have so many people who are like 3,000 yards, and I'm going, what school does he play for? This isn't Texas Tech. That's not what you guys do.
Yeah, and I'm not a Michigan fan. I just wanted to call and
you're fine.
Give my 2 cents. But go green, Mike.
Yeah, hopefully, John. I hope they run the touchdown play. I don't know. I do have something MSU related. We can do it in the 3 o'clock. I wanted to start out with the Bryce Underwood news. I want to say something, and we'll have some fun at 3. And by fun, it means I'll probably get yelled at. All right, listen. You're busy. It's Monday. Kids are back to school in many cases. You're running all over town. Let's fix your dinner problem. Hungry Howie's. On a Monday night, the 73 Classic, a large pepperoni pizza with 73 of them to be exact, $9.99. Dinner on the table in 20 minutes. In-house made dough, the best ingredients, real Mott's, not Wisconsin block cheese or whatever that's supposed to be, and your choice of flavored crust. Let's solve your dinner crisis on a Monday. It's hungryhowies.com. You place your order for that 73 Classic, $9.99. Limited time only. Take advantage of the deal before it's too late. All right, let's talk a little college football. We've got two different blitzes today. One's going to be overrated, one's going to be underrated. But to kick off college football being back, we thought it was appropriate. David, music, please. Thank you, David.
So let's start with the overrated teams here. And we'll start with the team that has already played. They are number 22 in the AP. And we'll see if that changes because they beat Kansas State in Dublin. But overrated, Iowa State.
Wrong. You're talking to the guy that was my preseason Big 12 to win the conference pick when we did the preview episode like 10 days ago in Cash Ticket. I like Rocco Becht. I like what they have. And I understand they lost a pair of 1,000-yard wide receivers.
Correct.
But like David, case in point with Kansas State, Avery Johnson can't throw a forward pass. New year, same crap. Best thing about the guy is his athleticism and his hair. I think Iowa State's a good football team. And David, that defense is frustrating to play against with that 3-3-5, very active front. I like the way they played. And yeah, Chris Kleiman handed them the game a little bit with going for it on his own 28, like his name's Dan Campbell.
Yeesh.
But I think Iowa State's a good football team, David. I'm going to say wrong on that one. They're not overrated.
Okay, next team on the list. They are ranked inside the top 10. They are number 7 in the AP. Supposed to be a top team in the Big Ten. That is Oregon. Are you considering them overrated?
I'm going to consider them overrated in the same way I consider Michigan overrated. You do not have a proven quarterback. I can't make you one of the favorites to win the whole thing. If you're number 7 preseason, it means you're a legit national championship contender. The last time we saw Dante Moore, he was busy throwing more passes to the opposition than his own team. I think he had 4 or 5 pick sixes in a 5-week run. He sat, he learned, now he gets to try it again. I have no idea what we're about to see. I think they're overrated.
This one is mainly based on them just being ranked number 1 overall. Not saying they're going to have a horrible year, but maybe they should not be ranked number 1 right now, and that's Texas. Overrated.
I'll say no. I mean, Arch played enough and showed some level of being quite dynamic. They have the best play caller in America. They are loaded with talent. They have a $40 million roster. If you want to say overrated because it's number 1, fine. But would you blink if they were ranked number 3? No. So I kind of say no to that.
And we'll learn about them quickly. Ohio State on the road.
Am I wrong that I like them this weekend?
You do. I don't think you're wrong, because I really think it's a coin flip at this point.
I give me some time. I have a few days to figure out the rest, but my early lean is like, really? I mean, I've never seen Julian Sayin throw a pass. Go ahead. I also, by the way, who the hell they got in the backfield? Here's your answer. It's not Travion Henderson. It's not Quinshon Junkins.
Not even close. Well, I know you disagree with this next one here. They are ranked in the top 25. They are number 13. The top 25 is a team that you believe in. You love their quarterback, so I know you don't believe they're overrated. But let's have a discussion about South Carolina.
I understand if you say they're overrated. I do.
Oh, okay.
But no, I understand it. It doesn't mean I agree with it. I think South Carolina and Florida playing young quarterbacks last year, going through the gauntlet, coming through the other side, getting a couple of big wins, I think it pays dividends. I think South Carolina has a really good football team. Remember last year, David, they got screwed against the refs by LSU, lost by, I think, 2, and they lost by a point to Bama in Tuscaloosa. They're a good football team. And they've also got, Dylan Stewart, the edge rusher up front.
Sure do.
David, I think they're appropriately ranked, but here's your problem. The last 6 weeks of their schedule, I don't think there's a team in America that could go better than 5-1 in that 6-week span. Go look at that.
Let's touch on another SEC team, and this is going to get Kenny riled up. They are number 5
Overrated.
in the AP.
Overrated.
And they have a quarterback in Gunnar Stockton. Is Georgia.
Don't like him. I don't like him. I think there's a bit of an erosion talent-wise when you look at the top 50 players in America, according to PFF, the Georgia Bulldogs have. It's a big year for Kirby. There's got to be a bounce back here. I don't like him in the top 3 in the SEC. Kenny, speak your piece.
This is going to be a year where this team is really going to go as the quarterback goes. So you're right. It's a huge year for Kirby, and I also am not sure what they have. So we're going to find out. I wouldn't say overrated or underrated. I would just say question mark?
Yeah.
Because this team is a giant question mark.
I think going to the portal to get receivers last time with Lovett and Ra Thomas, it didn't work the way we thought. Now they try it again, led by Zachariah Branch from USC. Look, the receivers are going to be there. This Gunnar Stockton thing, I need a little time to evaluate that, but I'll say overrated for right now.
And we're going to learn about this next team here that we're going to discuss because they play Sunday night at 7:30 against Notre Dame.
Yeah.
It is Miami.
Overrated.
Yeah, I agree.
When your head coach needs a bedpan duct taped to his ass because he bleeps himself late in games, I'm done with Miami. After last year, I'm done. You had the number 1 overall draft pick. I'm done. Go Irish.
And can we?
I don't even care. I'll root for Notre Dame. That's how much I'm done with Miami.
And I wonder if you agree with me here because I always feel like they do this because they want that matchup on national TV, but I really truly think they rank them number 10 just so they can have that top 10 ranking.
Wait, are you telling me that college football at large is a made-for-TV product that has very little to do with reality? Oh, my God. You're telling me that AP Top 25 poll is, in fact, useless?
They could just promote number 6 versus number 10, but that's not truly number 10.
Atlanta? Unbelievable.
Let's get to another team here. Let's go over to the Big 12. And that is Arizona State coming off a wonderful year.
Yeah.
They are returning their quarterback.
I think they're overrated. Look, they had a magical season last year, and Sam Levitt's good. Dyson, the wide receiver's good. But Cam Scatterbo was more than just a player to them. Not only their leading rusher, do you realize he was their second leading receiver? And he was their emotional leader. And he was one of the 5 to 7 best players in the sport, and you couldn't tackle him. They're losing more than a player there. They're losing an identity. And no, I don't think a transfer from Army is simply going to slot in there. I think there's a regression coming for them. I'll say overrated.
Let's finish it off here in the Big Ten. The team is ranked number 12. It is the Illini. Highest preseason ranking since 1990.
Why don't I like Luke Altmaier? Why am I so against Luke Altmaier? Look, Big Bird has built the offensive and defensive lines. They play pretty solid football, but do I really believe they're one of the 10 best teams in America? No.
They are returning 16 starters from a 10-win team, and I think that's why they're ranked this way. But they're not good.
But, David, that's the point. Okay, a 10-win team. What'd they look like against Penn State?
Correct.
They couldn't even get a first down. I don't know, man. I just think they're fake. I'll say overrated. I can't do it. They're good. Are they really one of the 10 best teams?
No.
Not in my world, they're not.
Not at all. As Kenny slanders the Big Ten.
Tell me how good the Big Ten is some more, why don't you?
That's cookies. I'm an SEC man. Don't look at me. I'm not the one telling you the Big Ten's any good. How dare you? By the way, did you watch the rest of that Netflix series on the SEC?
I did.
It's really good.
It's a very good doc.
I've got one more episode left. Although I'm getting a little tired of Diego Pavia. Enough.
They love him,
Yeah,
man.
I know, but he's got the whole Napoleon complex thing going on. Enough, kid. Relax.
That is your college football blitz.
Of course, the Lions plan to have as many cut conversations with players today as possible. Free Press beat writer Dave Burkett says they're releasing linebacker and special teams piece Anthony Pittman here today. Michigan football coach Jerome Moore confirmed that quarterback Bryce Underwood will be their number one as Jaden Davis backs him up. Moore says it was around the halfway point in camp where he started to separate. Offensive lineman Andrew Babalola also does in fact have a knee injury and is out for the year. MSU coach Jonathan Smith said that starting safety Nakai Martinez will be a game-time decision in their opener on Friday. He says that tight end Jack Felling has looked fine and is expected to give it a go as well. Western Michigan transfer running back from Michigan, Cole Cabana, will be out for the game Friday against the Spartans. The Tigers hit the field tonight against the Athletics on the road. Tarek Skubal makes the start against right-hander JT Ginn. Ginn carries a 4.95 ERA into play. Hear that 10:05 first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, you can just turn this off right now. I appreciate the sentiment that it's college football and you want equal time, David, but I'm good. The only time I want to hear that song is during the game. It means they ran the touchdown play. But I want to do this. Do you want me to ask the other college question, or do you want me to bring up this kind of Micah Parsons idea I had?
Yeah, I want the other college question.
You want the other college thing? All right. So as a part of our show this week, we're just having fun with you guys. There's no Lion storylines today. We'll handle Cutdown Day tomorrow. And also the Tigers, they did their job this weekend. There's no story. I'm not going to flip out that Flaherty got bombed again because it doesn't change my perspective. I can't count on anyone in a playoff series other than Skubal. I can't count on. Well, we've done that show. So with college football kicking off this week, we want to have a little fun. We opened up with the Bryce Underwood news. So now let me ask a different question. Aiden Childs. Now, David comped out and said, look, here's what Aiden Childs did last year for MSU. Would you take that as Bryce Underwood's freshman year? We didn't get any pushback. Most people who called in were pretty reasonable. I think they all were. But I want to ask a different question. I've said to you guys, I use DJ Lagway as the example. It was pretty clear that DJ Lagway had a ton of ability. He was the number one quarterback in America last year, out of Texas, went to Florida. He didn't start for Florida. Graham Mertz did. Mertz got a concussion in, I think it was the third or fourth game, and Lagway started to play, and he finished the year about 1,900 yards, 12 touchdowns, 9 picks. He had some really bad interceptions. He also had some beautiful deep throws. The point was, fast forward to this year, and I talked about, I think DJ Lagway has a shot to be the best quarterback in the country. He has incredible ability. That type of leap. We talked about how with Bryce Underwood, year one is the learning experience, and then 2026, I think sky's the limit. Well, I want to flip it a little bit. And this is probably a terrible idea, but I'm going to do it anyways because I don't care. I said something last week, and I got a lot of people reaching out, and they're like, did you really mean what you said? And I'm like, yeah, like how long? This is a friend of like 20 years. I'm like, how long have we known each other? You think I'm going to go on the air and say, like, I'm not Stephen A. Mike. Like, no. I say what I say, and that's it. I said, I think Aiden Childs has a shot to lead the Big Ten in passing. And here's what I'll do. For everyone who's blurbing out Sparty Radio as if I'm not allowed to say something positive about my team, when all I do is firebomb them, grow up. The Aiden Childs thing, I think he's one of the best buy low candidates in the conference, maybe in the country. That after a disappointing year one, tell me if this sounds familiar, he played one series every second quarter for Oregon State as a true freshman. That doesn't even count. He goes to Michigan State. He's got no O-line. The running game's putrid. And outside of Nick Marsh, they didn't have any receivers that could outrun Kenny on his way to the bathroom. And he struggled. And he made some terrible throws. There's no question. But he also made some incredible throws. And those learning experiences, maybe the game slows down for him a bit this year. Do I think the O-line is better? Yes. A, they spent a lot of money, and B, I think they're going to have a stud left tackle in Stanton Ramil. But the biggest thing is they added speed to the wide receiver room. They didn't have any speed. Now, do I think anything I'm talking about translates to MSU doing anything more than 7 or 8 wins? No. No, schedule's too hard. I don't think they have the talent or depth defensively. But from an Aiden Childs perspective, is this sensible or Sparty radio? He's a breakout candidate that by the end of the year could be a top 3 quarterback in the conference and power Michigan State to like not bleeping down their leg. I think I've laid out reasons. I want you to tell me what side of it you're on. You know, Evan Jenkins is a huge Sparty, and he does all our web stuff, and Evan's the best, man. He's an awesome guy, and Evan is normally a very positive person. Evan wasn't hearing any of it with Aiden Childs. Off the air before I got on here, he's like, nah, I need to see it. I can't do it. I can't get there. I'm okay with that. Totally okay with that. But my point is, if you don't allow for Aiden Childs to take a leap from his year 1 to year 2, then what's the point of development? Aiden Childs has the pedigree, right? He was a top 50 overall recruit by some services. It's not like he was a nobody like Kirk Cousins. Didn't have a picture in the database. Uses foil to grill his steak. It's an embarrassment. He's got the pedigree. He has the physical tools. I think that much is pretty evident. And he's got a better supporting cast this year, and you'd like to think learned from his mistakes. Aiden Childs to lead the Big Ten in passing. Go ahead. I'm fine if you laugh at it. I'm just asking why. And again, I don't think State can overcome their other deficiencies, but this is quarterback day of our college football thing. So what are your expectations for Aiden Childs this fall? If the expectations for Bryce, from our callers and texters, it was pretty reasonable. But in general, it seems like the expectations for Bryce Underwood are zany. Like if you ask some of the nutcases out there, who's going to have a better year this year, Bryce Underwood or Aiden Childs? You'll have a lot of people tell you Bryce Underwood. You're on crack. That's insane. Could it happen? Sure. Kenny could also show us he's an opera singer out of nowhere and he's classically trained. It's just unlikely. So I want to know what your expectations are. We flipped the script now. If it's okay to have expectations for a true freshman who's never thrown a pass, why is it not okay to have expectations of a kid coming off of a baptism by fire? 248-539-9797. David, go ahead. Sparty radio or just sane logic?
Here's the thing. I'm not going to go full out Evan here and just, I got to see.
Evan was negative.
He was. He will be better than last year. And I hear what you're saying about the wide receivers. I hear what you're saying about the offensive line, but I have to see what the wide receivers are on the field.
Okay.
I truly do, because it cannot just be Nick Marsh and nothing else. It cannot be that, because then he'll be running for his life again. Then he'll be trying to scramble and find things. So he will be much better than last year. I will say over 3,000 yards passing. That's what I believe right now. We'll see from there. I'm not going to predict touchdowns. I just don't know until I see the receivers on that.
Yeah, and David, there's no issue with it. Did they address it? Did they add speed? Yeah. I think the O-line being better is really the biggest thing. He had no time. You watch those games, he was running for his life. That O-line last year, I don't say it with any hyperbole, that might be the worst offensive line of my lifetime at Michigan State. It was a total, utter embarrassment.
Correct. And for people, I mean, not everyone knows, but it's a difference when a quarterback can be in the pocket and just, they don't look at their progression and then they decide to run. That wasn't Aiden Childs. He wanted to truly look at progressions. He just couldn't. So as the season goes on and on,
he progressed into throwing it to the other team.
But he's releasing the ball early because he knows the pressure's coming.
Yeah.
I have no time. Or then he's scrambling. It was rough.
Yeah.
It was rough, man.
But you know what's funny is when we talk about the Bryce Underwood thing, and again, these two are not compared to each other by me. I'm saying, like, if we had offered people a deal, I know what way they go. We talk about how for Bryce Underwood, you don't want him to feel like he has to do everything. Why? Because the living example of that was Childs last year at Michigan State. You don't want a young quarterback to have to do everything. 1 out of 1,000 is going to be able to do that. But now year 2, why do you think I'm sky high on Lenore Sellers, sky high on DJ Lagway, sky high on Aiden Childs? You grow through what you go through. And that was a baptism by fire for all 3 of those guys. And I just think there's more there. The tools are there. The arm strength is there. It's all there. If Michigan State can get off their poverty ass and put some people around them, okay. Now, it seems like, feels like they did some of that. No delusions of grandeur, just saying, be able to not soil the bed. That's the standard right now for State. And this kid had the pedigree. I think he's a great buy low candidate in the Big Ten. I want to know what you guys think. And if you don't, no one's mad at you. But you got to provide reasons why. And it can't be Sparty. It can't. I didn't offer that to you with Bryce Underwood. Don't offer that to me with Childs. I don't care if Bryce Underwood were playing for Texas this year. I'd have the same viewpoint. It's hope, not expectation with a first-year starter. Now, year 2 for Childs, what I am saying to you is not hope. If he is anything other than an all-conference level quarterback, it's been a giant failure. That's an expectation. He's already got 12 starts. No more hope. Expectation only. You're not the highest paid guy on the team to be average, to be above average. And they got everything they needed to put around him this offseason. I expect him to be great this fall. And if he's not, the team will be terrible. They need him to be great. We'll get some ticket texts, get some phone calls. I've got a little NFL for you later today. We're just doing some college football because it starts this week. Started this weekend. By the way, can someone call Frank Reich's cell phone and tell him the game ended? Oh, my God. Did you watch Stanford, Hawaii, David?
I did not watch that game, no.
Frank Reich looks like someone is holding him hostage to be the interim because Troy Taylor got fired after spring ball. He looks lost.
He's doing Andrew Luck a favor. That's really, truly what he's doing.
God, David, he looked utterly didn't want to be there. Why is there a lay around my neck? I should be home on my couch. I'm not using my timeouts appropriately. Why did I do this? And then they get walked off by Hawaii by a kid who learned how to kick by watching YouTube videos in Japan. You can't make it up. He learned on YouTube.
What is this?
Bro, that's amazing.
Not learn how to fix a computer, not learn how to, maybe change the oil on my car.
No. We'll get to the people next. IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Look, they're not a random tax organization here. These guys are the hitters. These are real attorneys. And they've been in front of the Supreme Court. They know what they're doing, and they will fight for you, save your time and money. AbrahamandRose.com. You call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. You're just tuning in. It's college football today. We started with Bryce Underwood. We're going to Aiden Childs. We've got Who Am I? We're going to celebrate college football because it's about you guys, not about me. Nobody wants to listen to a curmudgeon. You know where I'm at. I've had a divorce from this sport, but you guys are excited. And I want to deliver stuff you guys want. So I've got a couple of Who Am I's. And the Bryce Underwood news of him being the starter. Not your hope, your expectation. It's hope for Underwood. It's expectation for Aiden Childs. Oh, Sparty. Hold on. Is it Sparty Radio that I'm holding a player accountable? That I'm saying be great or get the hell out? Be great or it's a total failure and waste of money? No, that's called being a realist. You're not going to hear me make excuses. I tried my best, and gave Aiden Childs some time last year because that was not a good football team. And I don't think Jonathan Smith did a good job. Let me be just very clear. They've added talent. He's had a year to learn. It's show or go. And I think the pieces are there. He could be very good this year. And he's going to have to be because I don't think much of that defense. David, what do you have? Ticket text. We'll go to the callers in a second.
Someone says, regarding your Frank Wright comment, might have looked lost, but that didn't stop that under from coming in. Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Frank Reich before halftime. He got 24 seconds left in all 3 timeouts. And he went Bernie Lomax. I'm like, what are you doing?
Aiden Childs text here says, I'm a lifelong Spartan fan, but I don't see it with Childs. He's way too inconsistent and way too loose with the ball. I have zero expectations for him. Hopefully he proves me wrong.
Okay.
Mike from Whitmore Lake says, I buy the Aiden Childs stock, but I got to ask you, what's our biggest fault? The Michigan State fault. What's their biggest fault?
No pass rush. I just don't see it. And I understand the way they're going to run their defense, and Rossi's going to run his defense. They're going to have a stand-up edge. One problem. They didn't really acquire anyone knows. The kid from Texas Tech was hurt all last year. The kid from Air Force, David Santiago, is from Air Force. I'm going to need to see someone who has not flashed it on tape do it. Their pass rush, their blitz packages, are you kidding me? Awful. I mean, David, they would bring 7 guys last year. 6 of them would be on the ground, pantsless. I've never seen anything like it.
It's wild.
And the best part is they'd get a team into like 3rd and 14, and it would just be this soft zone cover, and there'd be people open everywhere. Hey, there's a reason they threw the whole defensive back room in the garbage and brought in a whole nother room.
I agree with Mike. Aiden will have a much better year. 2nd-year jump, better offensive line, better receivers. Hopefully, we will have an even serviceable run game. Not sure if he leads the Big Ten, but he will be much improved.
Yeah, and listen, I'm fine if you don't want to take it there. But it was more of just, hey, if a guy goes out and he's going to throw for 2,500 yards or 2,700 yards and 25 touchdowns, you're probably leading the Big Ten. This ain't the Big 12. I think he's got a very good shot to do it, both because I don't know. I don't even know who our running back is. I know it's a kid from Sacramento State with 3 names. It could be Billy Joe Tolliver for all I know. It's something Tolliver maybe. I don't know. You think I watch Sacramento State football? Welcome to this stupid sport. Let's go to Larry, 97.1. Larry, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you doing today, Mike?
Good, Larry. What's on your mind?
Nothing much, man. Just wanted to chat on this Childs thing for a minute. Must say, as a huge Ohio State fan, I thought Childs looked, at least showed decent.
Larry? Yeah, Larry hung up on himself. Tremendous. We'll see if we can reconnect with Larry momentarily. We'll go to Pat, 97.1. Pat, what's going on, buddy? Okay, we won't go to Pat yet, and we've got some technical difficulties. David, the ticket text.
Ticket text here says Childs has Marsh and now has a solid supporting cast. Bad defense will give him all the chances to put up the video game numbers.
Oh, no.
If turnovers are just NCAA average, he'd be a Heisman dark horse.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
Look, the thing that got me last year, I knew early on he was trying to do way too much. The thing that got me for him was the fumbles. I can't I can't tolerate that. He fumbled. He fumbled 3-4 times in the red zone. Can't happen. Let me see if Larry's back. Larry, you back with us?
Yeah, I'm here, Mike.
There you go. Absolutely. Go ahead, pal.
Yeah, as a huge Ohio State fan, just wanted to say that Childs actually had shown, a lot of stuff last year that I liked. A lot of stuff didn't like. Couldn't agree with you more about him. But like, you and Dave were talking about, I haven't heard nothing about the receivers or the running back or nothing like that. I got a lot of Michigan State fans who, we want them to be good, and it was very frustrating here and there. But man, I like him a lot, man.
No,
he definitely has that could be factor.
There's something there. It's just, if they did their job in the portal, and it sounds like they did, a lot of people are very excited. Show me Friday night. I mean, the kid they got from Kent, McCray, he's fast. Amari Kelly, the kid from Middle Tennessee State, fast. Like, they need speed. Their wide receivers last year, Larry, my dad could have beat them in a race. So, no, I mean, it's just, if you're a Buckeye fan, you watch our wide receivers, you go, what's up with this? What is this, the over 50 club? It's a different sport, but they added some speed. And if this O-line just takes a step forward, he'll have more time.
Yeah, that was the main thing. When he's not scrambling for his life out there, he was looking great. And then, 2 seconds on it. What do you think about saying?
I got to say, listen, Larry, I do this with any quarterback who hasn't played yet. I got to see it to believe it. Everything that's been said about him, it's the right stuff. Good kid, smart kid, knows the playbook, hard worker. How could I wouldn't be honest with you, Larry, if I offered you an opinion. I just think it's very difficult to break in a new quarterback and to go win a championship. That's very hard to do.
Yeah, I hear it.
All right, brother.
Well, thanks, Mike. I appreciate everything, man. You guys do great.
Thanks, Larry. Appreciate you, man. And David, you can, slap me around if that's a cop-out. But that's my standard. Whether it's Julian Sayin or the next guy who hasn't played. Like, look, what am I going to do with Ty Simpson at Alabama? I got to see it.
I don't know what he is.
Especially in the transfer portal world that we're in, where it's far more uncommon to play a quarterback who hasn't played versus you're Kenny at the liquor store. You just reach in the quarterback cooler and get yourself a six-pack. I know this brand name. Let me bring this home. It's very strange to have a player who hasn't played.
That feels that's very old school. You a guy that was in your program, you're like, all right, now I'm going to give him a shot. You're right. You go get a guy. You go pay for
How about
a transfer.
This? Sight unseen, I'll take Julian Sayin over Drew Aller. If I have to hear another thing about how Drew Aller is the next great quarterback in America, he processes well. Do you watch the games? He stands there. Here's an idea. Does he complete passes to wide receivers? And before you tell me, well, wait a second, you made an excuse for Aiden Childs. I'm not pimping Aiden Childs as the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. I'm just trying to tell you I don't think Aiden Childs is terrible.
They're supposed to be a top team, top program Penn State is right now, and that's what you have.
I just got to see it with Drew Aller. I'm hoping that year 2, Andy Kotelnicki's scheme, it'll pop for him too. Because last year, when they needed him most, where were you? Put the tape in. How about the night they played Illinois? What was that? How about the Ohio State game? What's that?
Him and Franklin go hand in hand, man.
They're kind of the same person. I wouldn't be surprised if they unzipped Drew Aller and out popped James Franklin. It's like an episode of Scooby-Doo at the end. They're the same person. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls next. This football season, elevate your tailgating. Moran Buick GMC. They start with the best deals of the year for tailgating. 26 Sierra Elevation. Lease it right now. Moran Buick GMC, $199 a month, $999 down. Moran keeps getting better and better with the deals. And this, $199 a month, it's the best you're ever going to see it. They also have the Buick Encore GX, $249 a month. If you need service, you go to Moran Certified Service, MoranExpress.com, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Welcome back. If you're looking for Bryce Underwood conversation, we spent the first hour on it. Kind of flipped the script a little bit. We started with hope, which is Bryce Underwood, right? I don't think it's fair to expect greatness. That's not fair to the kid. Gave you a 20-year prospectus of what the number one recruit has done and asked for expectations. It was a good conversation. People were very rational. So now we're going to the expectation phase. The guy who did struggle last year, the guy who had the growing pains, and what I expect from Aiden Childs, and whether you think it's legit or just crack-headed Sparty radio. I've provided reasons. It's very simple. Aiden Childs should be very good to great this fall, and if he's not, it's a giant waste of money. Period. They went out, they went shopping, better team, better product, and again, year 2 for a quarterback. It's like a year later, Lenore Sellers, Heisman Trophy candidate. DJ Lagway, Heisman Trophy candidate. And probably next year, Bryce Underwood, if he's 80% of what some of you think he is, Bryce Underwood, Heisman Trophy candidate. I'm not doing that with Childs. I'm saying he can make a leap to be a top 3 QB in this conference. And he has to if MSU is going to try to win 7 or 8 games. To the people, we'll go to James in Southfield 97.1. James, how you doing, bud?
How you doing there, my friend? You doing good?
Yeah, James. It's good to hear from you again. What's going on?
Hey, it's been a good while. Yeah, I'm doing good, man. Doing good. I just want to talk about Childs from the standpoint. I think what it is that him having another year of knowing the physicality of the Big Ten. I think you come in with a perceived ideal of how you can handle it, and then by him having the experience over the 12-game schedule, it allowed him to acclimate to a better style of play for which he can use his real athleticism. And then having Morse, his receiver, to get on one page with him based on the fact that they got to know each other through the difficulties. So I think that my expectation is to see him, like you, he should take a step to being the player that we thought he was going to be.
Yeah, and that, James, I think you hit on it. That's what happens when you have a year to grow. And it's why I want people to just give Bryce Underwood time to grow, because next year, I think if he just shows an ability and some flashes, he does what Aiden did this year, I have no problem. People call up next year and go, we're going to the playoff, we're winning a national championship, he's going to win the Heisman Trophy. You have every right to dream the way that South Carolina fans are, the way that Florida fans are. It takes time. Like case in point was when Cade Klubnik started for Clemson. And I think Klubnik might have been the number 2 overall QB in his class. He was terrible. It took time. Then it clicked last year. And now this year, Heisman Trophy, playoff, national championship aspirations. It's just so damn difficult. I mean, Kenny, in your life as a Georgia fan, what true freshman quarterbacks have walked in there and been awesome?
Well, not a ton. And I was just telling this to David earlier. I was like, can we be done with this Gunnar Stockton thing? Because I want something to click with that guy. And he's not. He's a junior, I believe.
Right. He's had years, plural, multiple in the system.
Yes.
So you see, that's where for you, I don't think it's hope. Expectation. Georgia has the money to have gone and gotten a QB. They didn't, which means, okay, kid, you've been here for 3 years.
Eggs are in this basket now. It better work out.
And it's the same thing for State. And it'll be the same thing next year for Underwood. I want to give Underwood a year of grace, just like I did with Childs. Now, no, it's poop or get off the potty. That's it. Let's go to Pat, 97.1. Pat, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
You know, you talk about baptism by fire last year with Childs. You know, no matter how good a quarterback is or could be, which I do think that he's got all the tools, but when you don't have an offensive line, he's not gonna be able to make any plays. He has no decision-making ability when you've got half a second and your running back's already on the ground in the backfield.
Or your left tackle looks like a subway turnstile. Yeah, I know.
You know, it's tough. You got, you go top to bottom on this offensive line. I think we've got a legitimate all Big Ten candidate at center now with Matt Golban. I think we've got Stanton Ramil, who's definitely improved. Gavin Brocious and Christian Phillips and Carter Vincent, all these guys that they brought in, I think it's a huge upgrade on offensive line. And I also think that Childs doesn't get enough credit. I think that you're right. He definitely could lead the Big Ten in passing. But I also don't think he gets enough credit as a runner. You know, he put 15 to 20 pounds on his frame this year. I think when you watch film of him running, he's a pretty effortless runner. But I just think that with the weapons that they've got now, all the speed you're talking about with McCray and Evan Boyd, Evan Boyd and Amari Kelly, and then Nick Marsh, of course, you can't double team Marsh all game now with these other guys. So I think that he's absolutely going to have a much better year. And Velling, hopefully he's not MIA this year if he's totally healthy and with other weapons on the field. So I definitely agree with you that he could end up leading the Big Ten in passing.
Yeah, and Pat, I mean, look, I understand, some people, it won't matter what I say because of where I went to the school, as if I don't have a track record of dropping bombs on my school. But I'm trying to do what you did. I'm giving reasons. I don't think it's blind hope or homerism. I don't have any of that left in me. And as far as what you listed a number of the linemen, the kid you left out is, again, everywhere you read, it came down to Ohio State and Michigan State. So they must have stroked a hell of a check. This Connor Moore kid, who was a D1 AA All-American at Montana State, I believe, the Bobcats, he's a tackle. I mean, guys that are 6'6", 310 don't grow on trees. So hopefully, for the first time in several years, MSU could have functioning offensive tackles. I mean, David, I am so scarred the last couple of years from the Brandon Baldwin experience, the Jared Horst experience.
Yeah, the Jared Horst.
And then the single worst offensive lineman. I mean this, no slander. He is the single worst offensive lineman to ever play at Michigan State, Spencer Brown. He is the Eric Flowers. He is the Evan Neal. He is the Aaron Gibson. He is whatever your franchise or program's worst O-lineman in history was, that's Spencer Brown. And somehow, no one at Oklahoma had a VCR. Somehow, someone at Oklahoma went, give that guy a check. I laughed the day he hit the portal. I go, what'd you hit the portal for? You going to work at Blockbuster? That kid, Kenny, worst offensive lineman ever played Georgia.
They have no name and no face because we got rid of them or transferred.
Okay, well, for me, I had to live with them for multiple years.
Yeah, no, see, we don't do that around
Horrible.
We don't do that around here.
Yeah, that pillow fight.
Ooh, ooh.
You sound like Jeremiano. Sorry. But no, I don't. The last time MSU had two good tackles, I mean, please. We'll get more. I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's get more to phone calls. We'll do the Blitz at 4. I've got Who Am I at 4:15. Lots left to do today. 97.1. All right, we're going to knock out the rest of these calls, get a ticket text, then we'll get a blitz in. And then we got Who Am I, Big Ten edition, part of our college football kickoff. If you're looking for the Bryce Underwood discussion, he was named the starter at Michigan. We did the first hour on it. We'll get back to it a little later. Right now, we go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Nice to hear from you. I like your show.
Thank you. What's up?
Yeah, I just had a point about Aiden Childs. It seems like, if you counted how many yards he runs around in the backfield, avoiding sacks as part of his rushing yards, he'd probably lead the league in rushing. But because he's so gifted, it takes him. If he can actually run forward, it takes him about 3 steps to run 10 yards.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a long stride. It's not quickness as much as it is he covers a hell of a lot of ground if he gets moving. But look, he shouldn't have to scramble as much as he did. He had no time.
Yeah, and hopefully this year he can actually stand back there and throw a pass the way he's supposed to. But also, I feel like it's time for Jack Belling to step up. And, maybe everyone that came from Oregon State just seems like they weren't ready for Big Ten football, including Jonathan Smith.
Well, I didn't look. Spartan fans got angry with me, Matt, because what do you care what he looks like on the sideline? Our coach doesn't yell enough, therefore he's bad. No, it's not about that. It's that I didn't feel like when Jonathan Smith got here, he laid out any form of identity. You can't be at a program in the Big Ten and have no persona, no identity. You're just dark man. And what really angered me was he was not ready for the rivalry game. He wasn't. Oh, he played in the Civil War. It's not the same. It's just not. No one will ever mistake Oregon State for what we have in this state. He wasn't ready. And I just was very disappointed. And look, they brought a lot of players over, but they didn't get all of Oregon State's best players. Damian Martinez went to Miami. A couple of the guys ended up at USC. Like, they got some of them. Newman was pretty good on the O-line. Childs was the headliner. But a lot of these other players, they didn't get him. And how good was Oregon State? Let's be very fair about this, too. You're going from a Pac-12 that died, and you're coming to the Big Ten. I don't think anyone's going to confuse those two conferences. Now, Jack Velling, listen, I loved him at Oregon State. He was a great red zone target. There was just a complete disconnect with Childs and Velling, quarterback to tight end. It's got to get remedied. Because a lot of people had Jack Velling as a mid-round NFL, fourth-round draft pick kind of guy. Well, he maybe in Canada, if he's going to play, if that's what we're going to get this year, he's got to be better. And they have to have a connection. But the offensive line is the biggest thing. That O-line was so bad last year. So bad. Go to Gordon, 97.1. Gordo, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, Mike. Just wanted to say I love you, Kenny, David. I know Rico's not in today. I'm going to give him a shout-out, too.
Perfect.
Listen to you guys every day, 2 to 6, when I'm in my truck and I'm not out paving. I'm a little bit late to comment on the Underwood stuff. Sorry, Mike.
Nope,
I just want to be a realistic Michigan fan here, not a Walmart guy or anything. I think 8 wins. If I see not the same mistakes in November as I see in September, I think it would be a great year. If we get any more than 8 wins, I think our defense is going to steal us a couple. I don't know. I just want to get your take on that,
Gordon,
Mike.
I think that's right. Right in that 8-9 range is where I'd be. I think it's based on the schedule more than how good I think your team is. You're very fortunate the schedule came up pretty light. You don't have a Penn State there when they're national championship good. You don't have Oregon on the schedule when they're top 10 good. You caught a few breaks in there. But
100%. Oh, sorry, Mike. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're all good. No, I have like a steadfast rule. And if Bryce Underwood is the goods, Gordon, yeah, you could surpass that. But I got one example in 20 years, and it's Trevor
100%.
Lawrence.
And their offense is like brand new offensive line. The receiving, that was pathetic last year. We got to see what they can do. And our running back really only played in the bowl game. So I think, let's be realistic. They're probably going to need the first month just to gel together.
That sounds right. And look, unfortunately, you do have a little bit of a front-loaded deal where you're at Oklahoma, you're at Nebraska. If you could split the pair, I'd say that's a really big-time success. I mean, if it's 2-0, go ahead and dream. Do whatever you want to do. Playoffs. David Ticketex, what do you got?
I think your take on MSU's quarterback has the potential to be spot on. He has the potential to be outstanding if the team around him can support that. That is Drew in Woodhaven. As a Spartan fan, MSU made a big mistake hitching their wagon to Smith and Childs. I don't see him taking a step forward. I see 4 wins maximum.
Well, then he and Smith can both go. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord splits you. I mean, it's just that simple for me. I'm not going to sit here and make excuses. If they are anything other than 7-8 wins good, I'd move on. You do not get 3 years in today's world with any amount of budget at a power conference team. You don't. This isn't Purdue. For as bad as MSU's been, let's not get it twisted. They still won 11 games in 2021. They still had an unbelievable decade run. It's been bad the last couple of years, no doubt, but this isn't Purdue. If it doesn't work, fire everybody.
I don't think you're crazy for saying Childs could have a breakout year. Marsh is returning. The O-line has gotten a lot better. I also feel the Big Ten has potential to have less top 25 teams than last season.
How many teams in the Big Ten do you think are good?
2, Oregon, Ohio State. I mean, I just can't say Penn State. I'm sorry. I know it. I can't.
You got to say Penn State. David, you got to say Penn State for the good conversation.
Yeah.
My point is there's 3, right?
Okay.
Michigan has a potential to be number 4. Do you buy Illinois?
No.
Who else is there?
No one else. You made me include Penn State, so.
Okay, well.
I'm just saying
I didn't make you do anything.
But you're right.
I can't help it. What do you want? They're top 5.
Sure. Great.
All right, go ahead.
I agree with Mike that MSU, they just didn't address the most important non-quarterback position, edge rusher, in the offseason. Childs can take a huge step forward, but I honestly feel like 7 or 8 win season is the ceiling with the questionable defensive line.
I mean, there's a ceiling, that's for sure. I mean, they're not going to beat Penn State. That's not in the offing. Who else on the schedule is an auto loss? Start there. How many games do you view you have no chance to win? None. Like last year, they had no chance against Ohio State. They had no chance against Oregon. They had a couple of these non-negotiables where you went, what is this? We can't win. This is a joke. Am I going to make USC a game they can't win? No.
You can't do that right now. Not on paper.
And look, sight unseen, if Bryce Underwood's Trevor Lawrence, the game will take on a different tenor. I didn't make the game a game they couldn't win last year, and I'm sure as hell not going to do that this year. I'm not saying they're going to beat Michigan, but I'm not sitting here marking it down as an L like I did in 2023 or 22. It has to be different. Part of what you're paid to do in this is what our conversation was a couple weeks ago. For Jonathan Smith, it's not just go 8-4. Beat someone that fans care about. Have a signature win the same way you did it year 2 at Oregon State when you beat number 9 Oregon in the Civil War. Beat someone that anyone cares about. That's what you're paid to do.
Yeah, beating Rutgers and Purdue and Northwestern.
Kenny hand gesture, huh? Come on.
You're exactly right. As a Spartan alum, I wish Childs would have transferred this past offseason. Dude was a complete bum last year.
Okay. And you know who your quarterback would be? Kenny. Come on.
You could do better than Aiden Childs.
Yeah, right.
Keep telling me how good the Big Ten is, folks. I love to hear it.
Wouldn't it be amazing if Kenny was actually Drew Aller? That's what it looks like some weeks. All right, let's get to a blitz, and then I got Who Am I? Our college football celebration rolls on, 97.1.
Well, that's just in. According to NFL insider Jordan Schultz, the Lions are releasing backup quarterback Hendon Hooker. He completed just 66% of his passes this preseason. Dave Burkett of the Free Press is hearing the linebacker and special teams piece Anthony Pittman has been let go as well. Dan Campbell said that Detroit would handle most of their cut day business today. Wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown was named as the 20th best player in the NFL, according to the league's top 100. In other NFL news, the Terry McLaurin and Commanders hold-in is over. They inked the receiver to a 3-year, $96 million extension today. Michigan football coach Sharon Moore confirmed the reports that leaked last night that freshman Bryce Underwood would serve as their starting quarterback. Moore says that he told the team yesterday. MSU coach Jonathan Smith said that starting safety Nakai Martinez will be a game-time decision in their opener on Friday. He did take a few reps today. Kicker Tarek Ahmed Basic is also game-timer there. Their number 2 is a week or 2 away. Their kicker.
Who's their kicker?
Ahmed Basic, right?
I will have to Google that.
They could be down to their third string. That's what you need to know. The Tigers face the Athletics tonight in Sacramento. The A's have played decent ball lately, holding a 6-3 record in their last 3 series. Tonight they face Detroit's ace Derek Skubal. Here how that goes right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 10:05. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David, let's get to a blitz, and then we'll handle some other news. Music, please.
So let's get to some underrated teams in college football, and let's start in the Big Ten, one with USC. They are returning Jaden Maiava, and he went 3-1 as a starter last year. They are not ranked in the top 25, so do you consider them underrated?
No. I just think Lincoln Riley's on the hottest of hot seats. I mean, it's David, I don't even know what to make of them. They didn't have an overly impressive year in the portal. They lost a couple of their biggest playmakers. They lost their quarterback in Miller Moss. I don't know. I just think it's not working. And it's very similar to Brian Kelly down in Baton Rouge. The difference is Brian Kelly's got the number 1 recruiting class in America. But those are 2 guys that are under a hell of a lot of pressure. You know, if USC can't get to 9 wins, what's the point? You bought this guy a house, a private plane, and gave him all the riches in the world. What have you done? Next. I can't call them underrated. I think they're just appropriately not rated.
Okay. Let's move over to Utah.
Yes.
Utah went 5-7 last year, and they brought in New Mexico quarterback transfer Devin Dampier.
Stud. He's a government cheese version of like Mike Vick. He's tiny. He runs all over the place.
RPO all day.
Yeah, but he was good for New Mexico. This is the revenge of the Utes. They haven't had a real quarterback in 3 years now because Cam Rising's never been available. They had the pig farmer kid, Bryson Barnes. They have a quarterback. And they're returning to defense all their big games. I believe their 3 toughest games are all at Rice Eccles at home. They don't lose there. Yes. Underrated.
I thought I would never hear that on the radio. The revenge of the Utes.
Of the Utes.
That's amazing right there.
The Utes.
Let's move over to I believe they're in the ACC. I don't even know anymore. What? Louisville, right? ACC.
Yes, David. They're underrated.
They have USC QB transfer Miller Moss.
I think he needed a change of scenery. This is a good move. Jeff Brom, elite offensive coach. If you can get Tyler Shuck drafted, you should get a golden ticket to heaven. Isaac Brown, their running back. If you don't know his name, you're going to know it. And, yeah, they're sneaky. I think they're underrated, David. Also, elite helmets. In that case, the whites are not better. Their matte black ones that say cards on them are better.
I don't know about that, Mike. I don't know about that.
Yes.
That's amazing there. Let's go over back to the Big Ten and let's talk about Indiana.
Fart noise.
Consider them underrated.
No, they're overrated. They played junk schedule last year. They're doing the same crap again. They're buying out any Division I opponent in the non-con. And here's where I think they'll falter. They're not going to surprise anybody. I don't know that Mendoza will be better than Rourke was. And how many of the James Madison super seniors are still around? Must be nice when you turnkey bring a whole team over. Yes, Serrata's a star. Yes, Pons, the corner, is a star. They have some real players now. But I don't think they're underrated. No.
Let's get to a real team here, real conference. That is the SEC, and we're talking about Alabama.
Underrated.
Caden Proctor's there, Ty Simpson.
The quarterback's the mystery, but here's why they're underrated. I think they could have the best defense in the nation, and their offensive line is a return to the zombie Bama lines. Just this wall of violence, led by 366-pound Caden Proctor. I think they're underrated. And I always thought Milroe was a bad fit for what DeBoer wanted to do. If Ty Simpson's any good at all, I think Bama's going to be a distinct problem because they're doing Bama things. They're going to dominate the line of scrimmage.
Back to the ACC, and I'm going to say this.
What?
Maybe just getting rid of Malik Murphy is just going to make them so much better, and that's Duke. I know no one talks about Duke football, but
I know. But
if Darian Mensah.
You know what? Manny Diaz quietly had a great year last year. The man knows how to coach defense. They sack the hell out of the quarterback. They bring a ton of exotic blitzes. And now you get Darian Mensah, who was a revelation at Tulane as a redshirt freshman. They paid a hell of a lot of money to get him. But yes, Mensah over Murphy. Do you know where Malik Murphy is now?
Ooh, is he at Tulane?
No, he's at Oregon State.
No, the quarterback they just got came from Tulane. That's what I messed up on, yeah.
But yes, I think they are underrated. Duke has become more than respectable. They're dangerous.
A team here that is just outside. They were ranked basically 26, just right outside the top 25.
Others receiving votes?
Others receiving votes. It is BYU football, Mike.
Overrated.
Okay.
They lost Retzlaff. They're not allowed to drink caffeine. They got that whole weird soaking thing going on. I can't do it. Can't do it. I hate BYU. Go to hell. I don't want nothing to do with BYU. Retzlaff's gone. Their quarterback now is going to wear like number 48. What is this, 1910? No, all of it. I'm out on BYU. And I think
48.
Yeah, go. I swear to God, go look. The kid they just got. He thinks he's like Red Grange. He's wearing like 48. Go look. Trust a guy who's already done all the preview seasons for all these teams for Cash the Ticket.
Did someone not get to him? What are you doing, dude? This isn't 1947. Okay.
Look, man, I don't like nothing to do with BYU. They were fake as hell last year. I'm out. Overrated.
Let's get to another Big Ten teams here. A lot of people believe they were outside of the top 25 as well. Many believe that they can go 8-0 this season with USC coming to Lincoln. So 8-0 at home is what people believe they can be.
Oh, God. We're doing this again.
That is Dylan Raiola's team, Nebraska.
I'm not allowed to have an opinion on Nebraska football. Leave me out of it. This is the year they get it right. I don't know anymore. I'll tell you this, if they don't go win 9-10 games, what are you doing?
I agree.
What's the point anymore? Like Matt Rule, here's the deal. Matt Rule is a difference maker when he arrives to programs. He did it at Temple. He did it at Baylor. It's go time. They are either relevant and in the playoff chase, or what is he even doing there?
You are exactly right, because their two biggest games, one's at home, one's on the road. Michigan at home, at Penn State late in the season. So that tells you, okay, split it.
David, you can
even
lose.
If you lose both.
You can lose the Penn State game.
Yes.
You could lose the Michigan game.
Yes.
Go 10-2, make playoff.
You should be able to do that, yes.
My God.
Man, you can't screw this up, right?
I'll leave it to Kenny. I'm out on all things Nebraska. I'll say underrated, but I don't get it with Raiola. I didn't walk away impressed. Plus, he's got that weirdo infatuation with Mahomes. The haircut, the number, the mannerisms. You're not Pat Mahomes. Stop. It's like an Elvis impersonator.
Now, this one here, we will close it out with this team. I don't quite understand why they're on this list as underrated, because they are 9th in the country right now. But it is LSU. How can it be considered underrated?
I'll make the case for underrated because you believe they have Garrett Nussmeier, a returning quarterback, and several of the teams above them do not have a returning starter. And you believe they should be a top 5 team. Am I going to scream they're underrated? No. And in fact, Brian Kelly needs to show he can open a season and win a game. Go do it.
Yeah, because within that top 10, you're right. The only other team with a returning quarterback would be Clemson and Penn State.
And I
don't. Of course, I'm not counting Manning. He's not returning. He wasn't the starter last year.
He played enough to give you a glimpse, but I'm with you. I understand if you say they're underrated. All debts will be settled week 1. They play Clemson in Death Valley.
Oh, yes. I can't wait for that game. 7:30. That
Klubnik.
is Saturday night.
Klubnik time.
There. Can't wait.
Clemson time.
Is that actually at Clemson? I can't remember. Is that
By the way, David, we got a real problem on our hands.
Okay.
Cookies and I are unified in the 2 biggest games of the weekend. That's going to be
LSU, Clemson?
We pretty much just put LSU in the winner's circle, didn't we?
Oh, no.
I like Clemson there. I think I like Texas.
Oh, no.
And I'm all in on Notre Dame.
What's your early read on Georgia Marshall? Asking for a friend.
What's the spread?
Probably like 40.
Okay, you're on your own. David, I can't do it with Cristobal anymore.
Buddy, man.
CJ Carr, FTW.
We will see on him as well. That is your college football blitz.
I mean, breaking news, question mark? Hendon Hooker has been released by the Detroit Lions. Good. I think you knew this was coming when Dan Campbell basically started carving the headstone Saturday. He may need a change of scenery. Yeah. I'm glad he's gone. Why? I don't know the guy, nor do I care. I don't want to hear about him anymore. He showed absolutely nothing in his time here. It was an atrocious draft pick when they made it, and this only cements that it was an atrocious pick. You took a quarterback that you didn't need off a blown ACL, and he's 100 years old in the third round. Cutscene, it didn't work. It was never going to work. There was no point in drafting a backup in the third round, and he was never going to supplant Jared Goff. So now he's gone, which means I never have to take another phone call clamoring for this guy to play. That's a win. This is like Christmas in August. And here's the other thing. You don't need to carry 3 quarterbacks. Now, I know the Cleveland Browns say, no, you're right, we're going to carry 4. But I'm saying a real organization, you carry your 2, and you can add a 7th wide receiver or a 9th D lineman or someone who's going to actually affect winning and losing, even if it's in the margins, even if it's primarily as a special teamer. So I told you I thought they were cutting him. And a lot of people are like, well, Brad won't admit a mistake. Well, he did. Give him credit for it. It was a god-awful draft pick. And now you released him. Where do I think he ends up? Namely, I don't care. But he's going to probably latch on somewhere, and somebody will think they can fix him. Maybe he ends up a backup to like a Geno Smith now that Aiden O'Connell's dead for 10 weeks with a broken wrist or arm or whatever it was. Maybe Hendon Hooker goes to Vegas. There's always going to be a need for a backup or a third stringer who's got some athleticism and has traits. But the reality is he got grossly outplayed by Kyle Allen. Kyle Allen has started in this league. Kyle Allen has played well at times. I think Kyle Allen's just in every measure a better quarterback than Hendon Hooker. And if Jared Goff gets hurt in the third quarter of a road game in Chicago, who gives me a better chance to win, Hendon Hooker or Kyle Allen? It's Kyle Allen. It's not close. So I'm glad he's gone. Up next, cut Broderick Martin. Let's continue the third-round wasted draft pick party. I mean, it's just, is Broderick Martin alive?
Have no clue.
I mean, what do you make of it? I feel bad for Cookie. Should we check on him?
He's already tweeted out, still defending the pick.
No.
Yes.
No.
Let me pull it back up here.
No.
I'll still defend the pick. The pick was worth the gamble before they paid Goff on upside alone. But the reality is he couldn't translate to reading the full field in the NFL. Lions showed you what they really thought going to the playoffs last year, and he didn't get better.
Oh.
So he got better towards the end of the tweet.
Isn't the fact that that none of this worked out proof that the pick was not worth it in the third round?
I will still defend the Titanic's unsinkable cutscene. It's at the actually, Doctor, it's at the bottom of the ocean right now. It's unsinkable. He's defending it before they paid Goff. It didn't matter when they paid Goff. From the back half of his first year here, he played Pro Bowl football. What are we doing?
Still defending. No, this was the right move, man. When I'm watching the end of that game on Saturday, and it is the fourth quarter, and you know guys on the other side are going to get cut, and you see it's 3rd and 5, and you see a running back right there wide open that can get the first down. Hendon Hooker decides that's okay. I'll try to run for it myself, sack. You can't continue to look that way and think you're going to make an NFL roster.
From day one, like I remember when we were going through this process, Hendon Hooker, that offense at Tennessee, it's single read. They run some very unique formations you can't even get away with in the NFL with super wide splits. And it's a timing offense. It's not about reading the whole field. It's a lot like why Blaine Gabbert struggled when he came from Mizzou. That offense was not translatable to what they do in the NFL. So it never made sense to me. For all the great things that Brad Holmes has done, this ranks up there as one of the worst. Yes, Kenny, what?
Can't it just be as simple as we got a quarterback out of retirement to replace him in the playoffs? Can't it just be like that simple?
Right, and it was like homeless Teddy Bridgewater.
Right.
I mean, it was just like, it wasn't even the Teddy Bridgewater we remember. It was the old version. It's
I
like,
will defend to this day the Titanic.
That's a crazy take by Costa. Let's go to Keith, 97.1. Keith, how you doing, buddy?
How you doing, man? I'm glad you guys voiced that opinion on Hooker, man. I knew they was going to get rid of Hooker sooner or later, man. I knew it, and I'm glad they did, man. I'm glad.
Why are you
because
glad?
he wasn't doing jack. He wasn't doing jack for the Lions. He wasn't doing nothing. He gets out there, and he helped us lose the game. So what they need is a quarterback that's the flip of the coin of Jerry Goff. You know, like a Michael Vick. We need somebody that runs the ball more like a Michael Vick.
That sounds awesome.
We need somebody that's the opposite of Jerry Goff. That's what we need.
Keith,
and that's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
Go Lions, and I hope we win the Super Bowl. All right, thank you.
And you be sure to call the facility when you find the Michael Vick guy, okay? David, all they need is a guy like Michael Vick. That's all.
What is happening here? Kenny, come on, man.
Kenny, that's 1, 2, and 3.
You didn't say that to me on the phone, I'll tell you that.
Strike 3, you're out. Let's go.
I will defend that phone call to this day.
Let's go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, boys? That last call was awesome. So we had a running back like that, or I mean a quarterback like that. We had Hendon Hooker, and the reason he ran all the time is because the man has zero ability to read the field at all. So when the pocket even remotely looks like it's going to collapse on him, oh my God, I got to run because I can't see anything. I'm like Ray Charles out here. All right. So, but what I'm like, I've talked to you about many things in the past, but I have a direct question for you today.
Sure. What's up?
I would love to hear your view, your take on why so many fans in Detroit, for some reason, decided that Hendon Hooker was this pathetic, like Disney movie sports comeback guy that they all wanted to get behind. I mean, for 3 weeks, we've been listening to people calling up and talking about, we got to give him more chances. We got to give him more chances. Even people calling and saying, you guys are being so mean to him on the radio. What if he hears this? His feelings are going to be hurt. Like, it would be like giving Iserman 15 seasons to stay out of the playoffs and still saying, no, it's the Iser plan. I would love to know what is so special about Hendon Hooker that everybody just their IQ drops to zero.
Jay, I think it's
guy. What is it?
I think it's a combination of two different things. All right. For one, you have a lot of people that don't want to admit they were wrong about Jared Goff. They want to hang on to the opinion that he sucks and that he'll falter. And then I think the other side of it is symptomatic of a lot of towns is the backup quarterback's always the most popular guy. But there's something in this town about the mobile quarterback. People get seduced by the mobile QB, and we don't have one.
But they don't understand why Hendon Hooker is a mobile quarterback or tries to be a mobile quarterback, because that's all he's got. He can't see anything.
No, it was – Jay, you know where I stand on it. I didn't like the pick when they did it. I never defended it once.
Right.
I didn't like the system he came from, and I don't like drafting people with one leg. That's just not a recipe for success. So, yeah. But no, I'm trying – I wanted to answer your question as direct as I could. I think it's just one of two factions. I think people like the idea of a mobile QB in this town because we haven't had one. And the other one is there are still people who just don't want to come around to Jared Goff. And other than that, I don't know. Choice C, crack. I don't know. Meth. The Hendon Hooker conversations were something to behold. That's all I can tell you.
So glad they're done now.
Me too. I don't have to hear it no more. And listen, maybe a change of scenery will help him. Like I said, maybe he ends up in a place like Vegas. They need a backup because theirs just died, and he can learn, and maybe their offense will be a better fit. I don't know. 248-539-9797. All right, distracted driving. It's become an epidemic. We've all seen it. Cars swerving around, people just not paying attention to the road. They're on social media. If you don't have life insurance and you get aced out by one of these idiots, you're screwing your family over. Call Mike Prepare National Benefit Plans. He will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He guarantees you the best possible rate, and you're not going to deal with a phone jockey 6 states over wondering if it's available in your state or not. Bottom line, put Mike and his 30 years of experience to work to get the best deal you can. National Benefit Plans, go to nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Kenny, do you want to grab Evan? We're going to do a little Who Am I? We've done this in the lead up to football. I've been doing Big Ten Who Am I's. The reviews have been good. People enjoy it, but it's also, I make it challenging without it being impossible. And what we did when Stoney was here is we do one newer school, and then we go back to the Stone Age for one, which is a nostalgia player. No leather helmets, no black and white television, just nostalgia. So with it, David, are you prepared? Evans joined us in a salmon pullover. That's quite
more red than salmon, but
quite a look. David, the music, please. All right, do you want to start out new school or Stone Age, fellas?
I say Stone Age.
Stone Age? Okay. Here we go. And remember the rules. When you think you've got your guess, lock in, but don't say it. Here we go. Stone Age version. Big Ten football. I am currently 51 years old. Do a little math equation. That'll tell you the time frame we're talking. I'm 51 years old. Everybody ready?
Yep.
I see Kenny has his abacus out. I played
1, 2, 3, 4.
Kenny's currently writing on the wall. All right. I played at a non-power that's known for passing.
So this isn't Big Ten. This is all college football?
No, this is Big Ten.
Oh.
A non-Big Ten power.
So he eventually landed in the Big Ten after this.
No, he started in the Big Ten and stayed in the Big Ten. I played at a non-Big Ten power known for passing. David, you can't be frustrated after two clues.
I'm not frustrated. I'm laughing at Kenny
Okay.
because he thought it was non-Big Ten.
I thought you meant non-power 5 or 4, and I was like, I don't know what that means.
Even though I went to a school known for passing, I didn't throw or catch the football. Just some table setters. Now we get to the good stuff. I am a member of my NFL team's Ring of Honor. Decorated professional career. I wore egregiously large shoulder pads.
Fix the time frame.
I was a living version of Bo Jackson in Tecmo Bowl.
I'm out.
Whoa! All right, David is locked in.
David with a surprising early exit.
Okay. You two are staying in.
Yes.
Right? I scored 29 touchdowns in my last 33 games to end my college career. 29 touchdowns in 33 games. I was the Thunder to the Lightning that my NFL team already had in the backfield.
All right, I'm out.
Evan is out.
Do I just need to write Texas with a $, or do you actually?
Just stick
Texas.
with it, man. Chill out. A neck injury ended my career in training camp in 2007 after 6 Pro Bowls.
Oh, I'm so wrong now.
Okay. I have the most impressive YouTube highlight video ever.
Sam McGuffey didn't play in the 90s.
That's not it. I am the other A-Train, not Anthony Thomas. But I had the same nickname.
I think I'm right. I don't know now.
And the last clue, if you haven't gotten it by now, you're in some real trouble. My first name is Mike.
Yep. Okay, I am right.
All right, chill. Kenny, anything?
Texas, $.
All right.
I don't know. I'm fried.
Evan?
Well, it's not Ron Dane. That's who I was going.
Okay, but same archetype. David, go ahead. Tell him.
Mike Allstott.
Damn right.
What school in the Big Ten did he play in?
Purdue.
Purdue.
Okay, so in my clue, I had Purdue and or Maryland. I just forgot that he played at Purdue.
Yeah, when he said shoulder pads, that got me.
Yeah,
Kenny,
everybody in the 90s had huge shoulder pads.
We
though.
call it the Katzenmoyer.
Yeah, they
but
all wore
Allstott's
lineman
shoulder
pads.
pads went above the ear hole in his helmet.
Yeah.
He had lunch boxes on his shoulders. Kenny, have you ever seen the Mike Allstott highlight video?
Yeah, I have. This is like the neck roll era, too. This is back then.
No, the neck roll was like the 70s.
Yeah, I mean, anything before I was born is the 70s.
Okay.
Wow.
Let's go to the modern version. Are you ready?
Yeah, now I'm going to lock in. Now I think I got
Okay. It's okay. All right. I was an electric playmaker at a major Big Ten power.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm currently 26 years old. Everybody, math equation good? I'm on my third NFL team, not because of talent, but because of injuries. Evan is so deep in thought right now, I wish people could see this.
They can. Go to youtube.com.
I am a native of the Lone Star State. I was a second-round draft pick.
I'm out.
Whoa!
At least with my guess.
Okay, this is bold.
Could be wrong.
All right, David and Kenny, sit tight. Are you ready for more clues? I had nearly 1,000 yards last year before signing with a potential division winner in the AFC this year.
I'm out.
Oh, okay. Last two clues. Are you ready? I have a bionic leg.
Oh, I definitely got this.
I'm out.
And I share the same first name as an actor the Tigers keep putting in the
How
booth.
did I know you were gonna? That was gonna. When I remembered they got the name, I was like, "This is what's gonna happen for sure."
I was close. I had the right team.
All right, Evan, what's your guess?
I said Curtis Samuel.
No.
I know. Give it to him.
Kenny, go ahead, buddy.
Mr.
Kenny.
Plays for the Broncos.
Not J.K. Simmons.
That's right.
J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes,
That's
sir.
good.
Yes, sir.
How is he still getting jobs? That's crazy.
Because he's still productive despite the injuries.
Wait, who are you talking about? J.K. Simmons or J.K. Dobbins?
Wow. Dobbins had over 900 yards in a limited
did.
season last year with
Sure
the Chargers. And he averaged 5.7 a carry with the Ravens, Ev. He just keeps getting hurt.
Simmons is more accomplished.
Okay. Want to stick around?
Academy Award, man.
Want to
You see
stick
that
around
Drummond
for
movie?
another half inning? All right.
Bionic leg got me, man. That's good. It's a bionic
Can
leg.
you
think
stick
he
around
has
for
metal
one
in there.
more half an inning?
No. And
He's
if
like
you
iRobot with his leg.
for the youngins out there, if you haven't seen the Mike Allstott
It's crazy.
YouTube highlight reel, it's Bo Jackson Tech Mobile. You just need to watch it. It's amazing. David, a few ticket texts. That is Who Am I? Tremendous work, Evan. It still looks like
I failed. It was horrible work.
But you tried.
I tried. Horrible.
Better to try and fail
No,
than
it's
to
not.
have never
I'd
tried
rather-
at all.
It's actually better to try and succeed, as I have.
As a married man.
What do you think he did all those years that Georgia sucked throughout his entire life to have this kind of confidence now with college football?
He probably was a Bama fan.
Okay.
He
That's what
probably
I'm
was like a
thinking.
scumbag.
They had
How
two good years in
dare
his
you.
entire life.
How dare you?
No, you know, he grew up a Florida fan. They
How
were good
dare
back in the
you.
day.
Oh, yeah. He jumped on just a couple years ago. That's what our boss thinks. He's like Stoney.
That's a heavy accusation.
Just that's the scuttlebutt
No,
around
keep
the
going.
Loved himself some Tim Tebow and company.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Strangle you where you stand.
My God. All right, David, ticket text.
Oh, a lot of people were guessing Tavon Austin, but he never played in the Big Ten.
No, West
Rondell
Virginia.
Moore came up on the guessing.
Did not wear monstrous shoulder
No, he
pads.
did not.
Come on.
Someone says, we need a random Cunningham. Who am I? That's random. That is very random if you do random Cunningham.
I played at UNLV.
Someone says they locked in at Ring of Honor for Mike Allstott.
Okay.
That's a good one there.
I wish there were some highlights. He played a game. This shows you how football's changed. Michigan State played Purdue in 1995, a 35-35 tie. and fullbacks scored every touchdown. All-stat for them, and MSU had a player I used to love. And I think he was from near Rochester, a kid named Scotty Green. 35-35 tie, and you got these two tanks running for 150 yards each. Kenny, it wasn't in black and white. It was on ESPN. Come on. I didn't talk about you back in my day. I didn't do that.
You and your Phil Steele over there.
What's wrong with 1995? Come on.
I was 1. That's what's wrong with 1995.
That's I was 11. That's my day right there.
I'm just saying. It was on ESPN. It wasn't like, I took the train to Texas.
Oh, that was the regional coverage of ESPN back then.
It was, yes.
Oh, man.
The ABC ESPN coverage map.
Yeah.
To see what game you were getting.
Most of the country's going to get this game. I hate you now, Kenny.
That's basically how Kenny feels right now. All right, let's take care of some business. Hey, summer's coming to an end, which means the fall and winter's approaching. Don't wait until that furnace dies on you and you come home to a freezing cold house. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now. You'll save up to $1,000. New AC, new generator, new furnace, all up to $1,000 off. Call for details. Schedule your free and home estimate. It's Mastercraft. Honest work, great same-day service. When you call before noon, it's mastercraftheating.com.
So let's start with the overrated teams here. And we'll start with the team that has already played. They are number 22 in the AP, and we'll see if that changes because they beat Kansas State in Dublin. But overrated, Iowa State.
Wrong. You're talking to the guy that was my preseason Big 12 to win the conference pick when we did the preview episode like 10 days ago in Catch Ticket. I like Rocco Becht. I like what they have. And I understand they lost a pair of 1,000-yard wide receivers.
Correct.
But like David, case in point with Kansas State, Avery Johnson can't throw a forward pass. New year, same crap. Best thing about the guy is his athleticism and his hair. I think Iowa State's a good football team. And David, that defense is frustrating to play against with that 3-3-5, very active front. I like the way they played. And yeah, Chris Kleiman handed them the game a little bit with going for it on his own 28, like his name's Dan Campbell.
Yeesh.
But I think Iowa State's a good football team, David. I'm going to say wrong on that one. They're not overrated.
Okay, next team on the list. They are ranked inside the top 10. They are number 7 in the AP. Supposed to be a top team in the Big Ten. That is Oregon. Are you considering them overrated?
I'm going to consider them overrated in the same way I consider Michigan overrated. You do not have a proven quarterback. I can't make you one of the favorites to win the whole thing. If you're number 7 preseason, it means you're a legit national championship contender. The last time we saw Dante Moore, he was busy throwing more passes to the opposition than his own team. I think he had 4 or 5 pick sixes in a 5-week run. He sat, he learned, now he gets to try it again. I have no idea what we're about to see. I think they're overrated.
This one is mainly based on them just being ranked number 1 overall. Not saying they're going to have a horrible year, but maybe they should not be ranked number 1 right now, and that's Texas. Overrated.
I'll say no. I mean, Arch played enough and showed some level of being quite dynamic. They have the best play caller in America. They are loaded with talent. They have a $40 million roster. If you want to say overrated because it's number 1, fine. But would you blink if they were ranked number 3? No. So I kind of say no to that.
And we'll learn about them quickly. Ohio State on the road.
Am I wrong that I like them this weekend?
You do. I don't think you're wrong, because I really think it's a coin flip at this point.
Give me some time. I have a few days to figure out the rest, but my early lean is like, really? I mean, I've never seen Julian Sayin throw a pass. Go ahead. I also, by the way, who the hell they got in the backfield? Here's your answer. It's not Travion Henderson. It's not Quinshon Junkins.
Not even close. Well, I know you disagree with this next one here. They are ranked in the top 25. They are number 13. The top 25 is a team that you believe in. You love their quarterback, so I know you don't believe they're overrated. But let's have a discussion about South Carolina.
I understand if you say they're overrated. I do.
Oh, okay.
But no, I understand it. It doesn't mean I agree with it. I think South Carolina and Florida playing young quarterbacks last year, going through the gauntlet, coming through the other side, getting a couple of big wins, I think it pays dividends. I think South Carolina has a really good football team. Remember last year, David, they got screwed against the refs by LSU, lost by, I think, 2, and they lost by a point to Bama in Tuscaloosa. They're a good football team. And they've also got, Dylan Stewart, the edge rusher up front.
Sure do.
David, I think they're appropriately ranked, but here's your problem. The last 6 weeks of their schedule, I don't think there's a team in America that could go better than 5-1 in that 6-week span. Go look at that.
Let's touch on another SEC team, and this is going to get Kenny riled up. They are number 5
Overrated.
in the AP.
Overrated.
And they have a quarterback in Gunnar Stockton. Is Georgia.
Don't like him. I don't like him. I think there's a bit of an erosion talent-wise when you look at the top 50 players in America, according to PFF, the Georgia Bulldogs have. It's a big year for Kirby. He's got to be a bounce back here. I don't like him in the top 3 in the SEC. Kenny, speak your piece.
This is going to be a year where this team is really going to go as the quarterback goes. So you're right. It's a huge year for Kirby, and I also am not sure what they have. So we're going to find out. I wouldn't say overrated or underrated. I would just say question mark?
Yeah,
because this team is a giant question mark.
I think going to the portal to get receivers last time with Lovett and Ra Thomas, it didn't work the way we thought. Now they try it again, led by Zachariah Branch from USC. Look, the receivers are going to be there. This Gunnar Stockton thing, I need a little time to evaluate that, but I'll say overrated for right now.
And we're going to learn about this next team here that we're going to discuss because they play Sunday night at 7:30 against Notre Dame.
Yeah.
It is Miami.
Overrated.
Yeah, I agree.
When your head coach needs a bedpan duct taped to his ass because he bleeps himself late in games, I'm done with Miami. After last year, I'm done. You had the number 1 overall draft pick. I'm done. Go Irish.
And can we?
I don't even care. I'll root for Notre Dame. That's how much I'm done with Miami.
And I wonder if you agree with me here because I always feel like they do this because they want that matchup on national TV. But I really, truly think they rank them number 10 just so they can have that top 10 ranking.
Wait, are you telling me that college football at large is a made-for-TV product that has very little to do with reality? Oh, my God. You're telling me that AP Top 25 poll is, in fact, useless?
They could just promote number 6 versus number 10, but that's not truly number 10.
Atlanta? Unbelievable.
Let's get to another team here. Let's go over to the Big 12, and that is Arizona State coming off a wonderful year.
Yeah.
They are returning their quarterback.
I think they're overrated. Look, they had a magical season last year, and Sam Levitt's good. Dyson, the wide receiver's good. But Cam Scatterbo was more than just a player to them. Not only their leading rusher, do you realize he was their second leading receiver? And he was their emotional leader. And he was one of the 5 to 7 best players in the sport, and you couldn't tackle him. They're losing more than a player there. They're losing an identity. And no, I don't think a transfer from Army is simply going to slot in there. I think there's a regression coming for them. I'll say overrated.
Let's finish it off here in the Big Ten. The team is ranked number 12. It is the Illini. Highest preseason ranking since 1990.
Why don't I like Luke Altmaier? Why am I so against Luke Altmaier? Look, Big Bird has built the offensive and defensive lines. They play pretty solid football, but do I really believe they're one of the 10 best teams in America? No.
They are returning 16 starters from a 10-win team, and I think that's why they're ranked this way. But they're not good.
But, David, that's the point. Okay, 10-win team. What'd they look like against Penn State?
Correct.
They couldn't even get a first down. I don't know, man. I just think they're fake. I'll say overrated. I can't do it. They're good. Are they really one of the 10 best teams?
No.
Not in my world, they're not.
Not at all. As Kenny slanders the Big Ten.
Tell me how good the Big Ten is some more, why don't you?
That's cookies. I'm an SEC man. Don't look at me. I'm not the one telling you the Big Ten's any good. How dare you? By the way, did you watch the rest of that Netflix series on the SEC?
I did.
It's really good.
It's a very good doc.
I've got one more episode left. Although I'm getting a little tired of Diego Pavia. Enough.
They love him,
yeah,
man.
I know, but he's got the whole Napoleon complex thing going on. Enough, kid. Relax.
That is your college football blitz.
America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, right in the heart of Las Vegas. 6 pools, 3 different levels, and a perfect view of the big screen at Circa. It's built for fans. So book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com.
According to NFL insider Jordan Schultz, the Lions are moving on from quarterback Hendon Hooker. He played in just 3 regular season games in his career, all coming last year, where he was 6 for 9 after being drafted by Detroit in 2023. 2 other cuts that have leaked today include linebacker and special teams player Anthony Pittman, along with safety Ian Kennelly. Dan Campbell said they would know more about Ahmed Hassanin's injury by the time Brett Holmes heads to the podium later this week. In other NFL news, Texans running back Joe Mixon will miss at least the first 4 games of the season, and they'll be placed in the reserve/non-football injury list after sustaining an ankle injury over the summer. Michigan football coach Jerome Moore spoke with the media today and confirmed the news that broke yesterday that freshman Bryce Underwood would serve as the Wolverines starter.
Yeah, or you paid him $15 million. I don't know.
MSU coach Jonathan Smith said that starting safety Nakai Martinez will be a game-time decision in their opener on Friday as well. They may be down to their third-string kicker. The Tigers face the Athletics tonight in Sacramento. The A's have played decent ball lately, holding a 6-3 record in their last 3 series. Tonight, they face Detroit's A's Tarek Skubal. Hear how that goes right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 10:05. Oh, wow. That's a new... I like that one. At the Cornwall Health Sports... At the Cornwall... It really is, though. Expos? Where does that come from? At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, yes, we're having a little fun with college football today because we have college football this week. We've done the Bryce Underwood story, Odyssey.com Rewind. We talked a little bit about Aiden Childs, just to level set the week, and we just got done with Who Am I? But I want to bring up something from the NFL. I always find it interesting is how all of us, myself included, we can react to something when it involves another team. But the reaction might be different if they played for our team. Did any of you guys see Micah Parsons this weekend?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Shows up at the preseason game and proceeds to sleep on the training table during the game. I've never in my life seen it. I mean, I've seen players no-show. You've seen players sit up in the suite claiming they're hurt. You'll see a guy stand on the sideline and look miserable, but he's standing on the sideline. Micah Parsons, it was kind of embarrassing. Now, I've been pro Micah Parsons on this entire deal. The Cowboys need to pay him his money. Jerry Jones is embarrassing and honestly should let go of things and let his son run the team because he's 82 and looking more insane by the day. But here's my question. While it's easy for us to, what is the Simpsons character who always points and laughs? What is that kid? Kenny, that's like your type of program. You used to watch cartoons.
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. The point is, it's easy for us to point and laugh at other teams. But if it were us, what would your reaction be if this was Aiden Hutchinson? If this was Brian Branch? If this was Penei Sewell? Where you turn on a Lions preseason game, and amidst a contract dispute, the player shows up only to make a mockery of the proceedings and take a nap on the training table. I feel like I'd feel different. Look, it's easy for me to support Micah Parsons and make fun of the Cowboys, but like, would we be bashing the Lions or would you turn on the player? That's what I wanted to ask. Because I've never seen what I saw there. And look, as much as I think Micah Parsons deserves his money, you'd be better served not behaving that way. That's not a good look. And there are plenty of people, and I don't want you to feel like you're going to get admonished. You're not going to. There are plenty of people who feel you want your money, earn your money. Show up, practice, get the negotiations done, and be here. Now, I don't share that because One play can irreparably change your life. Ryan Shazier on line 4. Rashawn Slater blew out in training camp at practice like 10 minutes after signing his contract. No, I don't think you put your body at risk, but I also don't think you make a mockery of the proceedings, drawing more ridiculous attention to yourself, the team, the owner. Easy when it's Dallas. What would it be if it were a Lion? What would you do if a year from now that was Aiden Hutchinson taking a nap on a training table amidst a highly publicized contract spat? Would you side with the team or the player? David, go ahead. I mean, am I nuts for asking the question?
No, you're not nuts at all. I want to believe.
Actually, I'm kidding. Everybody calm down.
I want to believe that I would support the player, because I simply would blame the team on allowing this to happen. Like, if you have a contract dispute, he shouldn't be on the sideline. I know he may want to support his players, but that you can't have that. That prevents him laying on the training board. It just can't happen. I would hope that I would support the players still.
Okay, and listen, for me, the player, I'm glad that Micah Parsons is sticking it to Jerry Jones. I am. It's about time that somebody who has the leverage breaks him. I'm not mad at what Parsons is trying to do, but it is getting a little much when you're out there and you're kind of making an embarrassment of yourself and the game, and you're making a spectacle of it. See, that's where I can't defend the way the Cowboys have handled it. And I don't imagine the Lions would ever handle it this way. The Lions are the utmost professional team. They don't talk about things publicly, and they just get their business done. I know they haven't gotten the Hutch thing done yet, but it also does take two to tango. You also don't have reports that the Lions lowballed him or that the Lions disrespected him. You don't have the Lions owner going on a radio show and going roughshod saying the owner told me to do. But in this instance, if it went down this way, yeah, I feel like both parties are starting to be at blame down there. Now, I hope Parsons, this is the thing that's going to annoy me in all of it, as an NFL football fan. If Parsons breaks him and gets his way out of there, good on you. You made the sacrifice, you cost yourself some money, but you're going to get your money in a new way. If he all of a sudden slinks into his office, signs a wholly unimpressive extension, that's going to make me think less of Micah Parsons. That's my thing. You're going to see this through, then take it the whole way.
No, you're right about that. And I guess I'm going to say it. It's probably hard for me to look past this to Dallas Cowboys. It just is. I hate them. I don't want them to succeed. I want them to lose. So it's hard for me to look past that. If it's my team, you probably need to act better as a player.
But do you support the player or the team?
In the dispute, I support the player. Probably the behavior, you got to act better, right? You were raised right. Please act better.
What do the ticket texters have to say on it?
If Sheila acted like Jerry, I'd still support Micah. Someone else says 100% turn on the player. That level of disrespect is unacceptable.
Yeah, that's what made it difficult for me. I support Trey Hendrickson, what he's trying to do. I support Micah Parsons. But when you make a mockery of the game and you bring undue attention to this, look, if Micah wants to speak after the game, your prerogative. If you don't want to show up at the game, also your prerogative. What you can't do is show up and take a nap on the training table, and then it's the entire NFL story. It's not right. It's immature. And frankly, if you're asking someone to pay you the better part of $200 million, yeah, be better. Kenny, go ahead. Kenny, you look like you were about to say something. I'm here for it.
Yes, I was clearing my throat.
This is radio.
I'm on team player here, but I agree with you in the sense that I don't think either one of these parties comes out of this looking any better. I think they both have made themselves look very, very badly, actually. And I agree with what David said about Parsons and how, you were raised right, man. Be better than this. It's a tough look on the game. That's all.
Also, a tough look that Friday night MSU's kicker might be a transfer from Davenport University. Are you kidding me?
That's where all the great kickers come from.
Is it really that tough in the streets?
That's rough.
Oh my God. Okay. Fourth down. Don't care. We're going for it. 248-539-9797. All right. You've been injured in an auto accident. Now you're drowning in medical bills. You're dealing with insurance companies who simply don't care. You need David Femininio. The insurance companies, you think they're on your side. They're not. You got to get to David. He'll fight tooth and nail, get you what you deserve. Get David, get paid isn't just a catchphrase. It's an absolute promise. If someone you know has been injured, don't sit there and hope it gets better. Call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, a little bit of breaking. Yeah, you know what, David? The hell with it. Well, this qualifies as a sounder. We spent enough time talking about this guy. What do you got?
Looks like Cincinnati and Trey Hendrickson are agreeing to a new contract per Tom Pelissero and pretty much every other NFL beat writer. Rappaport says it's a big raise this year and a deal done by his agent.
Yeah, but,
no numbers yet.
Oh, come on. Where are the numbers?
Everything reported earlier is that they're going to give him a big raise this year in order to get him out of the contract after this year. So just give him 1 year of a raise.
So it's a 1 year. What?
That's the belief going into it earlier.
Also, David, I don't know if this is a me thing or a station thing. It sounds like there's 7 of you right now. We may need to adjust.
Fixed.
Okay. I feel like I'm in the Matrix currently. All right. Let's go to Michael, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, pal?
Hello.
Mike?
Can you hear me, sir?
Loud and clear, Mike. What's on your mind?
Man, I am so upset about the Hooker thing, man. I ain't gonna say. I know he had a bad preseason, man, but he been here for almost 3 years, man. He never played one real game. Them preseason games don't mean nothing, man. I mean, this is crazy, man. I'm not saying that we're gonna have a terrible season and nothing like that, and I hope Goff don't get hurt. And they should never even get Bridgewater last year. We would have, man. This is really just.
Okay.
Man, the Lions is the best. I know we got the 2 best running backs. I told y'all. Y'all said I was in La La Land. I said we got the 2 best wide receivers. They said we ain't going to win more than 10.5 games. I say 12 or 13. But it don't even matter about we make it to the playoffs and lose. I'd rather go to the wild card game and go to the Super Bowl. But I'm just telling you, man, it ain't looking right for the Lions for firing him. And I hope he goes somewhere and it really hurt us for real.
All right, but Mike, what you got to understand is this. He didn't play because he's not good enough to play. They got Teddy Bridgewater because they thought so little of this guy. Oh, they needed to play him more in real games. Do you know how that happens? You don't spin a wheel. You have to earn it. He was awful. They were around this guy every day, every practice, every rep, every film study. If this guy had a shred of ability, he'd be here. They brought in Kyle Allen. Why? Because he's better than Hendon Hooker. He played better than him. I'm not mad at you. Maybe you like the guy. You know, you're a fan of his in college. What am I going to say? But to act like the Lions did him wrong, come on, man. This is a performance-based business. Clearly, he wasn't doing enough on a day-in, day-out basis. And that's why they couldn't even have him as a backup in the playoffs. That's why they brought someone different in this year. It's just, he's not good. It's okay to just say it. It's going to be the same thing when they cut Broderick Martin. Can't play football. Not every third-round pick's going to work. Go ahead, David.
I don't know if I'm going to sound better, but here we go.
You sound incredible.
Team allowing it to happen. He's in control of his own behavior. Screw Dallas, but that behavior is beyond embarrassing.
I agree, and it makes me think less of Micah Parsons. And I love what he's going after, and he deserves every penny. But what are you doing? Now you're actually giving the Cowboys a leg to stand on. Look, the bottom line is if you want someone to pay you $200 million, I'm not asking you to kiss their ass. I'm not asking you to grovel. But you can't act like a child. That doesn't work either. Just stay home at that point. Why are you here?
Yeah, just stay in the locker room. If it were another owner besides Jerry Jones, I think Micah would have a better attitude about the situation. So I'm on the player side.
Yeah, and Jerry Jones is the only owner in the league who holds the position of general manager as well. It's a joke. And this has been Jerry Jones' game for years. Try to evade the agents and do these folksy old school negotiations, which is a violation of the collectively bargained agreement. You cannot do that. And also he goes on radio and he says a bunch of stupid stuff. Like when he said the agent told us where to put the offer. I can't even work around the quote. He's a fool. Again, just because you're wealthy doesn't mean you're not a fool. You can be a fool at any socioeconomic level. Go ahead, David.
This one's to Kenny because of the hooker caller. That's 4.
That's 4.
LOL.
That's 4.
How did I get upgraded all the way to 4?
Well, 1 was worth 3.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 earlier on one call.
Oh, okay.
By the way, I was just fact checking. Apparently, all the state's kickers are dead? Oh, dear.
I don't know what's going on.
Oh, dear. You know what? You shouldn't have to kick field goals against Western. Just go for it every time. Why don't we call Dan Campbell? Have him coach Friday night. 4th and 13? F it. Go for it. I don't care. I couldn't possibly.
You do not combat disrespect with disrespect. I'm on the Cowboy side on this.
See? And if this happened here, I guess my feeling would be a lot of you would actually turn on the player. They would, David. This is a blue-collar town. They are not going to look at that kindly. In this town, if you hold out, you do it long enough, and if you say enough stuff, eventually this town will turn on you.
Well, I think you're right, because I think back to different situation, but Prince Fielder.
I got kids, man.
That comment alone.
You also fell
everyone.
around third base.
That wasn't a good look.
Sorry. Kenny, go ahead.
Adam from Texas says, I thought it was a horrible move by Micah Parsons. That's not the way to act when you want a pay raise.
Not when you're asking someone for $200 million.
I'm all for the player doing what he needs to do to get paid when it comes to sitting out and not showing up. But making a clown out of yourself and the team on TV at a game is ridiculous.
Let me ask you guys this question, though. And I know it's not an us problem. It's a them problem. Every piece of reporting has been they're headed for a divorce. But it's getting so late in the game, you can't execute a trade of that scale now. It would have to be after, week 6? And even then, an in-season move that would almost assuredly cost you a minimum of 2 first-round picks?
Yeah, it's too late now. It's too late now. We now have the numbers on Trey Hendrickson.
Ah, thank you. Let me hear this.
He has received a $14 million raise, so that's boosting his salary to $30 million this year.
That's it?
That's it.
What does he get next year?
Nothing.
What?
He's still scheduled to become an unrestricted free agent after this season.
So basically they bribed him. Listen, just please clean your room. We will pay you $14 million, clean your room. Please, just clean your room.
And they gave him the video game back.
Yeah, you can have the Xbox. Here's $14 million. So the Bengals, just so we're clear, oh my God, they're such a stupid organization. If I'm Joe Burrow, I got to tell you, if I rep Burrow, I'd be asking out. Not a doubt in my mind. You're not winning the Super Bowl there. I'd be asking out. What a clown organization.
This is wild.
$14 million. That's a rounding error when you're a billionaire. Not to mention they've already got one of the most sweetheart stadium deals in the league where the county has to pay for the complete upkeep of that stadium. The county, which if you're unfamiliar with Kent County, outside of Cincinnati, that ain't a nice area. That's some of the poorest parts of Ohio. That county pays for everything for that stadium. Upkeep, maintenance, shrubs, you name it. $14 million, and you disrespected your star. The profile of your organization is in the toilet. Who knows what Burrow's reaction is to this, but there's no way it's positive. And then you get to the end of the Rainbow Bridge, and you go, here's $14 million, but we're still going to let you go. My head would explode if I were a Bengals fan. Honestly. So you get him for 1 year, and he's a lame duck. He's
Correct.
Leaving. David, I said this to you a year ago, and I've ended up being right about this. I said that Micah Parsons would demand a trade a year ago. I've been saying this. I'm going to say this now. Joe Burrow will demand a trade next summer.
Ooh, okay.
I'm telling you, it is players today who have leverage, who have profile. They are not going to sit idly by and do a Stafford. They're not going to wait until their mid-30s to ask for a trade. And if you're an unserious franchise, which the Bengals are, Why am I here? I'm out. Trade me. I'm not coming to camp. I will not play for you anymore. Joe Burrow's got all the money in the world. And guess what? I don't think anybody would blame Burrow. By the way, you got a Super Bowl caliber quarterback and a Super Bowl offense. T. Higgins had to beg for his money. You've never fixed the offensive line. Defensively, you let Lou Anarumo go for no reason. He's an elite defensive coordinator. You disrespected your team captain on defense in Jermaine Pratt up to the point that you let him go so late in the offseason, he barely had anywhere to go. Then you publicly are in a spat with Trey Hendrickson, and you don't even resolve it. You put a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. Here's $14 million, basically an extra mil per game you're going to play, and you can still go to free agency. And so what did you win? What's the win? And if I'm Hendrick, see, this is the problem I have with the players, though. If you're Hendrickson, you can't show up at camp. You can't play for $14 million.
Well, the problem also with him is he kept saying, I love it here. Like, you kind of hurting yourself publicly.
You know what? Thank God. Thank God the Lions got it turned around and we don't deal with crap
Well,
like
there's
this.
also this news here from the Lions. They have released Dan Skipper.
I'm eligible. See ya. But why? That's the question.
He'll probably be back on the practice squad. No one will pick him up on waivers.
You stop it right now. I hope the Giants do.
Okay, then. Enjoy.
Dude, listen, the guy wasn't terrible as a fill-in. I'm just saying. I'm a little surprised, but maybe it's a good sign for Manu. Just show me Broderick Martin's released, and I can be done with all the old bits. We're just cleaning it all out. 248-539-9797. We will get a blitz in the mix. Is it Rieger after us? Okay.
Yes, it is.
I'll ask him about Bryce Underwood as well. 97.1.
So let's get to some underrated teams in college football, and let's start in the Big Ten, one with USC. They are returning Jaden Maiava, and he went 3-1 as a starter last year. They are not ranked in the top 25, so do you consider them underrated?
No. I just think Lincoln Riley's on the hottest of hot seats. I mean, it's David, I don't even know what to make of them. They didn't have an overly impressive year in the portal. They lost a couple of their biggest playmakers. They lost their quarterback in Miller Moss. I don't know. I just think it's not working. And it's very similar to Brian Kelly down in Baton Rouge. The difference is Brian Kelly's got the number one recruiting class in America. But those are two guys that are under a hell of a lot of pressure. You know, if USC can't get to 9 wins, what's the point? You bought this guy a house, a private plane, and gave him all the riches in the world. What have you done? Next. I can't call them underrated. I think they're just appropriately not rated.
Okay. Let's move over to Utah.
Yes.
Utah went 5-7 last year, and they brought in New Mexico quarterback transfer Devin Dampier.
Stud. He's a government cheese version of like Mike Vick. He's tiny. He runs all over the place.
RPO all day.
Yeah, but he was good for New Mexico. This is the revenge of the Utes. They haven't had a real quarterback in 3 years now because Cam Rising's never been available. They had the pig farmer kid, Bryson Barnes. They have a quarterback. And they're returning to defense all their big games. I believe their 3 toughest games are all at Rice Eccles at home. They don't lose there. Yes. Underrated.
I thought I would never hear that on the radio. The revenge of the Utes.
Of the Utes.
That's amazing right there.
The Utes.
Let's move over to I believe they're in the ACC. I don't even know anymore. What? Louisville, right? ACC.
Yes, David. They're underrated.
They have USC QB transfer Miller Moss.
I think he needed a change of scenery. This is a good move. Jeff Brom, elite offensive coach. If you can get Tyler Shuck drafted, you should get a golden ticket to heaven. Isaac Brown, their running back. If you don't know his name, you're going to know it. And, yeah, they're sneaky. I think they're underrated, David. Also, elite helmets. In that case, the whites are not better. Their matte black ones that say cards on them are better.
I don't know about that, Mike. I don't know about that.
Yes.
That's amazing there. Let's go over back to the Big Ten and let's talk about Indiana.
Fart noise.
Consider them underrated.
No, they're overrated. They played junk schedule last year. They're doing the same crap again. They're buying out any Division I opponent in the non-con. And here's where I think they'll falter. They're not going to surprise anybody. I don't know that Mendoza will be better than Rourke was. And how many of the James Madison super seniors are still around? Must be nice when you turnkey bring a whole team over. Yes, Serrata's a star. Yes, Pons, the corner, is a star. They have some real players now. But I don't think they're underrated. No.
Let's get to a real team here, real conference. That is the SEC, and we're talking about Alabama.
Underrated.
Caden Proctor's there, Ty Simpson.
The quarterback's the mystery, but here's why they're underrated. I think they could have the best defense in the nation, and their offensive line is a return to the zombie Bama lines. Just this wall of violence led by 366-pound Caden Proctor. I think they're underrated. And I always thought Milroe was a bad fit for what DeBoer wanted to do. If Ty Simpson's any good at all, I think Bama's going to be a distinct problem because they're doing Bama things. They're going to dominate the line of scrimmage.
Back to the ACC, and I'm going to say this.
What?
Maybe just getting rid of Malik Murphy is just going to make them so much better, and that's Duke. I know no one talks about Duke football, but
I know. But
if Darian Mensah.
You know what? Manny Diaz quietly had a great year last year. The man knows how to coach defense. They sack the hell out of the quarterback. They bring a ton of exotic blitzes. And now you get Darian Mensah, who was a revelation at Tulane as a redshirt freshman. They paid a hell of a lot of money to get him. But yes, Mensah over Murphy. Do you know where Malik Murphy is now?
Is he at Tulane?
No, he's at Oregon State.
No, the quarterback they just got came from Tulane. That's what I messed
Correct.
up on. Yeah.
But yes, I think they are underrated. Duke has become more than respectable. They're dangerous.
A team here that is just outside. They were ranked basically 26, just right outside the top 25.
Others receiving votes?
Others receiving votes. It is BYU football, Mike.
Overrated.
Okay.
They lost Retzlaff. They're not allowed to drink caffeine. They got that whole weird soaking thing going on. I can't do it. Can't do it. I hate BYU. Go to hell. I don't want nothing to do with BYU. Retzlaff's gone. Their quarterback now is going to wear like number 48. What is this, 1910? No, all of it. I'm out on BYU. And I think
48.
Yeah, go. I swear to God, go look. The kid they just got. He thinks he's like Red Grange. He's wearing like 48. Go look. Trust a guy who's already done all the preview seasons for all these teams for Cash the Ticket.
Did someone not get to him? What are you doing, dude? This isn't 1947. Okay.
Look, man, I don't like nothing to do with BYU. They were fake as hell last year. I'm out. Overrated.
Let's get to another Big Ten teams here. A lot of people believe they were outside of the top 25 as well. Many believe that they can go 8-0 this season with USC coming to Lincoln. So 8-0 at home is what people believe they can be.
Oh, God. We're doing this again.
That is Dylan Raiola's team, Nebraska.
I'm not allowed to have an opinion on Nebraska football. Leave me out of it. This is the year they get it right. I don't know anymore. I'll tell you this, if they don't go win 9-10 games, what are you doing?
I agree.
What's the point anymore? Like Matt Rule, here's the deal. Matt Rule is a difference maker when he arrives to programs. He did it at Temple. He did it at Baylor. It's go time. They are either relevant and in the playoff chase, or what is he even doing there?
You are exactly right, because their two biggest games, one's at home, one's on the road. Michigan at home, at Penn State late in the season. So that tells you, okay, split it.
David, you can
even
lose.
If you lose both.
You can lose the Penn State game.
Yes.
You could lose the Michigan game.
Yes.
Go 10-2, make playoff.
You should be able to do that, yes.
My God.
Man, you can't screw this up, right?
I'll leave it to Kenny. I'm out on all things Nebraska. I'll say underrated, but I don't get it with Raiola. I didn't walk away impressed. Plus, he's got that weirdo infatuation with Mahomes. The haircut, the number, the mannerisms. You're not Pat Mahomes. Stop. It's like an Elvis impersonator.
Now, this one here, we will close it out with this team. I don't quite understand why they're on this list as underrated, because they are 9th in the country right now.
Who's
but
that?
It is LSU. How can it be considered underrated?
I'll make the case for underrated because you believe they have Garrett Nussmeier, a returning quarterback, and several of the teams above them do not have a returning starter. And you believe they should be a top 5 team. Am I going to scream they're underrated? No. And in fact, Brian Kelly needs to show he can open a season and win a game. Go do it.
Yeah, because within that top 10, you're right. The only other team with a returning quarterback would be Clemson and Penn State.
And I
don't. Of course, I'm not counting Manning. He's not returning. He wasn't the starter last year.
He played enough to give you a glimpse, but I'm with you. I understand if you say they're underrated. All debts will be settled week 1. They play Clemson in Death Valley.
Oh, yes. I can't wait for that game. 7:30. That
Klubnik.
is Saturday night.
Klubnik time.
There. Can't wait.
Clemson time.
Is that actually at Clemson? I can't remember. Is that
By the way, David, we got a real problem on our hands.
Okay.
Cookies and I are unified in the 2 biggest games of the weekend. That's going to be
LSU, Clemson?
We pretty much just put LSU in the winner's circle, didn't we?
Oh, no.
I like Clemson there. I think I like Texas.
Oh, no.
And I'm all in on Notre Dame.
What's your early read on Georgia Marshall? Asking for a friend.
What's the spread?
Probably like 40.
Okay, you're on your own. David, I can't do it with Cristobal anymore.
Buddy, man.
CJ Carr, FTW.
We will see on him as well. That is your college football blitz.
Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. We covered Bryce Underwood, Aiden Childs. We did Who Am I? A lot of college football just to kind of set the week. And yeah, I mean, hey, don't worry about, just because I'm not excited about it doesn't mean we're not going to deliver the things you need. My loathsome opinion of the sport, I get it. People are amped up. You should be. Michigan 38-point favorite Saturday. I good luck sitting in the stadium. I like, is it wrong of me at like my age now? Like, I'm 44, not 84. You couldn't pay me to go to a game where my team was favored by 40. What's the point? I'd just watch the damn thing at home.
It's the start of the season.
I know that. Dude, I wouldn't go up to MSU Friday night. They're favored by 21. There's just like,
that's the game to be at, Western and Michigan.
But the absence of drama, it just makes it really hard to care.
I hear you.
And didn't they make that a night game Saturday?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
actually.
come on.
I think it's on BTN.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
I blame Rico.
It might not be BTN, but it is a night game.
My God. I just, why? Why do that to
people? It's on NBC. I'm sorry, NBC.
That should be a noon kick, and people should be able to be home before dinner.
7:30 Saturday night. Exciting.
Ugh. You can have
that's what we need.
I know. All right, Ticket Text, what do you got?
Regarding Micah Parsons, someone says the reason why he's acting like this is because he wants out. There's no way a player that's going to re-sign with the team will act like that. That is childish.
Well, I hope you're right. And for radio purposes, I hope he ends up in Green Bay.
Woo.
No, I get tired of some Lions fans thinking they're indestructible. It would make for great radio.
Yeah, someone is texting in saying, I agree with you, Mike. I think Joe Burrow will ask out this offseason. Will be an interesting offseason of 2026.
If I repped him, that's what I'd be doing. I'm not going to allow my guy's career to be wasted in this hellhole. I'm saying Cincinnati.
Rest in peace to the I Love Hooker drops, one of the all-timers.
We could probably take it off the board.
Yeah, probably.
Although it is still funny. Gator flaunting his adoration of women of the night.
Mike, someone's texting you. You're not alone, Mike. I do not want to go to that game Saturday night.
No,
it's a waste of my time.
At age 24, yeah, it's tailgate and it's a party and you're there and it's like, okay, 20 years later, yeah, nah, man. Favored by 38. Let me know how it goes for you. And then it's a night game. You think I'm trying to get home at 1 a.m. from New Mexico?
I think as a married man.
As a married man,
I think I'm on the wrong side of that too. I don't know if I have that fire still burns within me anymore. I think it's starting to get to the point where I don't have that interest.
Best seat in the house is your house.
Yes,
sure is, man.
That's the best
the
one,
bathroom
man.
is right over there.
Listen, back in my day, not everybody had high def. All right, if your choices were standard def on a bulb TV. Or going to the game seemed like a great option. 20 years later, dude, there are homeless people who have elite televisions. Like, it's
4K, 8K, 16K.
Whatever you want. Yeah. And you're like, wait, why am I going to sit on a bench? Oh, wait, let's go be crammed around people with body odor and watch Michigan win 53-10. What?
Exciting times.
You get no real estate at most stadiums, but the Big House is really special.
Correct.
Because buddy, I don't know how any adult sits there.
Rough. Someone says, is Brad Holmes still keeping that hooker receipt? LOL.
I'm not commenting on that. I see what you're doing.
This is probably why Brad didn't take Parsons. Anzalone is clearly not happy, but he would never do what Parsons did.
Okay, well, I don't know what one has to do with the other, but okay. Alex Anzalone, they gave a sandwich and like a personal day too.
He said, I'll take it.
It's not quite the same thing.
Also, he's not one of the best at his position group. Stop comparing the two.
My God.
Tom says, no chance I go to the big house to watch a blowout over staying on my couch. I'm going to watch LSU and Clemson on Saturday night.
I want to ask Wojo, hey, if you don't mind, show a little bit of speed. Get in here.
Oh, my God.
Just want to ask you a question.
I'm
Relax.
slowing down. I almost died this weekend.
What? Gin overdose?
No.
Will you turn your mic on, please? Just turn your mic on so I can ask you a question.
What?
If you were not a journalist, would you be caught dead at the U of M game this weekend versus staying at home and watching Clemson and LSU and Notre Dame and Miami and all the great games? Or is the thrill still there for you going live?
If I was not a journalista,
yes,
my fat ass would be at home. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but he's not.
Please.
He's not the right person to ask.
No, only because it's a night game and you wouldn't get home till 2
But this is what's wrong with college football. That should be noon on ESPN
I agree.
Plus.
I agree. And Texas, Ohio State should be 8 o'clock.
4.
And again, this is what Fox has taken from us. It should be OSU and Texas at night, Michigan at noon, so fans could have brunch at the tailgate, stay for the first half.
Did you ever consider a class action lawsuit against Rico for ruining the sport?
I want to.
I'm beginning to think he really did.
I want to.
Yes.
Let me ask you this, though. Like any sport, though, and maybe I'm just jaded, but any sport, any game, I'm good watching on TV.
Amen.
I really am.
I said it to Kenny 20 years ago, right? Tailgate. Not everybody had a nice TV. Hell, high def wasn't even out yet. So it was standard def on ESPN Plus or go to the game. You go to the game. Now you have homeless people pushing shopping carts that have a 65-inch 4K TV.
Yep.
The world has changed.
I agree with you.
Now, what's going to happen to sports in person with this whole generation of people who grew up with 12D TV?
Right here.
I mean, truly, we didn't.
That's why I've been begging them to make Spartan Stadium smaller. The days of 82,000 are gone.
It's like the old Pontiac Silverdome. Remember when they didn't sell out Lions games and they got blacked out?
But that was a huge stadium.
No, and look, there are certain schools that can support 100,000. Michigan being one, Tennessee being one. That's fine. But like MSU, like look at the SEC and how many stadiums are 60,000.
Yeah, they are. You're right.
Like just downsize, for God's sake.
What's the number, 55?
What, at
for
state?
MSU?
No, it's like 70-something.
No. What does he want it to be at?
I think anywhere between 55 and 65 would be appropriate. Seat backs, actual suites, actual comfort, modernize. Like, somewhere between 55 and 60.
They
gave
think
you
about
the
pretzels.
I know. I should just be thankful. I'm making a point. What's Ford Field's capacity?
It's only 65.
Yeah,
I think.
That's my point.
Right.
So it's just the idea. That's inside. And
The
that's
funny
the
thing is,
NFL.
if they switch with Spartan Stadium, they could sell a Spartan Stadium.
They could.
Yeah.
It's also a way better product.
Oh, of course.
But
And you know the secret reason is why build more seats? You'll have to lower the prices because you'll have more available.
Correct.
Reduce the inventory and charge more. And everybody does it in football.
Or buy a gorgeous TV and never leave your basement.
Yeah.
Winner. What's coming up next?
We are going to talk about, Hendon Hooker.
Dan Skipper.
And Dan Skipper.
Yeah.
No, the lie.
Failure to report.
Yeah. And how I almost died this weekend.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll talk to everybody.
Which is like an everyday event for you, right?
We'll talk to everybody
Nothing to do with
tomorrow at
alcohol.
2.
Thank you.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.